कृपाकटाक्षसिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेमस्थैर्यवीरविजयायुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थकाममोक्षचतुर्विधफलपुरुषार्थसिद्ध्यर्थं समस्तदुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्तमङ्गलावाप्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञानवैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव कृपा कटाक्षेण पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थं परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थं नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Now wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Om Apaupasprisya.
Now let's get started with the asanas. Okay? Sit first in a cross-legged position on the ground in Sukhasana. Bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra with your thumbs and index fingers touching each other. Place it on top of your knees. Here we have the Kumbhaka, the pranayama of Samana Kumbhaka. As you inhale and exhale, visualize flames licking up your spine. Do the bandhas, the locks, the Mahamudra Bandha, all three of the bandhas, where you are doing the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, the Udyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach, and the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. For the first set of asanas, we have the japa Soham, which you'll be repeating in your throat center. As you do Sukhasana, visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. The next asana is Parvatasana. Now, from the seated position, bring both your feet to the opposite thighs. Clasp your hands together in front of your heart center in the Anjali Mudra and raise it above your head. Keep your hands as straight as you can. Continue the Samana Kumbhaka and the Japa of Soham. Remain with all the three bandhas, the chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha, the stomach tucked in Udyana Bandha, and the clenched perineum in Moola Bandha. Here, visualize yourself as Mount Kailash. The next asana is Hali Pavasana. Now slowly bring your feet together in front of your body as you stretch it out a little further away. Now bring your hands behind your back and clasp the left hand by your right. Lean forward, placing your forehead on the ground as you continue to engage all the three bandhas. Here, gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, in a similar position from Hali Pavasana, just release your hands, slightly get up and bring your hands in front of your body. Place them on the ground, cupping your hands, making a hollow in Nagi Pavasana. Visualize yourself as a snake, gazing at your nose. Continue the japa, the pranayama, and all three bandhas engaged. Now, raise up. This is Kokilasana. Hold your big toes with your index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your legs straight out and upwards. Cross it into Padmasana. Bring it to your opposite thighs. Lean forward and down onto your elbows. Again, tuck your chin into your chest, suck in your stomach, and clench the perineum in the Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as a bird in Kokilasana. The next is Neti Asana. Now, raise up again. Bring one ankle to the top of the opposite knee. Hold the elbows with your hands. Hold the respective elbows with the opposite hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas and rotate your arms in a circular motion. Keep the spine completely straight and gaze towards your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Next is Gajasana. Press your hands onto the ground. You can bring your feet a little back as you raise yourself up, your hips up high. Lower your head and then chest, scooping your body forward again and again. Here, engage the Uddiyana Bandha, where you suck in your stomach along with the Moola Bandha, clenching the perineum. Visualize yourself as an elephant. Gajasana. Now stop the movement slowly. In another dynamic asana, which is Rikshasana, you will start alternatively pressing the heel of one foot onto the ground while lifting the other heel up. Repeat this again and again. The next is Vaishyasana. Now slowly come to a standing position. Stand tall on the tips of just your big toes. Keep your head neck straight line. And bring the middle, index and ring fingers to your heart in the Hridaya Mudra. Continue engaging the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a very interesting movement, which is the Karanas, the dance movements. So the first Karana is Urdhva Janu Karana, which literally means the raised knee. So now stand in the Aramandi position, which is your heels touching together, the toes facing outwards, almost at a 45-degree angle. Bend your knees low and keep both your hands at your chest, elbows parallel to the ground. Twist one knee towards the center of your body. Raise it up, back across the body back to the original position. Simultaneously with the leg movement, follow it with your respective hand, up and across the body. Repeat this alternatively on both sides. Now, in Balalingasana, come back to a standing position straight and interlace your fingers from outside in. This is the Sarva Vashankari Mudra. Hold on to your knee, pulling it up towards your chest. Pull it tight. Continue to keep your spine straight. Engage all the three bandhas, the Jalandhara Bandha, the Uddiyana Bandha and the Moola Bandha. As you are holding your knee, visualize yourself holding, caressing a baby. Balalingasana. The next asana is Pada Pidanasana. Now the same foot which is raised, clasp it with your hands and pull it behind towards your body, holding it with both your hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas, standing tall. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here, let's enter into Natarajasana. Now, the same foot you're already holding behind your back, twist the same hand of that leg inwards and pull the leg back. Extend the opposite hand forward with the index and thumbs together, again in the Bindu Mudra. Now, pull the foot back and up while leaning forward in Natarajasana. Hold your balance here. Here you will be engaging only the Moola Bandha, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja, the Lord of Dance. Now again let's repeat Balalingasana on the other side with the other leg. Pull it up towards your chest with the hands in the Sarva Vashankari Mudra. Engage all the three bandhas as you visualize yourself holding and caressing a baby. Now pull your foot back into Pada Pidanasana on the other side. Remain with all the three bandhas engaged. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward. Now, hands stretched in the Bindu Mudra into Natarajasana. Balance there as you visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja. Now, come back to a standing position. Release your leg. Gain your balance. As we enter into the Ardharechita Karana. Now again bring yourself to the Aramandi position, heels together, toes pointed outwards and knees bent. Now from this position, bring your right foot onto the tips of the toes behind the left heel. The heel should be up. Bring your left hand towards your chest, parallel to the ground again, and extend the right arm out and wide like a pendulum. Bring it back towards your chest. Now while your arm is swinging, remember to move your fingers one by one inwards towards the palm and then outwards. Now, place the right hand over the nose. Uncross your ankles. Let's do this on the other side also. Cross the left ankle behind and stretch the left hand out like a pendulum. Bring it to your nose. Uncross the ankles. Now let us enter into the skeleton dance. It's a very powerful meditation. It cleanses the muscle memory. Any patterns which are there within your muscle memory can be completely wiped out through this skeleton dance. Just 2 simple steps. Now stand straight. Visualize yourself as a skeleton. You can close your eyes. Just visualize yourself as pure bones. There are no muscles, no veins, no nerves, tissues, organs, nothing. Just bones, a skeleton form. And shake your body intensely. As a skeleton, you are moving yourself wildly, intensely. Just shake it all out. Move your hands, move your legs, your head. Let there be no bone in your body untouched. Just move it. Move wildly, shake. Literally feel yourself throwing all the patterns out of your system with the intensity of your shaking. You slowly calm down. Take a few steps, gain your breath back. That's a powerful meditation we did. Let us do the next Karana. Again, come back to a standing position. Do the Aramandi. Your toes outwards, knees bent with your feet together. Now here, raise your hands above your head. Keep your palms completely straight and cross the wrists with the palms facing forward and the back of the hands outward. Now from the crossed wrists, uncross the wrists, spreading your arms out wide while you turn your hip towards the side. Turn by the waist sideways. Bring your hands back over the head and turn on the other side. Repeat this on the other side. Do it again. Let's twist out. Come back to the middle and twist out again. This is the Kati China Karana. Now stand tall. Raise your hands above your head. Bring yourself to the top of the tip of your toes. Let your hands face each other parallel to the ears. You're tall, pushing yourself, stretching yourself. Again, engage all the 3 bandhas. Tucking in your chin to the chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as a palm tree. We have the japa changing over here where you will be repeating Shivoham in your throat center. Tadasana. Now, as we enter into Uttanasana, relax and lean forward, bringing your hands on by the ground next to your feet. Keep your palms flat on the ground. Try your best. Engage all the 3 bandhas. Remain with all the 3 bandhas engaged as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, in your inner space. Now jump your feet back into Tarakshvasana, coming to a plank position. Keep your hands shoulder width apart. Be steady there. Tuck in your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha as well as engaging the Moola Bandha. Now rotate your head while in the Jalandhara Bandha from shoulder to shoulder, side to side. This is Tarakshvasana. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Yes. Now lay flat onto the ground in Bhujangasana. Lower your entire body down. Now point your toes backwards. Keep your hands by the side of your chest and push yourself off the ground. Remember to use the strength of your lower back to hold yourself up. Open your mouth wide. Inhale through the hollow of your throat and exhale through your nose. This is the Bhujangani Mudra. In Bhujangasana, you will visualize yourself as a cobra. Now come back into a plank position. So you can tuck in your toes and come back into a plank position. In Shashasana, alternate bringing one knee towards your chest, back and forth. So you'll bring one knee front, push it back and bring the other knee. Repeat this again and again. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Simple breathing in, breathing out. Engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Okay. Now place your legs back into the plank position as we enter into Rathasana. Again, bring one foot between your hands and alternate jumping one foot back and bringing the other foot forward simultaneously. Again and again. Continue the Sahaja Kumbhaka and the Mula Bandha engaged as you visualize yourself as a chariot, a Ratha, in Rathasana. Now, into Virabhadrasana. Remain one leg in between your hands. So as you jump, one leg comes between your hands. Stop in that position. One leg stretched back. And raise yourself up into a standing position. So the front foot will be pointing forwards and bent at a 90-degree angle. The knee will be bent at a 90-degree angle. The other leg, which is extended back, the foot will be pointed sideways at a 45-degree angle. Now raise your palms, hands up, parallel beside your ears. Do the Uddiyana Bandha along with the Mula Bandha, pulling in your stomach in. Gaze towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra. Now relax down, switch your legs around and let us do Virabhadrasana on the other side. Stretch your hands up, gaze towards your third eye, suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra. Okay, bring your feet together now. Let us move into Vrikshasana. Now stand tall, gain your balance here slowly. Bring one foot towards the inner thigh. Bring your palms together, raise them up above your head in the Anjali Mudra. Keep your elbows as straight as you can. Again, continue the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. Gaze forward, hold your balance, visualize yourself as a tree, the stability of a tree in Vrikshasana. Now, slowly bring your hands down. Now the foot which is in your inner thigh, bring it towards the opposite, to the root of the opposite thigh. Bring your hands in the Namaskar Mudra in front of your heart center together and visualize yourself here as Lord Garuda, just engaging the Mula Bandha alone here. This is Garudasana. Now let us repeat Vrikshasana on the other side. Slowly put your foot down. Bring the other foot to the inner thigh. Raise your hands above your head. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a tree. Let's repeat Garudasana on the other side. Slowly bring the foot to the opposite thigh and lower your hands to be in front of your heart center. Release the Uddiyana Bandha, just engaging the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Lord Mahavishnu. Okay, bring both your feet to the ground now and spread them far apart from each other. Now keep one leg toes pointing forward and the other set of toes pointing sideways. Straighten your arms out parallel towards the ground. Bring your front arm down towards the front foot, beside your foot, while the other arm extends towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana. Now raise up and let's repeat Trikonasana on the other side. Switch the position of your legs around and go forward. The other arm raised towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle. Now come back to a standing position. Bring your feet together. We are having another Karana, the Nikuttaka Karana. Bring yourself to the Aramandi position. Feet together, knees out wide. Here now, bring your hands towards your chest, but keep both your palms parallel towards each other. Bring your right foot onto the toes with the heels up. And simultaneously bringing the right hand towards the top. Now drop the right foot, simultaneously lifting the left foot onto the toes, and switch the hands position. Now the left hand is on the top and the right hand is on the bottom. Repeat, and let us do this repeatedly. Okay, relax now, come back to a straight position and sit down onto your toes. Sit on your heels with your toes on the ground, knees raised up off the ground, together in front of you in Angushtasana. Bring your hands together in the Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. We have a very interesting pranayama over here, which is the Bhramari Kumbhaka, where you will be subtly buzzing like a bee as you do this asana. The japa we will be entering into is Sadashivoham. In Angushtasana, engage the Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Balance yourself as you stretch one foot forward, sitting on the heel of one foot and the other foot stretched forward, toes pointed upwards. Bring your hands to the Vara Mudra, just the tips of the finger on the ground while the palm faces forward, both your hands. Continue to engage the Mula Bandha, clenching the perineum as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, stretch, the leg is stretched forward, right? Stretch the same hand, the respective hand forward and clasp onto the big toe of that foot in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. The other hand, bring it to the back of the respective heel in Vidhunanasana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, bring your 2 feet back together as we repeat Saurasana on the other side. Stretch your left leg forward now. Palms in the Vara Mudra on the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward into Vidhunanasana on the other leg. Clasp your toes. Bring the other hand to the back heel. Continue to visualize Swamiji. Now bring your 2 feet back together as you continue to sit on the heels, getting a nice toe workout here. Balance on your toes, bring your knees together in front of you. Now place your palms on top of the respective knees with the hands facing upwards, the palms facing upwards. Leave a slight gap between your palms and knees. As you gaze forward, engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, and look between the gap between your hands. Brahma Jurankushasana. The next is Kapilasana. Now spread your knees wide and place them onto the ground. Keep your hands on the respective knees. Pull your stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze towards your nose as you visualize yourself as Maha Kapila Muni, the first man that ever started thinking. In the same position, just release that Uddiyana Bandha. Release the lock of the stomach, but continue to clench your perineum in Mula Bandha as you switch your gaze to your third eye. So from your nose, switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Bhadra Gorakshasana. Next is Suryasana. Now, your toes are tucked. Just lift your knees off the ground, wide apart. Bring your hands together in the Padma Mudra with the little fingers and thumbs joined together. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, suck in your stomach and raise your hands up tall above your head. Slightly lean back as you look towards the gap between your hands. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. Now relax, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Sit on top of your heels, the toes flat. Here, keep your hands on top of your knees and lift your tongue up against the roof of your mouth in the Manduki Mudra. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing in and out. Engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. With the Japa Sadashivoham, repeating in your inner space, here you will visualize yourself as a frog in Mandukasana. Your tongue pressed against the upper palate. Is your frog-like tongue catching the nectar of immortality dripping from your Sahasrara Chakra? Gaze towards your third eye in Mandukasana. Now from here itself, moving into Uttana Mandukasana. Just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders, remaining in the same seated position. Continue with the Uddiyana Bandha engaged, gazing at your third eye. The Manduki Mudra, tongue pressed against the top of your palate, visualizing yourself as a frog in Uttana Mandukasana. Slowly bring your hands out from behind your back. Now slightly raise up and cross your ankles behind you. Sit on top of your crossed ankles. Keep your knees wide and your fingers spread on the top of your knees, both your hands. Open your mouth wide and stick out your tongue, exhaling forcefully. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Repeat this several times because you're visualizing yourself as a lion in Simhasana. The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now you can release yourself and uncross your ankles. Just keep your toes crossed behind you. Again, sit on top of your heels, keeping your knees wide apart. Cross your hands behind your back, hold on to the big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Apply the Jalandhara Bandha, tuck in your chin to your chest along with the Mula Bandha, sucking in your perineum. As you gaze towards your nose, here, resume the Brahmari Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee subtly in your inner space as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, bring your hands out from behind you. As you bring yourself to a squatting position. Keep your feet flat onto the ground as close together as possible, but your knees opened wide. Bring your body in between your knees, your torso in between your knees, and take your arms in and around your knees towards the back, clasping your fingers, interlacing your fingers behind you in the Parashu Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a crow in Kakabhusandhi Asana. The next asana is Kani Pavasana. Unclasp your hands and place them flat onto the floor. Keep them shoulder width apart for good balance. Now, slowly bring your knees to the back of your arms, above the elbows. Lean your chin forward and down. Keep your gaze steady as you lift your feet off the ground. In Kani Pavasana, visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly lower your head to the ground and stretch your legs up high, forming a tripod between your two hands and your head in Kapali Asana. Gaze at your nose, continue the Brahmari Kumbhaka, continue engaging the Mula Bandha and the Japa of Sadashivoham. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Parshva Mayurasana. Slowly bring your feet down. Yes, relax. And now squat on your toes with your knees together and twist your body. Place both the hands to one side of your knees. Now bring one of your elbows to the knee and the other of your elbows towards the hip. Lean onto your arms, balance, extending your legs out to the side. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a peacock in Parshva Mayurasana. As you do the pranayama, the Rechaka Kumbhaka, let your exhalations be prolonged and your inhalations be slightly shorter. Now relax, bring your feet to the ground and bring your body to the other side of your knees. As you repeat Parshva Mayurasana on the other side, lean forward, stretch your legs, gaze at your third eye, visualize yourself as a peacock. Now let's do Bhairaganathasana. Now come again to a plank position. Place your hands down, stretch your legs back and bring one foot around your shoulder to be placed in between both your palms. Gaze at your third eye. Just engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Here, this is Bhairaganathasana. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Slowly bring your foot out and bring the other foot in between your palms, remaining in the plank position. Continue to visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana on the other side. The next asana is Unmukha Pithasana. Now, from the same plank position, bring your forearms onto the ground. Be steady as you walk your feet closer towards yourself, forming like a slight mountain. In Unmukha Pithasana, gaze at your third eye. Continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vashishthasana. Now, just raise yourself onto one of your hands. So, release your forearms off the ground and raise yourself onto your right arm. And keep your body completely parallel to the ground as you raise your left arm straight above your head. Visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta as you do the Vashishthasana. Gaze towards the hand on the top. Now slowly bring that hand down. As you switch the hands, bringing your right hand up towards the sky. Balance there, completely straight on your toes. As you visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta, the Guru of Bhagavan Sri Rama. Now, bring your feet forward into Anjani Asana. So here you will be sitting on your hips with your legs pointed forward. And sit on top of your hands. So keep your palms facing upwards and sit on both your palms as you tuck your elbows into your body. Do the Rechaka Kumbhaka, continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman in Anjani Asana. Now, slowly release your hands from under your body. As you lean forward into Paschimottanasana, clasp your respective toes with your index and middle finger. Lean forward and down, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead towards your knees. Engage all the three bandhas, the Mahamudra Bandha. As you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space, with a new japa, Mahasadashivoham, starting here. The next is Ugrasana. Now, you can raise up and clasp your hands behind your neck in the Parashumudra. Interlace both your fingers. Lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to your knees and your elbows onto the ground. Again, engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Devi Kali in your inner space in Ugrasana. The next is Marichi Asana. So raise up and keep one leg pointed forward while you bring the other leg towards the groin, the knee pointed upwards. Place the foot flat on the ground. Now lean forward, bring both your hands, wrap your arms around the raised knee, clasping your hands behind the back together. Bring your chest to the thigh with your head towards the knee. Here engage just the Moola Bandha, sucking in your perineum. As you visualize yourself as Rishi Marichi in Marichi Asana. The next asana is Mahamudrasana. Now slowly raise up and the raised knee, let it rest by your side with your leg towards the inner thigh of the opposite leg. Now again reach down. Hold your foot, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead to your knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. Raise up. Let's repeat Marichi Asana on the other side. Bring the other foot straight while the other foot comes into the groin. Knee up. Lean forward, clasping your hands behind your back. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi. Now from here, raise up, engage all the three bandhas as you let your knee fall to the side. Lean forward, clasping the foot. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Mahamudrasana on the other side. Now, bring yourself to a seated position. Sit and bring the soles of your feet together. Bend your knees and keep your heels as close towards you as possible. While try to touch your knees to the ground. Clasp your feet together with both your hands. Maintain a straight spine. Gaze towards your nose in Bhadrasana 2. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. The next asana is Gvalipavasana. Now, keeping your feet together, just bring your hands towards the respective knees. Just lightly place them there. Tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha, continuing to engage the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. As you gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, push your soles slightly further away from you. The joined feet, push it further away from your body. And lean forward, keeping both your hands, the fingers inside of the feet. Hold the soles of your feet. Lean forward and down. Bring your forehead to the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. In Joni Asana. The next is Nirvikalpa. Raise up. Stretch your arms out wide beside your body as you lean forward, your arms going over your knees. Bring your forehead to your feet. Continue to gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, in Siddha Samadhi Asana, raise yourself up. Now, put your forearms underneath the calves of the respective legs. Let your palms face up towards the sky as you bring your head down to your feet. Gaze at your nose as you visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Siddha Samadhi Asana. The next asana is Nirvikalpa. Raise up now. Bring both your feet together in front of you. Bring your feet back close to your body. Now place your hands underneath both the feet and pull your feet open like a book facing towards the sky. Both your feet. Press your elbows onto your thighs near the knees and gaze towards your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Nirvikalpa. Giving yourself a nice stretch. Now release your feet and bring your hands to the respective knees. Gently push down on your knees, pushing it towards the ground. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. This is Charapata Chokasana. The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now, continuing to remain with your feet together, you can use the help of your hands to bring your toes onto the ground with your heels pointed upwards. Just push yourself and try to do it. Continue to remain with the Uddiyana Bandha engaged, your stomach sucked in. Bring your hands to the Bindu Mudra with the index and thumbs together on top of the knees. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairavasana. The next asana is Samanasana. So slowly you can bring your feet out from underneath. Take now one foot towards your chest, holding with both your hands as the other foot rests by the perineum. Pull the sole onto your chest. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself holding the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra, the Chaturdala, the 4-petal lotus of your body. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space in Samanasana. From here, let's move into Apanasana. Now, the foot that you have towards your chest, just bring it over your shoulder and place both your palms onto the ground beside you. As you lift the leg by your perineum, stretch it out and lift it up high into the sky in Apanasana. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Let's repeat Samanasana on the other side. Bring your foot down. Clasp the other foot towards your chest. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. And bring the foot onto your shoulder as we repeat Apanasana on the other side. Stretch your leg out straight in front of you, up high towards the sky, gazing at the third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, relax slowly. Let's move into Gomukhasana. Now, sitting in a seated position, cross one leg over the other, like over, and align the knees together at the center of your body and the feet by the opposite hips. Place both your hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze at your nose. Here we have a beautiful pranayama, very cooling pranayama, which is the Sheetkari pranayama, where you will be inhaling through your clenched teeth with your tongue pressed against behind your teeth and exhaling through your nose, creating a hissing sound. The japa will be for the next sequence of asanas. Om Nityanandoham. Visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Now keep your knees crossed. From the knees, bring your hands towards the respective toes on the side of the body. Clasp the big toe in Pranamudra. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana. Now in Anusuyasana 2, just bring your hands behind your back, clasped together, interlaced fingers in the Parashamudra. Lean forward and down. Try to bring your nose to touch the ground in front of you. Just visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya and gaze at your nose. Anusuyasana 2. Raise yourself up now. Now bring one foot towards the perineum, knee resting on the ground. Raise your other foot with the foot in front of the lying down, a foot, knees pointed upwards towards your chest. Place your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine tall, chest out. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Garudasana 2. From here, moving into Naradasana. Now, keep both your hands, bring both your hands behind your neck and clasp them in the Parashamudra. Interlace your fingers behind your neck. Twist outward of the raised knee. Just keep your whole body outside of the raised knee. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada in your inner space. From Naradasana, let's enter into Matsya Pithakasana. Place one foot on the top of the opposite thigh. Wrap your respective arm across the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight. Hold on to the respective toe with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize Matsyavatara, the fish form of Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space, in Matsya Pithakasana. From that, let's repeat the Gomukhasana and the rest of the asanas on the other side too. So slowly you can cross your knees over to the other side in Gomukhasana. Keep your hands on the top of your knees. Gaze at your nose as you visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Continuing into Anusuyasana on the other side, bring your hands to your toes. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya. And lean forward, bringing your hands behind your back in Anusuyasana 2. Interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra. Continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as Rishika Anasuya. As you relax the Uddiyana Bandha, just clenching the Mula Bandha alone. Raise up, bring your feet together in front of you as we enter into Garudasana 2. Place your hands on the respective knees. Stay straight. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you gaze towards your nose. And twist your body out of the raised knee, hands clasped in the Parashamudra behind your neck. Gaze at the third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada. And bring the foot to the opposite thigh as we enter into Matsya Pithakasana on the other side. Clasp your toe in Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Matsya Avatara, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in your inner space. Now let's enter into Matsyendrasana. Remaining in the same position with one foot on the opposite thigh, place the other foot on the ground on the far side of the other thigh. Twist. Bring your elbow outside the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by your neck. Turn backwards. Gaze towards your third eye. The other hand straight out. Visualize Matsyendranatha, the great Rishi and master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Just switch your hands around. Straighten the hand that was originally bent and bend the other hand towards your neck. As we enter into Kubhasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Continue to gaze at your third eye. Now, straighten out both your hands straight out in the same position. Continue to gaze at your third eye, visualizing Matsyendranatha, the master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Now slowly, take your foot off from the thigh. As we enter into Matsyendrasana on the other side, bring the other foot to the thigh. Place the other foot on the far side. Twist, bringing your elbows outside of the raised knee, hands on the head. The other hand stretched out back. Twist, gazing at your third eye. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Switch the hands around as we enter into Kubhasana on the other side. Remember to visualize yourself as a camel. Now stretch both your hands out in Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Now, with one leg on the thigh, bring the other foot too to the opposite thigh in Padmasana. Place your palms on the respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. We have a new pranayama here, which is the Shitali Kumbhaka, where you will continue to inhale through the teeth without creating the hissing sound, and exhale through your nose. A new japa of Om Nityananda Mahasadashivoham starts here. Gaze at your nose in Padmasana, visualizing yourself as Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now, keeping your legs in the same position, just cross your hands over each other, clasping onto the toes with your index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Devi Parvati, the consort of Lord Paramashiva in Padmasana 2. Now, uncross your hands. Take your hands and insert it into the gap between your thighs and your calves. Put both your hands within and pull it out on the other side. As you balance on your hands, lifting your whole body off the ground, visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukkutasana. Now relax. Take your hands out from inside your feet as we enter into Baddha Keki Asana. Place your hand onto the ground as you raise up on your knees. Place your palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the legs. Now keep your elbows together, pressed against your navel. Slowly lean forward, balancing, and extend your knees off the ground, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. In the same position, stretch your legs out behind you. In Mayurasana, visualize yourself as a peacock. Hold your balance. Relax. Now, relax flat onto the ground into Makarasana. Lay down completely flat. Keep your feet pointing outwards, far away from each other. Place your forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind your neck in the Parishamudra. Just relax, visualizing yourself as a crocodile as we go back to the Sahaja Kumbhaka, the simple breathing in, breathing out. Just keep the Mula Bandha alone engaged. The next asana is Shalabhasana. Now lay on your stomach and place your hands on the ground beside the chest. From the laying position, raise your legs up. Use your core strength to bring your thighs off the ground, visualizing yourself as a locust in Shalabhasana. Relax your feet down and bring your hands to your feet, pulling your feet down towards the ground beside your hips. In Ushtrasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Now slowly kick your legs back. Rise your hand is clasping your feet. Pull your feet towards the sky, lifting your chest and thighs off the ground. In Dhanurasana, gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow. Relax slowly and come up to a sitting position. In Bhagasana, sit on both your knees with your head, neck and spine straight. Clench your perineum in the Mula Bandha. Place your hands on top of your knees. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here we enter into Gohyasana. We have a couple of headstand postures here, so get yourself ready. Now place your forearms on the ground with your fingers interlocked. Ensure your elbows are at shoulder width for the best balance. Place the top of your head on the ground, holding your head with your hands. Slowly walk your toes forward until your hips are in a straight line with your shoulders, and just kick your feet up slightly. Make sure not to lose your balance. Keep your knees bent together at your chest, toes pointed upwards. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. From here, stretch your legs out into Shirasasana, continuing to hold the balance there as you continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet to the ground, relax slowly. The next asana is Podhyasana. So come to a seated position. Bring your hands behind your calves, stretching your legs up and your forehead to your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, which is the Bhastrika Kumbhaka, where you will be exhaling forcefully, making the sound of a bellows. Podhyasana. The japa for this next series is Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, the Mahavakya. Relax yourself. Continuing to remain balanced with your legs up, just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders. In Parighasana, visualize yourself as a mace as you gaze towards your third eye. Now relax. Keep your elbows and palms onto the ground as your legs are raised. Visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana. Continuing to gaze towards your third eye, remember to continue the Bhastrika Kumbhaka. Forceful exhalation. Now, continuing to keep your balance, just bring your hands to your feet and scoop your hands underneath the heels, pull it towards the chest. Keep your spine upright, gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana, the most ferocious form of Paramashiva. Now lay on your back, so you can remove your hands from underneath your feet and lay on your back. With your feet flat on the ground, knees pointed upwards. Now place your palms down. Just let your fingers touch the back of your heel. Do not clasp your feet. Lift your hips up high, pressing the feet onto the ground. Chin tucked to the chest in the Jalandhara Bandha automatically. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in Unmukha Pithasana 2. Now lay onto the ground in Shavasana. Just lay completely flat, with your palms facing upwards by the side of your body. Just unclutch from any movement happening within you. Visualize your body is dead. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is just liberating you. Just let your awareness, your energy completely pervade your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as you continue to vibrate with the Mahavakya. Roll over to one side and come to a seated position. Feel the life entering your body back. In a seated position, let us get continued with the sequence. We have 200 asanas more to go, starting with Yatha Sanishtasana. In Yatha Sanishtasana, sit in any posture you are completely comfortable in. Bringing your hands into the Bindu Mudra with the thumbs and index touching. Start off with the Samana Kumbhaka. As you're inhaling and exhaling, feel flames licking up your spine. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha with the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham for the remaining of the sequence. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From here, moving into Samasana, where you bring your feet to a cross-legged position. Keep your hands on your knees with the thumbs and index touching in the Bindu Mudra. Just inhale and exhale as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Muktasana. Press your left foot against your genital region. Place the right foot on top of your left. Keep your hands facing downwards on top of your knees. Sit straight, gazing towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a sage liberated by Swamiji himself. Now, continue to remain in the same position as we go into Siddhasana, where your gaze will be switching from the nose to your third eye. Continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space, ensure the Moola Bandha, the perineum, is locked. In Siddhyasana now, continuing the same position. Engage all the three bandhas, sucking in your stomach, bringing your chin to your chest in the Mahamudra Bandha. Switch the gaze to the ground in front of you from your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, relax the Udyana Bandha and Jalandhara Bandha. Just keep the Moola Bandha, the perineum alone clenched, as we enter Rudrasana 2, where your legs will remain in the same position, just your hands alone, from resting on your knees, will turn around to the Bindu Mudra, the thumbs and index touching. Gaze towards the third eye, visualize yourself as Lord Rudra, the fierce dimension of Paramashiva. The next is Santadhunasana. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, your legs crossed in the same position as you switch your gaze from your third eye to your nose, visualizing Swamiji, his tranquility, unshakable nature. Now, relax the Bindu Mudra, keep your legs in the same position, and bring your hands to your navel, cupping one palm over the other in the Samputa Mudra. It looks sort of like a lotus bud. Continue to visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Siddhasana 2. The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. Maintaining one heel over the other in the same position of the legs, bring your hands to your face in the Shanmukhi Mudra. So just listen carefully now. Bring your little fingers beneath the bottom lip of both hands. Your ring fingers above your upper lip. Your middle fingers closing your nose, your nostrils. Your index finger covering your eyes. And your thumbs pressed into your ears. This is Bandha. Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Virasana. Now, you can remove your hands from your face and bring one foot onto the thigh, onto the opposite thigh, and the other foot underneath the thigh. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, thumb and index fingers together on the top of your knees as you embody the space and state of bravery, Veera, in Virasana. Now, changing the leg position again as we enter into Valmikasana. Keep your left heel on the right side of the generative organ, toes under the thigh. Keep your right foot on top of the left leg, toes by the knee. Again, bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra on top of the knees. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize Rishi Valmiki, the poet, the first poet and author of Ramayanam. The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. So you're going to remain here as you switch your gaze to your nose, visualizing the Yoni Mandala, a beautiful formation, divine cosmic geometry, representing Devi, Shakti, a symbol of the creative energy of the universe in Joni Mudrasana. In the same position, switch your gaze to your third eye, continuing to visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. Now, let's move into Bhadrasana 3. So bring your feet, the soles of your feet together, uncross them and bring them together in front of your body. Hold it with both your hands, pulling it against you. Push your knees down towards the ground. As you gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in the Udyana Bandha. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra in your inner space. Bhadrasana 3. In the same position, we are entering into Aghorasana, where your left hand will rest on top of the left knee, while your right hand comes towards your face. Now, do the Khechari Mudra, where you are bringing your tongue towards the upper palate, gazing towards your third eye. Now, with your right hand, cover your mouth, close the left nostril with your index finger, inhale through the right nostril. Close both the nostrils, hold your breath and exhale through the left nostril in the Abhyantara Kumbhaka. Repeat this on the other side. Visualize yourself as an Aghori, completely dedicated to Paramashiva in Aghorasana. The next asana is Kaneri Pavasana. So you can distance your feet a little away from your body. As you lean forward, place your elbows onto the soles of your feet and rest your chin on your palms. Gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in Udyana Bandha. Here, continuing with the Rechaka Kumbhaka, where your exhalations are prolonged than your inhalations, visualizing yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kaneri Pavasana. The next asana is Parasana. So now, come to a seated position, raise yourself up and keep your knees raised. Bring your hands underneath your knees, between your calves and thighs, and clasp them together. Interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra in front of your navel. Lift your feet off the mat. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space as you gaze at your nose in Parasana. The next asana we'll be moving into is Gopi Chandasana. Now, take your hands out from in between the feet as you let your feet rest on the ground. Take your hands out from underneath your calves. Interlace your fingers around the feet with the soles of the feet together and raise it up towards your chest. Rest your knee on top of your feet. Gaze at your nose. Embody the state and space of a king in Gopi Chandasana. The next asana is Udarasana. So now just quickly release your legs, bring your hands underneath your calves and hold on to your feet again from inside out, both your feet together. Bring your feet up to your chin, resting your chin on top of the interlaced fingers. Bring your feet to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualizing your body, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, free from any defects in Udarasana. Now, in the same position, just lift your legs up towards your head. Let the top of your hands come towards the top of your head, your forehead. And this is Vishishtasana. Visualize yourself excelling in everything in this posture. Now, slowly relax. Keep your hands underneath your shins as you take your hands up to the shoulder, pulling your hand and interlacing your fingers behind your neck. In Bhujasana, visualize yourself as a cobra. The next asana is Kalyanasana. So in the same seated posture, bring your hands around from behind your neck, remove them and put them around your back, interlacing the fingers behind you. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana. The next posture is Sankatasana. So now, uncross your hands from behind you. Release yourself completely onto the ground. Place your left knee on the mat and the left foot flat. Sit on top of your left foot, knee pointed forward. Raise your right leg on top of the left, bringing the right heel to the left hip. Place your hands on the opposite knees. Here, do the Ujjayi Pranayama. As you inhale and exhale, make the sound of an ocean. Visualize yourself as a swan, a beautiful swan, in Sankatasana. The next is Dhenukasana. Just in the same position, slide your left heel to the left hip. Keep your right knee on top of the left. Place both your hands on your right thigh. Visualize a cow in your inner space as you suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, Dhenukasana. Now slowly uncross your legs as we move into Matsyendrasana. Place the right foot on the left thigh, the left foot on the right knee. Bring your left hand behind your back, hold the right thigh. Twist a little bit. Place your right hand on your left thigh. Twist your body, gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana, Matsyendrasana 2, just untwist your body. As you clasp the respective toes of both your feet with your hands, lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to the ground in front of your feet. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Raise up now. Keep your legs in the same position. We have the Guru Asana. Interlace your fingers together and place it over the topmost knee. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha, tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha. As you engage all three bandhas, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Let us now repeat Sankatasana on the other side. So, you can release your hands, your legs as you cross the other leg over. Visualizing yourself as a swan, remember to put your hands on the opposite knees. The next asana, Dhenukasana, repeating it on the other side. Slide your leg out, bring both your hands to the topmost knee. Suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize a cow in your inner space. Matsyendrasana again, repeating it on the other side. Bring your legs to the cross-leg position. Twist your body around as you gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Untwist as we enter into Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Hold on to your feet, bring your forehead to the ground, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Slowly raise up and let us do Guru Asana on the other side. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Interlace your fingers, place it on top of your knee. Continue to visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as we do Guru Asana. Now, slowly uncross your feet and place them flat on the ground, knees towards the chest in Pashasana. Keep your hands holding the opposite knees, thighs together, and keep your spine completely erect. Continue the Khechari Mudra, where your tongue is pressed against the roof of your mouth. As you gaze at your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. As you breathe in and out, make the sound like an ocean. Now in the same position, just bring your chin towards your knees in Bodha Shokasana. Lean forward, gazing at your nose, and visualize Swamiji, the abode of bliss in your inner space. Now raise up and bring your hands, uncross your hands, bring your hands underneath your knees, clasping the opposite elbows in Kurakatasana. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, in the same position as Kurakatasana, just cross your ankles into Sumati Asana. Toes pointed upwards. Gaze at the nose. Visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in your inner space. The next asana is Dandasana. Extend your feet out straight in front of you. Keep your arms straight above your head. Interlace the fingers from inside out. Let your wrists point outwards. Engage the Mahamudra Bandha, all the three bandhas. As you gaze at your nose in Dandasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Arambhasana. Now keeping your legs straight, release the Jalandhara Bandha and the Udyana Bandha, keeping your perineum clenched in Mula Bandha. Lean forward and down. Hold your big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Head to your knees. Do here the Nadi Shodhana Pranayama. Inhale through the left nostril, hold and exhale through the right. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Bhidokasana. So slightly raise your body up and bring your hands underneath your knees, extending your knees slightly up. Keep your heels a bit apart from each other and clasp your feet. Bring your shoulders down, wrapping your hands around your legs. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. So from here, let's enter into Jalandhari Pavasana. So you can actually remain in the same position with your hands underneath your calves and just bring the soles of your feet together. You might want to bring your body closer. Place your head on top of your feet with the palms facing upwards on the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now slowly bring your hands out from underneath and come to a seated position. Stretch your legs out as we enter into Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, the Pratyahara Kumbhaka, where you will feel your breath coming from your Mooladhara Chakra up to the Brahmarandra above the Sahasrara. This is the Pratyahara Kumbhaka. In Urdhva Paschimottanasana, extend your legs out, lift one foot behind your neck and lean forward and down towards your foot, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, slowly, keeping your leg behind your neck, lay onto your back as we enter into Anantasana. Hold the foot from the top of the opposite hand. Visualize yourself as infinite, endless, eternal. Gaze at your nose in Anantasana. Just now, in the same position, roll onto your elbow of the hand holding the foot. Gaze at your nose, feeling in complete control like Swamiji in Ankushasana. Slowly remove the leg from behind your neck. Take a moment to stretch, relax. Lay on your back. Bring your knees towards your chest. Bring your hands around, encircling the thighs and the calves with your arms. Roll to the left and right in Drishasana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. On the other side, let us repeat it. Raise up to a sitting position and bring the other foot behind your neck. Lean forward and down, clasping your foot. Repeating Anantasana on the other side, lay on your back, bring the opposite hand to the foot, gaze at your nose, and continuing to gaze at your nose, roll onto the elbow as we repeat Ankushasana on the other side. Now, you can release your foot and try to remain in the same position without removing the leg from behind your neck as you bring the other leg too to cross behind your neck with both your legs behind your head. Laying on your back, bring both your hands to clasp behind your back. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Yoga Nidrasana. As we enter into Atmaramasana, in the same position you can uncross your hands from behind your back. Bring it up, continuing to keep it underneath the legs. Just clasp it behind your neck. So you can bring your legs out from behind your neck. Just let your hands interlace behind your neck, gazing to your nose, visualizing the Atma Rama, Bhagavan Mahavishnu within you as your soul blessing you, as you gaze at your nose in Atma Ramasana. Now, you can release your hands and legs. Continue to lay on your back as we enter into Kochikasana. Bring your knees to your chest with the soles facing upwards. Extend your arms sideways as you gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, from Kochikasana, keep your arms reached out to the sides at shoulder level. As we enter into Jatara Parivritti 1, keep one knee bent, twist it and bring it to the ground on the opposite side with the other leg extended straight. In Jatara Parivritti 2, keep both the knees bent to one side. And in Jatara Parivritti 3, keep both the legs straight to one side. Throughout this, keep your head looking in the opposite direction. And let us repeat this on the other side. You can bring your knees back to your chest. Let your legs out, go to the other side and do Jatara Parivritti 1, 2 and 3. The next asana is Dvipada Pitham. So now from Jatara Parivritti you can bring your feet down, lay on your back with your knees pointed upwards, feet flat on the ground. Extend your hands holding your ankles. And lift your hips up. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha automatically as you raise your hips up. Gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as a bridge in Dvipada Pitham. Now in Paryankasana, so you can lay back onto the ground and place your feet flat. Bring your arms over your head, placing the hands flat near your shoulders with the fingers pointing towards the feet. Lift your entire body up and off the ground in Paryankasana as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Lay back down slowly as you bring your hands out. Keep your knees to your chest here and your hands on the shoulders as we enter into Svottanasana. Visualize you're laying on your back as a playful dog. Move your hips in the circular motion. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Now let us enter into Viparita Karani. First, bringing your arms out from behind your shoulders. Let your arms be extended by the side of your body. Use the strength of your arms, palms flat on the ground, to push your body, your upper body, your lower body off the mat. And keep your legs straight above you, extended. Move your legs around and around in Viparita Karani. Automatically the Jalandhara Bandha is engaged. Breathing during the Jalandhara Bandha is the Murcha Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Viparita Karani 2. In the same position, just stop the rotational movement of your legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, as we enter into Langalasana, just let your feet from the top rest onto the ground above your head. Interlace your fingers in the Parashu Mudra behind your body. Visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana, continuing to engage the Jalandhara Bandha. Bhumim karshayet Langalasanam bhavati. Now, in Shaita Paschimottanasana, bring your hands out from behind your body and hold on to the toes above your head. Keep your legs and hands completely straight. Visualize Paramashiva as Shaita Paschimottanasana is one of the 84 different asanas directly revealed by Paramashiva himself. Continue to do the Murcha Kumbhaka, inhaling and exhaling with the Jalandhara Bandha. Clasping your toes now, spread your feet wide apart from each other in Supta Konasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet back together as we enter into Chakrasana. Clasp your ankles, keeping your legs and hands completely straight above your head. Visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakorasana. Now slowly rest your back onto the ground. Keep your legs raised up in Supta Prasarita Padang.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिम् द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतम् भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nityanandam, we welcome all the participants and all the viewers to Day 4 of the Paramashivoham program. In today's program, all of you will be understanding one of the most ultimate revelations from Paramashiva, where it is simple truth straight away. Literally, simple truth straight away techniques revealed by Paramashiva in the source scriptures from Shiva Sutras. Today, all of you will be getting to understand the space of unclutching. How Paramashiva taught the science to Devi Paramashiva Shakti and revealed the auspicious Shiva Sutras, the scripture called Shiva Sutras for all of us. And at the end of the day, and today's participants, all of you are going to be initiated into the same space of pure listening, a same space of pure unclutching, like how Devi Paramashiva Shakti had within herself. Establish a space of shunya, a space of completeness, nothingness. In that space, receiving Swamiji's darshan. And that's the initiation all of you are going to be initiated into, where you are going to be experiencing intense unclutching within yourself. So I would request all participants to please count cameras. I see so many participants logged in. Malisika, Nityanandama. Yes, Jeremiah, Nityanandama.
So today we'll be first starting with a beautiful power manifestation to manifest the power of the third eye. This power is revealed directly by Paramashiva in the Vikalpa Sutra 34, Dharana 11, where Paramashiva says, Kapalantar manonyasya tishthan meelitalochanaha kramena manasodardhyat lakshaye lakshamuttamam. When keeping your hand completely centered in the center of your crown center between the eyebrows, having your eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space, can immediately see the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, having the vision beyond the sight, in the space of oneness with the ultimate source, Paramashiva. This is what was experienced as by Arjuna when he was initiated by Bhagavan Shri Krishna. To when Bhagavan Shri Krishna says, Divyam dadami te chakshuhu pashyame yogamaishwaram. You cannot see my cosmic form with these physical two eyes of yours, and therefore I grant you the divine third eye vision to behold my cosmic opulence. Bhagavan Shri Krishna initiates the power of the third eye to see his cosmic form as it is. See the form of the cosmos in the way that it actually is. The next is, of course, Swamiji's own experience of this wonderful manifestation, which was brought about when Swamiji was just sitting and contemplating in a playful manner as to the source of his first person. Who is it that thinks? Who is it that thinks? In that moment, there was a profound experience which Swamiji went through, where Swamiji says, I was able to see 360 degrees this way, that way, the stone, the rock, the Arunachala hill, the temple tower, the setting sun, and the rising moon. All of it I was able to see eyes closed. This is beautifully how Swamiji has manifested this own experience, where Swamiji says, not only was I able to see, the next moment I was able to feel myself, that I was a part of I was living within each and every the cosmos. And that is what we are all going to be experiencing today in this session through the power of the third eye.
So today, without any further ado, turn into the power manifestation. So I request all participants to get an eyeband and come. If you do not have an eye band, you can use a cloth, preferably a darker color. You can use it as an eye band. So please gather your eye band and come. Eye band. To get an eye band. Yes, yes. Because of participants, please tie your eyes. Make sure you're completely comfortable in the eye band. Settle comfortably with your eyes closed, your eyes tight. Make sure you're able to breathe, you're comfortable. And now, sit straight, connect to Swamiji. Start chanting the Mahavakya in your inner space. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Now, we will have a letter and a color projected for you. Just connect to Swamiji and you will see how Swamiji shows.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Om
Slowly,
Nityananda
very slowly, please open your eyes.
Paramashivoham
You can take a coffee.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham
Yes, you can remove your eyelid.
Om Nityananda
At the count you post, whatever Swamiji has shown to you. The color, what's the letter, everything. Detailedly post in the chat section whatever Swamiji has shown you through the third eye. Yellow, blue. Okay. And which letter did Swamiji show you, Jeremiah? A bit of green. No particular letters? So mainly colors. Okay. So let's see the answer now. Okay, maybe there was. Okay. Okay, let's see the answer. So the letter was actually the letter T. And the color was yellow. The color was yellow, so that's amazing. Yes. Yes. Yes, celebrate. Let's do one more round of manifestation. Okay, close your eyes, tie your eye bands. That's okay. Just connect to Swamiji in your inner space. Chant the Mahavakya intensely. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Now the letter is on screen for you. Connect to Swamiji.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham
Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda
You can take off the blindfold.
Paramashivoham
Whatever Swamiji showed you, go ahead and post section.
Nityananda
E,
Paramashivoham
X, Z, and colors.
Nityananda Paramashivoham
You didn't see colors.
Nityananda
No colors. Okay.
Paramashivoham
So the answer is actually it is a grey colored eye. Grey colored eye. It's a grey eye. That's the right answer. The picture that was projected for all of you, a capital I in grey in color. So now we'll be entering into our first session of the day. This session we're going to be teaching and understanding about the Shiva Sutras. Today the whole day we're going to be learning the science of unclutching through the Shiva Sutras. You did. Even a simple manifestation, actually, it's not just about whether you even succeeded. It is that you saw. Even that you saw itself is a manifestation. Normally, when a person closes his eyes, they see darkness. One incident in the life of Swami Vivekananda, who was the foremost disciple of Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. So, Vivekananda will always think, or many people will always say, why are you so partial towards Swami Vivekananda? What is so great about him? And even Vivekananda will tell, I am just a normal college-going boy. Why do you care so much about me? Why do you put so much of attention on me? So Ramakrishna Paramahamsa will casually ask him one day, when you sleep, how is it? How is it for you? What do you see when you sleep? Vivekananda will be like, same as everybody. When they sleep, it's full of bright light. Everyone there will be like, and Vivekananda will be like, same as everybody. See a bright light when I sleep. So then Ramakrishna Paramahamsa will say, see, that is your uniqueness. Everyone, when they go to sleep, they actually see darkness. Only you enter into light and go to sleep. That is why you are unique. He thought it was normal. We think when we get initiated, I close my eyes, I should be seeing some color or the other. Actually, normally, if you close your eyes, you'll only see darkness. Very fact that you're seeing something itself is a manifestation. So now, we'll be entering into the next session. So today, all participants, all of you will be receiving a very important Diksha, an initiation, right? Initiation into experiencing bliss. To experience peace, joy, internally and externally in each and every one of us, all of you will be experiencing. So basically, today's one is going to be teaching you the secrets of how to manifest joy, how to have a blissful lifestyle with yourself, and not just in this world, eternally.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham
Be that
Nityananda Paramashivoham.
let's get ready for this directly from Swamiji.
सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let me take few minutes to introduce this great book, Patanjali Yoga Sutras, and today's subject to all of you. You may be aware that I am delivering a series of discourses on Patanjali. He is the father of yoga. From this book, all yogic traditions originated. I can say not only all yogic traditions, almost all religions are influenced directly or indirectly from these sacred and secret teachings. Maybe 5,000-year-old, these teachings are from a great master Patanjali, who lived in a place called Chidambaram in South India, in Tamil Nadu, and left the body in a place called Rameshwaram in South India. Just in few words, in few sutras, he is trying to explain all the great truths. Just in seed form, he is sharing all the great truths with us. Today we will be working on 11th. Today we will be working on the 11th sutra. Every day I am explaining the secret, deeper meanings of each sutra. Patanjali is talking about 5 different modifications of the mind which can lead either to pain or joy inside us. 5 different modifications. 1, right knowledge. 2, wrong knowledge. 3, imagination or fantasy. 4, please understand, each subject is taking us one by one, step by step, subtle and subtler. Subtler and subtler is taking us to deeper zones. Right knowledge, wrong knowledge, imagination, and sleep and memory. These are the 5 modifications of the mind. Right knowledge. With right knowledge, you don't need to work on it. If you just allow it to be there, it will lead you to joy. With wrong knowledge, you need to work on the content. You need to change the direction. With fantasy, not just changing the direction, you have to completely change the very content itself. Sleep, not only content, even the container has to be changed. Is taking us to deeper layers. 5th is memory. Today we will see the 5th modification. I have already explained all the other 4 modifications. Today we will see the 5th modification, memory. Patanjali is helping us how to use each modification to achieve joy, more and more bliss, more and more freedom, more and more ecstasy. See, all these 5 modifications can lead to suffering or joy, depending on us. Right knowledge, wrong knowledge, imagination, sleep, memory. These are the 5 modifications of the mind. If you don't know how to use them, it can lead to suffering. If you know how to use them, it can lead to joy. It is just intelligence. It is just intelligence, how you use it. These 5 modifications, either it can bring pain, suffering and disturbance, or it can lead us to joy, bliss and fulfillment. How you live with it, how you handle it, how you behave, how you go through the whole situation. Today we will see about memory, the last part. Let's enter into the Sutra. What Patanjali has to do, the Patanjali's idea about memory. Anubhuta Vishaya Asampramosha Smrutihi. Each time I repeat Patanjali's words, I feel it can never be translated. It is filled with so much of meaning, so many different dimensions, so many different angles. It's very difficult to translate. Maybe I can translate one dimension. Whenever we translate these great scriptures, only one dimension can be translated. Only one dimension can be expressed in the translation. I'll give you the translation which expresses one dimension. The recall of mental impressions of past events from the subconscious mind is memory. Anubhuta Vishaya Asampramosha Smritihi. Recall of mental impressions of past events from the subconscious mind is memory. The memory can lead either to suffering or to joy in our day-to-day life. How we use it, how we relate with it, how we connect with it, how we respond to it. The memory is responsible for your spontaneity, decision making. I can say anything available to you in the outer world, memory is responsible. Whether your medicines or research and development done in all the fields of the outer world, it's because of memory. And the same way, all sufferings, all psychological disorders. In Sanskrit, we have a beautiful word, bhava roga, means the birth itself is a disease. Including the disease of birth. For everything, this memory is responsible. This memory is responsible for all the joys, all the things which you enjoy in the outer world. Same way, the same memory is responsible for all the sufferings you go through in the inner world. One more thing you need to understand. Memory is responsible for all the joys you experience in the outer world. And not using the memory is responsible for all the sufferings you go through in the outer world. Same way, all the disturbances you go through in the inside is because of constant using of memory. All the joy you will experience inside if you are away from memory. Please understand the paradox. In the outer world, using memory brings comforts, luxury, things you need. But not using memory brings suffering, absent-mindedness, disturbance. In the inner world, using memory brings all kinds of problems. Relaxing from memory brings tremendous joy and peace. In Sanskrit, we have a beautiful word, throbhava, means hiding, making you forget. This is described as one of the actions of God. Making you forget is supposed to be one of the actions of God. God is doing 5 actions. 1, creation, and sustaining, and destroying, making you forget, and giving you enlightenment. You may think, why God should do the act of making me forget things? Why should He take away memory from me? The other day, one guy came to me and asked, Swamiji, please give me some technique that I should be able to remember all my past lives. In Kalpataru program. Kalpataru is supposed to be the program. Whatever people ask, they have to experience. I said, do you know the side effect or after effects of what you are asking? He said, I want to know all my past births, Swamiji. I want to know where I was, what I was doing and everything. I asked him, first of all, why did you come for this meditation program? To find peace, Swamiji. I asked him, what is your age? He said, 42, Swamiji. These last 42 years' memories are not letting you to be in peace. Understand, you are not able to handle just the 42 years' memories. If suddenly the past life memories are awakened inside you, and 2-3 more births, it means almost like maybe 200 years. Or 300 years. What will happen? We will go crazy. We will become mad. That is the reason inside we have an automatic mechanism. Once it reaches certain load, automatically it unclutches. It just disconnects and it goes to archives. It is not available to you directly. I can say there are 3 levels of memories. The files which you have on your table, which you handle every day. You know who is your wife, who is your son, who is your daughter, who is your mother, and who is your boss. The relationships which you maintain, the place where you live, the files which are directly connected to your day-to-day routine. There are memories which are in the cupboard, inside your office, which are in your cupboard. If you want, you can retrieve them. It's like the friends with whom you spent your time 10 years before, or the vacation which you went 5 years before. If you want, you can bring them, but it will not be continuously available on the table. That's the second kind of memory. The third, which is in archives room, you can't access without a special key meditation techniques. That's a past birth. Once the load becomes too much on the table, there is automatic system to move the files automatically to the archives room. That is what we call throbhava. Reducing the load on your consciousness. Please understand, the modern day psychology and psychotherapy, all of them look too small in front of Patanjali. in front of his depth and his clarity and his vision, I am surprised he is able to penetrate, describe, give solution for all modern day men problems. Usually whenever a society, a civilization reaches a level of sophistication, only then men face many psychological problems. If civilization has not evolved to that level, he will not have psychological problems, he will be stuck with the physiological problems. See, psychological problems are luxury. No, really. Only if you have too much you can afford. Otherwise you can't afford psychological problems. That is why all evolved or developed civilizations are only suffering with psychological problems. Otherwise you can't afford to have these problems. Even you can't afford even to have physiological problems. So where is the time and energy to go on, sit and brood about psychological problems? What is psychological problems? If you describe detail, if you look little deep, whenever you see an ad in the TV about a new psychological problem, you always feel with you, do I have? And the symptoms are also explained in a very broad way. In India, the astrologers will predict your future. The newspapers and the TVs, they will give predictions. It will be told in a very broad way. This week, you may not have sufferings with money. Your wife may not listen to you. If she listens, how can she be called as wife? They will give you predictions in a very broad way. Students need to put little more energy on their studies. Naturally, what will you do? You will start comparing. I think it matches me. It will be told in a way, with the words, anybody can make anything out of it. It's a technique actually. It's a very powerful technique. It has to be very generalized, and same way anybody wants, he can pick up and connect with himself. Same way, here I have seen these TV ads for psychological problems, even physical problems. The other day I was reading an article. It says, any psychiatric disorder, you create a symptom and the whole system announce about that problem, publicize about that problem, you have people who are having that problem. How come? How come it is happening? Any problem you announce, you have people. Actually what happens when you announce some 2-3 symptoms, constant irritation for last 1 week, emotional outburst 3 times a week. You give this kind of symptoms. What do you do first thing when you listen to the symptoms? I think in that 4 symptoms I may be having 1. Should I check once with the doctor? One side of the mind says, no, I am okay, everything is okay. Slowly when you listen to the same advertisement next time, I think, why take risk? Better let's check once with the doctor. And when you listen to the same advertisement 3rd time, you are almost ready. I think not only 1 symptom, I can say even for the 2nd question, yes. When you go for some test, by the time you finish all the medical routine, you feel you will say yes for all the 4 symptoms. It is just luxury. You need to constantly brood over it. Otherwise you can't create psychiatric troubles, psychological problems, psychiatric disorders. I am surprised. 5,000 years ago, Patanjali is able to look into the problems of developed civilizations. I don't think India had all these problems 5,000 years ago. Even though it was a developed civilization in a different way, but he was able to penetrate and look into the human consciousness and see what all can come, what all can happen. I can say Patanjali is the oldest book, oldest scripture which is relevant to largest number of modern men in the planet Earth. Please understand. Oldest book which is relevant to the largest crowd in the civilized world. Other day I was reading the Times magazine which says one among the 4 Americans some way, directly or indirectly, practice some form of yoga. Of course, we have thousands of forms of yoga now, super deluxe Kundalini yoga. I was shocked when I read the names. All kinds of deluxe, super deluxe, all kinds of power, so many varieties of yoga, so many brands of yoga. Anyhow, he is the father of all those brands. Fortunately, he is not seeing all his brands. Largest practiced spiritual master is Patanjali. See, there are many religious leaders, spiritual masters in the planet Earth. People read about them, listen about them, but never practice. But Patanjali is the largest practiced spiritual master, religious leader in the planet Earth, because he is very straight, he is very practical, he is very scientific, and he can solve modern men's problem. He is for this civilization. He goes to the depth of all difficulties, problems which human beings are facing. The memory, his description about memory, please understand. I'll repeat the description once more. Anubhutaha Vishayaha Sampramoshaha Smritihi. I'll give exact translation. I wanted the Sanskrit sutras to be recorded so that if I have missed some dimensions of translations, people who watch can understand the original concept. The recall of mental impressions of past events from the subconscious mind is memory. I can say this is a source of all good things and bad things. All scientific research can happen only based on memory. Only based on memory. You need a memory to do all the analysis and see the result and do further research and development and see the result and see the further research and development and see the result. For all research and development, whether it is in the medical field or in the field of construction or in the field of flying or in the field of administration or in the field of execution, any field it may be, the memory is a base. The more memory you store it and make it available for you, you are a leader. That's all. Leader is a person who can handle large quantity of memory with a very sharp quality of presence. Sometimes people have large quantity of memory, but they can't retrieve with a sharp quality. Sometimes people have a sharp quality of retrieving, but they don't have large quantity. I can say memory is responsible for what you are. Remembering or forgetting, both may be, but memory Smritihi, what Patanjali calls as Smritihi, is responsible for what you are, how you are talking, how you are behaving, the way you are behaving, how you are living, the way you are living, why you are living, the way you are living. For everything, how you are behaving, why you are behaving, the way you are behaving, for everything, memory is responsible. If it is used properly, if it is retrieved properly, if it is lived properly, it brings so much of joy, comfort. I can say this is the definition of leader. Leader is a person who can retrieve, who has access to large quantity of memory with a sharp quality of remembrance. The difference between you and the other person, difference between doctor and a lawyer, lawyer and an engineer, engineer and an accountant is only memory, nothing else. Who you are, what you are, why you are, is all because of memory. I have a lot of stories about memory and how people deal and live with memory. Maybe I'll give you one story from about how you can repeat and use the memory in a wrong way. 3 engineers and 2 accountants are traveling in the train. 2 accountants are talking how the train tickets are very expensive. 3 engineers say, no, we take only 1 ticket and all of us share because train tickets are too expensive and we always travel in this train. These accountants, being accountants, they asked, how are you managing? The ticket checker comes, what do you do? This guy said, just see the drama. And a TT comes, these guys get into the restroom. TT goes over the restroom and knocks, ticket. One arm comes out of the door and gives the ticket. That guy goes. These 2 accountants are very impressed by the whole scene. Next time, when they were coming back, these 2 accountants did the same thing. Both of them got only 1 ticket. These 3 engineers did not even buy 1 ticket. The accountants warned them, hey, without even having 1 ticket, it's not going to do. Engineers said, just wait and see. We know how to manage. TT came. First, both accountants ran into the restroom. The engineers waited. After 2 minutes, one engineer went and knocked the door and asked ticket. The guy opened and gave the ticket. Now you know the rest of the story. Memory. Sometimes we think repeating is memory. No. Repeating is not smriti. Please understand. Remembrance and handling. Handling is more important. Solutions can never be memorized and repeated. It has to be spontaneous. Many times, people get into trouble by trying to repeat or reenact other solutions. The memory, I can say, the best way to use the memories. When it comes to outer world, use it more and more and more. When it comes to inner world, unclutch from it more and more and more. This is the sutra, this is the rule, this is the thumb rule. When it comes to outer world, use it more and more and more. When it comes to inner world, unclutch from it more and more and more. When you unclutch from the memory, relax from the memories, in the inner world, the tremendous energy of spontaneity, responding to a situation spontaneously, being in the present will start happening. Grace, there is a beautiful word, Sanskrit word, mahima. Mahima means grace. The mahima happens to you when you are unclutching from the memory. When you unclutch from memory, the grace starts happening inside you. Means wherever you go, whatever you do, a tremendous feeling security starts radiating around you, starts happening inside you. Please understand, only a person who feels completely secured can unclutch from his memory. Only a person who can unclutch from his memory can feel completely secured. All over the world, I am continuously giving discourses. Every day, if you see the website, you will see somewhere or other I am speaking. And I have only sutras in front of me. This book is just sutras, nothing else. Sutras and some stories, means jokes, just to share with you. No other hints. People ask me many times. This book has only, the sutra also I bring the same sutra. I bring it so that verbatim I repeat. Sometimes people think sutra also I am making it. No, I am talking from the original sutras. People ask me, how do you speak, Swami? Continuously, without any preparation or hints or notes. Last 6 years of my public life, I have spoken at most 5,000 hours. Only when I speak on the scriptures, I even keep these sutras. People ask me. All I tell them is only one thing. Somehow, fortunately, I learnt how to unclutch from memories. How to unclutch from memories. I have a story about this discourse, lectures. This guy, a very popular speaker, he gets into the stage, gives his discourse. When he comes down, wife calls him. How was the discourse? How did you feel? This guy asks, which discourse you are asking? Wife asked, what? You gave only one discourse. What do you mean by which discourse? This guy said, no, there is 3. One which I prepared, one which I delivered, third one I was thinking I should have delivered. When you are not able to unclutch from memory, you will be constantly suffering with these 3 problems, not only in public discourse, even while you handle your friends. When you go to meet your friends, even if they are close friends, while you are driving the car, you are preparing your lecture. What you should tell, and if she responds in this way, what you should tell, and if she talks in that way, what you should tell. Almost you have prepared some 30 sentences, statements. When you go on land, she just changes her third statement, you are at loss. Because you prepared in a different direction. She is taking the whole conversation in different direction. Now you are at loss. Please understand. Sometimes, too much being dependent on memory, we become sterile, dead. The life is lost. The so-called education The education which happens to you, please understand, I am using the word happens to you because I feel sometimes it is an accident. I feel so fortunate. I did not go to proper school. I could retain my intelligence. No, really. Even the people who don't accept the ideas I am teaching, they are surprised by my memory and ability to recall things and present it properly. Even my distractors, they accept one thing non-controversially, my amazing intelligence and memory. I tell them, all because I did not go to proper school, that your regular college, that regular university. I kept myself out of it. Now the big problem, our regular universities and colleges are teaching you how to gather more and more memory, but they don't teach you how to unclutch from it when you don't need, and how to handle it when you really need. That knowledge is never delivered to you. Please understand. That's the worst thing done to you. It's like you are taught how to eat, but you are not taught how to clean your stomach or how to be away from it whenever needed. It's like I can say, slow poison. So much of memory is put inside your system. Sometimes you can't retrieve when you want. Sometimes you are overcrowded by it when you don't want. I can say all problems, all disturbances, anything, whatever you think as problem, including physical problems. Please understand, including physical diseases. When I use the word, I mean it. Including physical disorders, because most of our physical disorders are from psychosomatic problems. Even they are because of unable to handle this one concept, memory, this one truth, memory. Constantly we are struggling, we are suffering with memory. When it comes to outer world, knowing how to handle more and more. When it comes to inner world, knowing how to unclutch more and more. I can say from my own experience, the more you unclutch, more memories are available to you without disturbance. Please understand. You need to understand deeper truths of memory. Real deeper truths of memory, because unable to handle memory not only creates problems in the young age, it creates too difficult, complicated problems in the old age. In the old age, you are filled with too many memories. That is why whenever you sit with an elderly person, he starts, in 1962 when I was in army. You can't help. Because he is loaded with it. His inner space is filled with it. What else he can do? And it is overflowing. Unfortunately, nobody is there to listen. Unfortunately, nobody is there to listen. Please, can you stop photographing? It attracts others' attention unnecessarily. You don't know how to handle. You don't know what is going on inside. Another one big important thing we need to understand, some memories, when it comes up, the hurt or the pain, suffering is so much, you strongly, subconsciously decide not to remember memories, not to remember the things. When you again and again subconsciously decide to forget things, you land in Alzheimer's. Please understand, Alzheimer's is very closely connected. Your strong subconscious decision to forget things. It's a very complicated phenomena, memory. That is why Patanjali handles this in a beautiful sutra. He goes on speaking about this memory even further in the next few sutras. Not immediately, in different chapters. In different chapters, he speaks about memory. He explains how to handle. See, the memory can be used either to liberate you from all the sufferings or to put you in all kinds of difficulties. For one example, if you are hurt by somebody wearing white dress in a particular place, whenever you cross that place, you will remember the same pain, even though you know that person is not there. Or whenever you see the person with the same dress, even though you know the person is not the same, the dress may be same, person is not same, you have that same pain inside you. Many times, when you don't want to remember, memories comes up. Many times, when you want to remember, memories do not come up. The other day, one university professor was telling me, Swamiji, it takes 3 hours for me to prepare 45 minutes this lecture. And after that, I am always stressed when I am presenting that lecture to my students, whether I am remembering all the points or not. But how come you are so casual, free, wherever you go? He attended some of my discourses. Wherever you go, I am seeing you are just constantly expressing for hours together. How is it happening? I told him, fortunately, I don't remember things. That is the truth. Fortunately, I learned the technique of unclutching. Please understand, when you learn the technique of unclutching, the quantity of memory available to you, the quality to retrieve, both are just, I can say, increased, not few persons, not in the percentage level. It just explodes, maybe few hundred times. If you understand this science, you will understand much deeply what I am trying to express. In your hardware, in your hard disk, in your computer, if you store high resolution pictures, you can store only few pictures. And retrieving also takes too much of time. You will have to be sitting with that clock, wait. Retrieving is also too difficult. You can store only few, and retrieving is also difficult. It takes time. But if everything is Word document in your hard disk, you can store a lot. Retrieving also will be very easy. How to make high resolution pictures which are there in your hard disk into a Word document? That is the whole technique. See, what is high resolution picture? Inside your hard disk, the pictures which are too much affecting you, disturbing you emotionally, which are stored inside you with a lot of emotional connections. That is what is high resolution picture. High resolution picture means which are taking too much of your inner space. For example, your relationships. Even remembering once a strong emotional connection, love or hatred. So much of your inner space is occupied by that person's picture. The moment you remember the person, you can see 1,000 thoughts about that person will come up. Whether love or hatred, 1,000 thoughts will come up. Means high resolution picture. If you can store files without emotional attachment, the ability to store and ability to retrieve both are tremendously increased. That is what I am saying. If you can constantly unclutch from memories, everything is converted into a Word document. All high-res pictures are in the form of Word document. If you are constantly clutched, even Word documents become high-resolution pictures. Even Word document becomes high-resolution picture. Your hard disk is full just with few documents. See your life. That is what is happening. If you have lot of clutched memories, even little memory is enough to bring pain, suffering, torture to your life. A normal middle class man is tired just by handling 10-12 relationships. If he handles just 10-12 relationships in a day, he is tired. You can see, morning 9 o'clock you go and sit in the office, by 11, if you handle 10-12 people, you have shoulder pain, you are stressed out. And another one big problem, we have all these negative words inside us as a strong high-res pictures. I am burnt out. Too much is in my plate. I can't do further. I am saved. I feel I am blessed that I am born and brought up in Indian villages. I did not learn all these words. All these words are inside you as a high-res pictures. Once they are retrieved, once they pop up, you are gone. You are gone. The whole day is gone. The whole secret is how to convert high-res pictures into Word document. The secret is unclutch. Whenever high-res pictures are getting downloaded, whenever you are stressed, you see that wait time is what I call stressed moments. High-res pictures are getting flooded inside your system. Use those moments to unclutch. Again and again, unclutch. Whenever the pain or pleasures related to emotions, related to memories are happening, unclutch, unclutch, unclutch. First few times you will find it little difficult. You may think, oh God, how can this happen? How will I be able to unclutch? It is too much. Because first time you unclutch, you will be lost. You will not be able to do it. First few times it really takes your effort. You say, no, it is not possible, it cannot happen. No, relax. The next sutra, beautifully Patanjali explains. Very powerful sutra. The next sutra is about the solution. Relaxing from these thought patterns through constant and intensive practice of unclutching. Please understand, constant and intensive, that is what Patanjali gives as a solution. First, I want you to understand all the problems created by memory. How remembrance creates, the memory creates good things in the outer world and how it creates bad things in the inner world. Sometimes people ask me, if we don't remember anything in the inner world, how are we going to maintain our relationships? How are we going to maintain our life? How are we going to live our life? Please understand. If you actually unclutch more and more from the memories inside, the essence, juice of those memories will become part of you. People ask me mainly, if we don't remember our past mistakes, how are we going to develop ourselves? Please understand. By constantly remembering your past mistakes, you will only create guilt. You will not develop yourself. But by unclutching from your past memories, you will assimilate the essence, experience of the mistakes. Please understand. Learning from the past means assimilating. Experience does not mean the number of incidents you go through in your life. It means number of lessons you learned from those incidents. That learning, assimilation itself happens only when you unclutch. Otherwise, you yourself will suspect about you. I have seen people, they remember something, but they have not assimilated. They have not assimilated. One guy calls the mental hospital. Hello, is this the state mental hospital? The other side, they say, yes, it is. This guy asks, can I speak to Mr. Russell in the room 727? The operator, one moment, I'll connect you. She connects, there is a pause. Then she says, I am sorry, Mr. Russell is not answering. This guy says, good, that means I must have really escaped. Understand? You may remember, may not trust. You may remember, may not trust if you are clutched with your memories. Unclutching assimilates. See, there are so many things goes on in your life. So many mistakes you do in your life. Remembering those mistakes are no way going to make you rich. It's only going to create more and more guilt. More and more guilt. No, that is no way going to help you. But unclutching from those memories, suddenly you will see the lessons which you need to learn are assimilated inside you. You are fresh. That juice is already part of becoming your life. The juice which you need to learn from that incident is digested. It has become part of your life by unclutching. You don't have to remember the incident itself. Only thing you need to happen is you need to update yourself from the lessons. You need to upgrade yourself from the lessons. That happens only if you can look into the memory face to face. Many times, you don't want to look into the past incidents or mistakes face to face because it creates so much of pain. Then you try to remember that incident, but unconsciously you are trying to forget the same incident. It's a struggle. It's a struggle. One part of you want to remember the incident so that you will not do the same mistake. The other part of your mind says it doesn't want to remember the incident. So in that struggle you are caught. That is what I call split personality. Split personality is a person who is suffering with his memory. One part of him wants to remember the memory. The other part of him does not want to remember the same memory. Please understand. When you remember the incident itself, You may not be able to update yourself because the incident itself may have joy or memory, joy or pain associated with it. If it is joy, you will start rejoicing. You will just start mentally fantasizing. For example, the vacation which you had with your girlfriend. You may start mentally fantasizing. Sometimes memories are nightmarish. The vacation which you had with your family. So you don't even want to remember. You don't even want to remember. So whether you want, even if you remember with joy or remember with pain, it is not going to add to you. But unclutching, please understand, unclutching from both memories is going to add juice to you. It is going to add juice to you. Each memory, when you unclutch from it, when you relax from it, what needs to happen automatically happens inside you. The classification automatically happens inside you. When I am talking about this memory and spontaneity, so many stories comes up. I can say there is a traffic jam in my throat. All the stories are saying, first let me come out, let me come out. I'll narrate one story. Many times I told this story, but I always feel happy to repeat this story. It's happened when I was a young boy in my native place. I was born and brought up in a very small but spiritual town, which is less than 100,000 population in those days. In India, 100,000 population means it's nothing but a small village, a little bigger village, that's all. 100,000 population is a bigger village. There will be, usually in India, villages or cities or towns, the center there will be huge temple. Around the temple, there will be few streets of houses, that's all. That's a typical village or city in India, especially South India. Almost all, I can say 99% of the South Indian villages and towns are built around the temple. That was our university. That was the university of our culture and our tradition. All the knowledge, life science, everything is protected, preserved, promoted and spread from that universities. The Indian communities, Indian civilization is basically temple-based community. Temple-based community. That is why wherever they go, first thing they do is the temple. First thing they do is the temple. A story inside a story. That, there is one more temple. No, I built that 2 years ago. I got bored with that. Now I built one more. Wherever they go, they may have one house, but they will have two temples. India is temple-based community. I was also born and brought up in a temple-based community, and every year they will have one ceremony of repeating Mahabharata. If you know the Mahabharata story, you can understand this story. Otherwise, you may feel a little difficult to relate with the story. Sorry for it. Mahabharata, they will repeat. Morning they will repeat verbally. Evening they will enact as a drama. A small group of old people. Not professional artists. Small group of old people. Some old men. And one or two small tables. They will get into the stage and shout. There will be no microphone. There will not be any microphones. They will shout. And it's sometimes they will not get female artists. So male themselves, they themselves will have the female dress and makeup and everything. They will act. That day the story was Draupadi Vastrabharana. Means they pulled the cloth of Draupadi in the court to abuse her, to disrespect her. That's the story. As per the story, the man who was dressed as a Draupadi, he was wearing 7 saris, very thin saris. In India, you will get saris which you can fold it and keep it inside a matchbox. Not American size matchbox, Indian size matchbox. You can keep it inside matchbox. That kind of sari. This guy will be wearing 7 saris, and that Duchadana, the character, villain character who is supposed to pull the saris. By the time he pulls the 6th sari, he should act as if he is tired. And that Draupadi, she was supposed to shout, Krishna, come. Then behind the screen, the Krishna will jump into the stage and say, I have come, what do you want? And the villain is supposed to fall, saying that, oh, I am too tired, too much of cloth is coming, by the Krishna's grace. This was the whole scene supposed to be. If you know the scene, if you know the story, you know the scene. That day, the story started. This old man was decorated as a Draupadi. He came. The story went on. The guy, the villain, was pulling the saris. Suddenly he forgot the count. Suddenly he forgot the count. This guy is wearing 7 saris. He is supposed to pull only 6th. 6. This fellow forgot the count. And he is pulling the 7th sari also. That Draupadi, she also lost that coolness. She was supposed to shout Krishna, and Krishna is supposed to come from behind the scene. She started shouting to that fellow, hey, leave me, hey, leave me. And I was sitting there, I couldn't understand what is going on. Morning in the story they told something else, and now something else is happening. And slowly, the backside, Krishna is slowly looking through the screen and waiting. Why still I am not called? Smoking his beedi. Smoking his beedi is just looking through the screen. Why still I am not called? What happened? And this Draupadi also got a little messed up. She is shouting, hey, leave me, hey, leave me. And she started fighting with the villain. And in the whole mess, finally, this villain fellow, that Duchadana, pulled the sari. Now in the stage, Draupadi is standing above the hip, all female dressed. Below the hip, with the trouser, male dressed. Above the hip, all the female dress. Below with all the male dress, that fellow is standing in the stage. The whole crowd is laughing. The whole crowd is laughing. But this guy is so spontaneous. He is not operating from memory. He's a village guy. Beautifully managed the scene. Oh Krishna, because you are not able to come, you changed me from female to male and saved my pride. Understand? He is not operating from memory. He is operating from spontaneity. An educated man can never do this. Because your university will not teach this. Our universities, colleges, the education system, everything teaches how to add memory. How to add memory. Please understand, till human beings are taught how to unclutch from the memory when they don't need or when they need, the psychosomatic problems and psychiatric disorders are not going to leave the planet Earth. I can say maybe it is a plan of psychiatry department and the education system. Now it's like a constantly promote food and produce medicine. That's the same thing. That is why I don't know whether it's a coincidence or not. Around the country, the food and drug is always associated. First you eat this, then we will give you that. Same thing with the education system. The Vedic education system starts with a beautiful concept. It starts, first thing you are taught is unclutching. Please understand. Gayatri initiation, in the Vedic tradition we call, first thing, you are taught how to unclench. At the age of 7, you are not taught how to acquire more and more memories. They say very clearly, you are going to enter into the danger zone of acquiring more memories. You are going to handle more memories. Get ready with your boat, with your protection system. Be ready. First thing they are taught is unclutching. The Gayatri initiation is the technique for unclutching. All you are taught is relax into the consciousness which awakens your super consciousness. So now you are ready to go. Now you can start acquiring more and more memories. Please understand, unless you learn how to unclutch, if you acquire more and more memories, naturally it is going to be load on your system. When it is load, what you need may not enter your system, what you don't need may enter your system, may enter your inner space. Big problem with the truth. It hurts sometimes when it is straight away told. When I am saying our universities, colleges, education system is loading our system, we feel it hurts sometimes. We ask the question, no, Swamiji, that pays our life. We have to remember, then only it will pay for us. I am not saying you don't have to remember. You need to remember when you need to remember. You need to remember only when you need to remember. Not all the moments, all the time. The big problem is you can't remember when you need to remember. Same way, when you don't need to remember, you are flooded with those memories. Please understand. I wanted to tell you a story. When a great king came to invade India, India was invaded thousands of times. Any fool travels that side, tries to invade India. I am surprised. I think they had a big board outside Indian border. Please come and invade us. No, they really had a board, I think. Because the way in which they lived, any fool crosses that side with 4 or 5 soldiers will invade. And he will be successful. That is another one fun. Because all these guys are too busy with the inner science. One nice thing, till our rulers touched our inner science, we never opposed them. Anybody can rule. Nobody bothered. Live, rule, who cares? Come on, take this place also, this palace also. Who wants to take all the risk of administration, accounting, maintenance, soldiers and all that? You do whatever you want. Just don't disturb me when I am meditating. Just don't create sound when I am meditating. That's all I want. That's a psychology. This guy was told by his teacher, when you come back, please bring the Vedas from India. So he started collecting. I think Alexander, if I am not wrong, Alexander. This guy started collecting something like 4,000 boxes. More than 200 ships are filled. Suddenly he came to know that only 1/10 of the Vedas are this luggage. This luggage is only 1/10, one branch. Then he said, then it is impractical. How can I take the whole Vedas back? My teacher asked me to bring Vedas. One Brahmin priest, he laughed and said, fool, you could have told. You need Vedas. I would have just sent 2 of my disciples, he would have repeated the whole thing. You don't need to carry all these palm leaves. You don't need to carry all these collections. If you want to collect and take it, I don't know how many thousands of ships you may need. That's impossible. Relax from the idea. Just I will send you 2 of my disciples. That is what has actually happened. Just he sent 2 disciples. Why 2, you know? 1 to recite and 1 to write, that's all. Otherwise, 1 guy can remember the whole thing. You don't even need 2 persons. Millions and millions of lines. I want you to know, still, Vedas are the largest poems. Mahabharata is the longest poem in the planet Earth. 100,000 slokas, 100,000 couplets. Still Mahabharata is the longest poem. Nobody is able to beat Mahabharata. Still nobody is able to write longer than Mahabharata. Mahabharata is only one part of our literature, not even part of Shruti, Vedas. It's part of Smriti, Puranas. In Puranas, 18 are there. In the 18, one is Mahabharata. Just 2 Brahmins, they go and recite the whole thing. This guy was shocked. He said, how come? How is it possible? These Vedic scholars, they say, first thing, because we are taught to unclutch when we start collecting memories. They know how to convert everything into a Word document and store in their hard disk. They don't carry high resolution pictures. There is no high resolution pictures. It's all Word document. In the other way, the memory collection education system, look at this system. People are becoming more and more specialized. Why, you know? They can't handle more memories. Earlier, in India and all, only 1 doctor for eye, ears, nose, everything, whole body. By and by I saw the developed countries, ENT separate, eyes separate, teeth, dentist separate, ears, the lungs separate, heart separate. Now, right eye separate, left eye separate. In the dentistry also, there are so many branches. Why specialization? Because you are afraid that you may not be able to handle all the information. Specialization means what? You are limiting the informations you are handling. You are afraid. No, if I remember constantly about teeth, I may not be able to remember about the lungs. If I remember constantly about the heart, I may not be able to remember about the stomach. Means the ability to keep the files on the table is drastically reduced. The ability to retrieve the file with the quality is drastically reduced. Please understand, 2 different education systems. The education system based on memory, the education system based on unclutching. The Vedic education system, the moment they start, they teach you unclutching. The amount of memory available to you and ability to retrieve is unimaginable. Still I can say, the Brahmin priests, the Vedic scholars, the ability to repeat is unimaginable. I myself experimented with this teaching through unclutching with our Gurukul kids. We have a Gurukul for our brahmacharis and for kids. I started sharing this technology of unclutching, the Vedic technology. You will be surprised the memory of the kids and memory of the brahmacharis. All I tell them is unclutch after studying, unclutch after studying. It looks paradox. People think if I unclutch, I will forget. What will happen? No, you won't. It will become Word document and get stored in you. When you study, when you collect memory, it's a high resolution picture because your memories, your emotions are attached to it. When you unclutch from it, it's compressed. It becomes Word document and gets into your system. And you have intelligence and clarity, efficiency to retrieve when you need. Not only that, the consciousness, the mind available to you to retrieve the memory will also be very sharp. It will be very sharp. It's like applying oil in your hand before opening the jackfruit. If you are not unclutching, if you are not applying the oil and open the jackfruit, your whole hand will be stuck with that gum. You will not be able to retrieve exactly what you want to retrieve. Your smriti, your chitta, your memory file is that like the jackfruit. Not only jackfruit, it's a Pandora box. When you open, you don't know what will come out. You open for some purpose and something else comes out. And you are caught with that. So unclutching, please understand, if you want to remember something, all you need to do is just for a few moments unclutch. Your whole hands, you will apply consciousness, means oil, and you will open the jackfruit, you will not be stuck. You will retrieve the right file rightly without getting affected by it, without getting attached to it, without bringing suffering by it. If you are not unclutched, if you are clutched, any simple memory can lead to more and more suffering, more and more torture, more and more disturbance and distraction. The essence I wanted to share with you when it comes to external world, memory is perfectly all right. It pays your bills. It brings you paycheck. It makes you productive. It makes you part of civilization. It makes you feel comfortable with outer world. Perfectly all right. But when it comes to the inner world, constantly try to unclutch. Try to be in the zone of beyond memory. Please understand, not below memory. I am not asking you to be absent-minded. No. I am not asking you to be absent-minded. Many times we start being in the level of absent-mindedness and we think that is the solution. No. One guy goes to the doctor does all the checkup thoroughly and he says, I think you are going to live only for 1 month. This guy asks, is there any other solution? Can you give some solution? He says, go to a spa and have mud bath every day. This guy asks, that will cure me. No, you may get used to be inside graveyard or dirt. You may get used how to be inside graveyard. Understand, many times, being absent-minded, we think as unclutching. No, that is not solution. You may get used to be there, but that is not going to be solution. Being above mind, unclutching will put you above the mind. Unclutching will put you above the mind. With unclutching, 2 things will happen. You will remember whatever need to remember, and you will be able to forget whatever need not be remembered. The big problem with our life, very big problem with our life is whenever solution is told, one part of you feel good, yes, great solution. One part of you says, no, I don't think it is going to work out for me. I don't think it is going to work out for me. We always have this confusion. If you have the confusion, it may not work out for me. Just experiment. for next few days. All I am asking you is experiment with this idea of next 10 days. Constantly try to unclutch. Try to unclutch. Surely, next 10 days, within 10 days, your life will not become a mess. Experiment. And we have already created a big mess. We have created a big mess. Nothing more can be done in just 10 days. You don't need to bother so much. Just experiment with 10 days with the simple truth. Constantly trying to unclutch. Unclutch means not connecting with your memory. Not connecting with your memory. Whenever thoughts rise, remember to unclutch and relax. Remember to unclutch and relax. Then naturally your mind will say, I am unclutching, unclutching, unclutching. Unclutch from that idea also. And relax. You may say, then what should I do? Unclutch from that idea also. You may feel bored. Unclutch from that idea. Again and again come back to the silence which is inside you. First time when you unclutch, 2 minutes, 2 seconds you may be silent. Then again a thought will rise. Again unclutch. Then 3-4 seconds you may be silent. Again a thought will rise. Again unclutch. Then few more seconds you may be silent. Again unclutch. Can you be seated? Please, can you? Again unclutch. Again there will be few more seconds of gap. Understand? By more and more time you unclutch, the number of times you are unclutching is increased. The gap between the thoughts will increase. After 25-30 times of unclutching, suddenly you will see the gap between one thought and the other thought will become 10-20 seconds. Relax into that gaps is what I call living enlightenment. Living enlightenment. Relaxing into that gap. Resting into that gap. Living inside that gap. Not being affected by the memory. Not being disturbed by the memory. Not being disturbed by the good news and the bad news which is brought to your inner space. See, your inner space is such, constantly your memory tells some good news and bad news. That's your life. Your life is nothing but a chain of good news and bad news you receive from your memory. Nothing else. So unclutch from your good news and bad news. The good news and bad news which constantly comes up, unclutch from it. I have a story about this good news and bad news. A painter got a call from the gallery that was showing his work. The gallery owner said, I have a good news and bad news. The painter says, first tell me the good news. The gallery owner says, a fellow came in this morning and asked if your work is the kind of that would increase in value after the artist's death. There are some paintings. After artists die, the value will increase. The gallery owner said yes, and that guy bought all 15 paintings. This painter asked, then what else can be the bad news? This is such a good news. The gallery owner says, he is your doctor. Constantly, good news and bad news is told to you by your memory. Unclutch. Next 11 days try. Try to unclutch from this good news and bad news. See what happens to your system. See the intelligence awakening in your system. You will see the ultimate intelligence gets awakened in your system. The ultimate pure energy starts flowing inside your inner consciousness. understand the Sutra, the essence of Patanjali. I am giving you the essence of whatever I expressed. Anubhuta Vishaya Asampramosha Smritihi. Anubhuta Vishaya Asampramosha Smritihi. Please understand. The recall of mental impressions of past events from the subconscious mind is memory. He already explained in the previous sutras. This can lead to pain or joy. So, memory, when it is used in the outer world, can bring more and more joy and comforts. If you unclutch from the inner world, it can bring more and more peace and bliss in the inner world. So, learn more and more unclutching. You will be able to remember better and better way and in a right way. That is what Buddha calls right remembrance. Right remembrance. Let you all have right remembrance and live, radiate living enlightenment. Let you all be Jivan Muktas. Let you all have right remembrance and live Jivan Mukti. Let you all achieve and radiate eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you.
Introduction to Book 1 of the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, the Book of the Spiritual Man, an interpretation by Charles Johnston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maggie Russell, New York, New York. The Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, the Book of the Spiritual Man. An interpretation by Charles Johnston. Bengal Civil Service, retired. Indian Civil Service, Sanskrit prizeman. Dublin University, Sanskrit prizeman. The Yoga Sutras of Patanjali are in themselves exceedingly brief, less than 10 pages of large type in the original. Yet they contain the essence of practical wisdom, set forth in admirable order and detail. The theme, if the present interpreter be right, is the great regeneration, the birth of the spiritual from the psychical man, the same theme which Paul so wisely and eloquently set forth in writing to his disciples in Corinth, the theme of all mystics in all lands. We think of ourselves as living a purely physical life, in these material bodies of ours. In reality, we have gone far indeed from pure physical life. For ages, our life has been psychical. We have been centered and immersed in the psychic nature. Some of the schools of India say that the psychic nature is, as it were, a looking-glass, wherein are mirrored the things seen by the physical eyes and heard by the physical ears. But this is a magic mirror. The images remain and take a certain life of their own. Thus, within the psychic realm of our life, there grows up an imaged world wherein we dwell, a world of the images of things seen and heard, and therefore a world of memories, a world also of hopes and desires, of fears and regrets. Mental life grows up among these images, built on a measuring and comparing, on the massing of images together into general ideas, on the abstraction of new notions and images from these, till a new world is built up within, full of desires and hates, ambition, envy, longing, speculation, curiosity, self-will, self-interest. The teaching of the East is that all these are true powers overlaid by false desires, that though in manifestation psychical, they are in essence spiritual, that the psychical man is the veil and prophecy of the spiritual man. The purpose of life, therefore, is the realizing of that prophecy, the unveiling of the immortal man, the birth of the spiritual from the psychical, whereby we enter our divine inheritance and come to inhabit eternity. This is indeed salvation, the purpose of all true religion in all times. Patanjali has in mind the spiritual man to be born from the psychical. His purpose is to set in order the practical means for the unveiling and regeneration, and to indicate the fruit, the glory, and the power of that new birth. Through the sutras of the first book, Patanjali is concerned with the first great problem, the emergence of the spiritual man from the veils and meshes of the psychic nature, the moods and vestures of the mental and emotional man. Later will come the consideration of the nature and powers of the spiritual man once he stands clear of the psychic veils and trammels, and a view of the realms in which these new spiritual powers are to be revealed. At this point may come a word of explanation. I have been asked why I use the word sutras for these rules of Patanjali's system, when the word aphorism has been connected with them in our minds for a generation. The reason is this. The name aphorism suggests, to me at least, a pithy sentence of very general application, a piece of proverbial wisdom that may be quoted in a good many sets of circumstances, and which will almost bear on its face the evidence of its truth. But with a sutra the case is different. It comes from the same root as the word so, and means indeed a thread, suggesting therefore a close-knit, consecutive chain of argument. Not only has each sutra a definite place in the system, but further, taken out of this place it will be almost meaningless, and will by no means be self-evident. So I have thought best to adhere to the original word. The sutras of Patanjali are as closely knit together, as dependent on each other as the propositions of Euclid, and can no more be taken out of their proper setting. In the second part of the first book, the problem of the emergence of the spiritual man is further dealt with. We are led to the consideration of the barriers to his emergence, of the overcoming of the barriers, and of certain steps and stages in the ascent from the ordinary consciousness of practical life to the finer, deeper, radiant consciousness of the spiritual man. End of introduction to Book 1 of the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, the Book of the Spiritual Man. An interpretation by Charles Johnston. Recording by Maggie Russell, New York, New York. Book 1, Sutras 1 to 29 of the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, the Book of the Spiritual Man. An interpretation by Charles Johnston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maggie Russell, New York, New York. The Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, the Book of the Spiritual Man. An interpretation by Charles Johnston. Book 1, Sutras 1 to 29. Sutra 1. Om. Here follows instruction in union. Union, here as always in the scriptures of India, means union of the individual soul with the oversoul, of the personal consciousness with the divine consciousness, whereby the mortal becomes immortal and enters the eternal. Therefore salvation is, first, freedom from sin and the sorrow which comes from sin, and then a divine and eternal well-being, wherein the soul partakes of the being, the wisdom, and glory of God. Sutra 2. Union, spiritual consciousness, is gained through control of the versatile psychic nature. The goal is the full consciousness of the spiritual man, illumined by the divine light. Nothing except the obdurate resistance of the psychic nature keeps us back from the goal. The psychical powers are spiritual powers run wild, perverted, drawn from their proper channel. Therefore, our first task is to regain control of this perverted nature, to chasten, purify, and restore the misplaced powers. Sutra 3. Then the seer comes to consciousness in his proper nature. Egotism is but the perversion of spiritual being. Ambition is the inversion of spiritual power. Passion is the distortion of love. The mortal is the limitation of the immortal. When these false images give place to true, then the spiritual man stands forth luminous as the sun when the clouds disperse. Sutra 4. Heretofore the seer has been enmeshed in the activities of the psychic nature. The power and life which are the heritage of the spiritual man have been caught and enmeshed in psychical activities. Instead of pure being in the divine, there has been fretful, combative egotism, its hand against every man. Instead of the light of pure vision, there have been restless senses and imaginings. Instead of spiritual joy, the undivided joy of pure being, there has been self-indulgence of body and mind. These are all real forces, but distorted from their true nature and goal. They must be extricated, like gems from the matrix, like the pith from the reed, steadily, without destructive violence. Spiritual powers are to be drawn forth from the psychic meshes. Sutra 5. The psychic activities are 5. They are either subject or not subject to the 5 hindrances. See Book 2, Sutra 3. The psychic nature is built up through the image-making power, the power which lies behind and dwells in mind pictures. These pictures do not remain quiescent in the mind. They are kinetic, restless, stimulating to new acts. Thus, the mind image of an indulgence suggests and invites to a new indulgence. The picture of past joy is framed in regrets or hopes. And there is the ceaseless play of the desire to know, to penetrate to the essence of things, to classify. This, too, busies itself ceaselessly with the mind images, so that we may classify the activities of the psychic nature thus. Sutra 6. These activities are sound intellection, unsound intellection, predication, sleep, memory. We have here a list of mental and emotional powers, of powers that picture and observe, and of powers that picture and feel. But the power to know and feel is spiritual and immortal. What is needed is not to destroy it, but to raise it from the psychical to the spiritual realm. Sutra 7. The elements of sound intellection are direct observation, inductive reason, and trustworthy testimony. Each of these is a spiritual power, thinly veiled. Direct observation is the outermost form of the soul's pure vision. Inductive reason rests on the great principles of continuity and correspondence, and these on the supreme truth that all life is of the One. Trustworthy testimony, the sharing of one soul in the wisdom of another, rests on the ultimate oneness of all souls. Sutra 8. Unsound intellection is false understanding, not resting on a perception of the true nature of things. When the object is not truly perceived, when the observation is inaccurate and faulty, thought or reasoning based on that mistaken perception is of necessity false and unsound. Sutra 9. Predication is carried on through words or thoughts not resting on an object perceived. The purpose of this sutra is to distinguish between the mental process of predication and observation, induction, or testimony. Predication is the attribution of a quality or action to a subject by adding to it a predicate. In the sentence, "The man is wise," the man is the subject. "Is wise" is the predicate. This may be simply an interplay of thoughts, without the presence of the object thought of, or the things thought of may be imaginary or unreal, while observation, induction, and testimony always go back to an object. Sutra 10. Sleep is the psychic condition which rests on mind states, all material things being absent. In waking life, we have two currents of perception, an outer current of physical things seen and heard and perceived, an inner current of mind images and thoughts. The outer current ceases in sleep. The inner current continues, and watching the mind images float before the fields of consciousness, we dream. Even when there are no dreams, there is still a certain consciousness in sleep, so that on waking one says, "I have slept well," or "I have slept badly." Sutra 11. Memory is holding to mind images of things perceived without modifying them. Here, as before, the mental power is explained in terms of mind images, which are the material of which the psychic world is built. Therefore the sages teach that the world of our perception, which is indeed a world of mind images, is but the wraith or shadow of the real and everlasting world. In this sense, memory is but the psychical inversion of the spiritual, ever-present vision. That which is ever before the spiritual eye of the seer needs not to be remembered. Sutra 12. The control of these psychic activities comes through the right use of the will and through ceasing from self-indulgence. If these psychical powers and energies, even such evil things as passion and hate and fear, are but spiritual powers fallen and perverted, how are we to bring about their release and restoration? Two means are presented to us. the awakening of the spiritual will, and the purification of mind and thought. Sutra 13. The right use of the will is the steady effort to stand in spiritual being. We have thought of ourselves, perhaps, as creatures moving upon this earth rather helpless, at the mercy of storm and hungers and our enemies. We are to think of ourselves as immortals, dwelling in the light, encompassed and sustained by spiritual powers. This steady effort to hold this thought will awaken dormant and unrealized powers, which will unveil to us the nearness of the eternal. Sutra 14. This becomes a firm resting place when followed long, persistently, with earnestness. We must seek spiritual life in conformity with the laws of spiritual life, with earnestness, humility, gentle charity, which is an acknowledgement of the one soul within us all. Only through obedience to that shared life, through perpetual remembrance of our oneness with all divine being, our nothingness apart from divine being, can we enter our inheritance. Sutra 15. Ceasing from self-indulgence is conscious mastery over the thirst for sensuous pleasure, here or hereafter. Rightly understood, the desire for sensation is the desire of being, the distortion of the soul's eternal life. The lust of sensual stimulus and excitation rests on the longing to feel one's life keenly, to gain the sense of being really alive. This sense of true life comes only with the coming of the soul, and the soul comes only in silence, after self-indulgence has been courageously and loyally stilled through reverence before the coming soul. Sutra 16. The consummation of this is freedom from thirst for any mode of psychical activity, through the establishment of the spiritual man. In order to gain a true understanding of this teaching, study must be supplemented by devoted practice, faith by works. The reading of the words will not avail. There must be a real effort to stand as the soul, a real ceasing from self-indulgence. With the awakening of the spiritual will and purification will come at once the growth of the spiritual man and our awakening consciousness as the spiritual man. And this, attained in even a small degree, will help us notably in our contest. To him that hath shall be given. Sutra 17. Meditation with an object follows these stages. First, exterior examining, then interior judicial action, then joy, then realization of individual being. In the practice of meditation, a beginning may be made by fixing the attention upon some external object, such as a sacred image or picture, or a part of a book of devotion. In the second stage, one passes from the outer object to an inner pondering upon its lessons. The third stage is the inspiration, the heightening of the spiritual will which results from this pondering. The fourth stage is the realization of one's spiritual being, as enkindled by this meditation. Sutra 18. After the exercise of the will has stilled the psychic activities, meditation rests only on the fruit of former meditations. In virtue of continued practice and effort, the need of an external object on which to rest the meditation is outgrown. An interior state of spiritual consciousness is reached, which is called the cloud of things knowable. See Book 4, Sutra 29. Sutra 19. Subjective consciousness, arising from a natural cause, is possessed by those who have laid aside their bodies and been absorbed into subjective nature. Those who have died, entered the paradise between births, are in a condition resembling meditation without an external object. But in the fullness of time, the seeds of desire in them will spring up, and they will be born again into this world. Sutra 20. For the others, there is spiritual consciousness led up to by faith, valor, right mindfulness, one-pointedness, perception. It is well to keep in mind these steps on the path to illumination: faith, valor, right mindfulness, one-pointedness, perception. Not one can be dispensed with. All must be one. First faith, and then from faith, valor. From valor, right mindfulness. From right mindfulness, a one-pointed aspiration toward the soul. From this, perception. And finally, full vision as the soul. Sutra 21. Spiritual consciousness is nearest to those of keen, intense will. The image used is the swift impetus of the torrent. The kingdom must be taken by force. Firm will comes only through effort. Effort is inspired by faith. The great secret is this: it is not enough to have intuitions. We must act on them. We must live them. Sutra 22. The will may be weak, or of middle strength, or intense. Therefore, there is a spiritual consciousness higher than this. For those of weak will, there is this counsel: to be faithful in obedience, to live the life, and thus to strengthen the will to more perfect obedience. The will is not ours, but God's, and we come into it only through obedience. As we enter into the Spirit of God, we are permitted to share the power of God. Higher than the 3 stages of the way is the goal, the end of the way. Sutra 23. Or, spiritual consciousness may be gained by ardent service of the Master. If we think of our lives as tasks laid upon us by the Master of Life, if we look on all duties as parts of that Master's work entrusted to us, and forming our life work, then if we obey, promptly, loyally, sincerely, we shall enter by degrees into the Master's life, and share the Master's power. Thus we shall be initiated into the spiritual will. Sutra 24. The Master is the spiritual man who is free from hindrances, bondage to works, and the fruition and seed of works. The soul of the Master, the Lord, is of the same nature as the soul in us. But we still bear the burden of many evils. We are in bondage through our former works. We are under the dominance of sorrow. The soul of the Master is free from sin and servitude and sorrow. Sutra 25. In the Master is the perfect seed of omniscience. The soul of the Master is in essence one with the Oversoul, and therefore partaker of the Oversoul's all wisdom and all power. All spiritual attainment rests on this, and is possible because the soul and the Oversoul are one. Sutra 26. He is the teacher of all who have gone before, since he is not limited by time. From the beginning, the Oversoul has been the teacher of all souls, which, by their entrance into the Oversoul, by realizing their oneness with the Oversoul, have inherited the kingdom of the light. For the Oversoul is before time, and time, father of all else, is one of his children. Sutra 27. His word is Om. Om, the symbol of the 3 in 1, the 3 worlds in the soul, the 3 times, past, present, future in eternity, the three divine powers, creation, preservation, transformation, in the one being, the three essences, immortality, omniscience, joy, in the one spirit. This is the word, the symbol, of the Master and Lord, the perfected spiritual man. Sutra 28. Let there be soundless repetition of Om, and meditation thereon. This has many meanings in ascending degrees. There is first the potency of the word itself, as of all words. Then there is the manifold significance of the symbol, as suggested above. Lastly, there is the spiritual realization of the high essences thus symbolized. Thus we rise step by step to the eternal. Sutra 29. Thence come the awakening of interior consciousness and the removal of barriers. Here again, faith must be supplemented by works. The life must be led as well as studied before the full meaning can be understood. The awakening of spiritual consciousness can only be understood in measure as it is entered. It can only be entered where the conditions are present: purity of heart, and strong aspiration, and the resolute conquest of each sin. This, however, may easily be understood, that the recognition of the three worlds as resting in the soul leads us to realize ourselves and all life as of the soul, that as we dwell not in past, present, or future, but in the eternal, we become more at one with the eternal, that as we view all organization, preservation, mutation, as the work of the Divine One, we shall come more into harmony with the One, and thus remove the barrier in our path toward the light. In the second part of the first book, the problem of the emergence of the spiritual man is further dealt with. We are led to the consideration of the barriers to his emergence, of the overcoming of the barriers, and of certain steps and stages in the ascent from the ordinary consciousness of practical life to the finer, deeper, radiant consciousness of the spiritual man. End of Book 1, Sutras 1 to 29 of the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, the Book of the Spiritual Man. An interpretation by Charles Johnston. Recording by Maggie Russell, New York, New York. Book 1, Sutras 30 to 51 of the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, the Book of the Spiritual Man. An interpretation by Charles Johnston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maggie Russell, New York, New York. The Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, the Book of the Spiritual Man.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham
Welcome you all with my love and respects. Before entering into the sutras, I want all of you to just sit for a few seconds. Sit straight and just prepare yourself. Because this understanding about which I am going to talk gave me the courage to leave the home. Today's subject is Maya. Actually, many times, the young age I used to think I should leave the home, go around, live a sannyas life. Suddenly, one day, when I was reading one of the Shankara's work on this Maya, somehow the concept clicked. The word Maya cannot be translated into English. Thinking the lesser reality as the higher reality is what we call Maya. What you are seeing, you can't say this is illusion. No, this is not ultimate. Your understanding this is ultimate is illusion. The moment the click happened, I was ready not only to leave the house, decided to live like a Shankara. In the Vedic tradition, anybody wants to become enlightened has to leave their home. They have to become homeless. It is a basic condition for enlightenment. You can't be in your hometown. You have to start wandering, studying, because to enter into the ultimate truth, you need to have the courage to go behind wherever it leads. There is a beautiful sutra in Brahma Sutra, the first sutra of Brahma Sutra. It says, Atatu Brahma Jinyasat. Let us inquire into the reality. It says, only a courageous person who is ready to go behind wherever truth leads can enter into this science. In those days, we had a beautiful system. When somebody becomes enlightened, he will go around and sit with all other scholars, pandits, learned people, and he will open up his understanding. The other person will open up his understanding. Whoever can take the other person to the deeper level of understanding will follow him. That's all. That is why exploring the truth into the deeper and deeper level has been made as a compulsory basic value for anybody who wants to explore the reality, explore into the truth. What we need to understand from this story, courage to go behind the truth, wherever it leads. Even they are ready to gamble with their life, but they are ready for truth. If you accept or start working on the reality, whatever you see can be Maya. It feels as if the ground on which you are standing is opening or giving way, is taken away. It needs courage. It may suddenly open a new door to you. You must be able to go into the door, only then you can see the next door. Because I am trying to reproduce the same understanding and experience which happened in me. Understand? When I understood that Maya, the concept of Maya, it gave me so much of joy and courage to do anything. I decided I will live like a Shankara. There is every possibility you will catch the glimpse. I am not telling you will run away from a home. You will have the same energy and excitement and liberation when you realize this truth. If this one concept Maya is understood logically by you, no suffering can make low curve in you. Nobody can exploit you easily. If you can just open that courage, this understanding can open new doors for you. If you understand this clearly, you will have the courage. If you have little courage, you will have understanding. It's like a circle. Who will start first?
I represent Kailasa Nation, led by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham, which speaks on behalf of 2 billion Hindus around the world who do not have a voice representing them in these international forums.
Alright, I'll start from my side first. I'll give the understanding. Let you add courage to it. Let's enter into the Sutra. Illusions deceive, colors circumscribe, even divisibles are indivisible. Look becomes Shiva.
Nityanandam to all the participants.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your 3 eyes.
Nityanandam to all the participants, all those of you who are here. How was this session for all of you? What did you all learn from this powerful session directly from Swamiji? What did you all learn from this session? What is the powerful she got? Marazita, Malasika, Makarini, Devin Harrisaya, Ma Gabriel, Ma Jian Mingyu, Ma Jeremy Maxwell, I request all of you to post. What is that one powerful cognition that you got from this session? Understanding about the powerful techniques revealed by Patanjali, the Patanjali Yoga. To do the samyama on the sound. Beautifully, Swamiji revealed the science of doing samyama on the sound. How Patanjali Yoga Sutras is nothing but the science of bliss. The science of bliss is the Patanjali Yoga Sutra. So now, I request all the participants to post what it is that you understood, you cognized from this session. Understanding about what are the 8 limbs of yoga. Right? That's what we understood. What are these 8 limbs? These 8 parts of yoga. All 8 limbs. Swamiji says yoga is not just a path of bliss. It is a science of bliss. Path, some people can travel. Some people may not be able to travel it. But a science means it is equally reproducible on all beings, right? That is what Swamiji revealed beautifully in this session. The science is yoga. How can each of us experience bliss in our everyday life? That science is yoga. Now, let's do this small process, the samyama, which Swamiji led us into, to see how sounds are heard in your head, how meanings are made for the sounds. Just close your eyes now for 10 minutes and see how is it that you are creating a meaning for sounds in your head. Do samyama on that very space where sounds are getting created. Looking to see how our sound getting heard. So I'm just saying, don't hear. See. See the sounds. How are they making?
Paramashivoham
Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. Continue to do this process. Just see how sounds are being heard. See the sounds as they are forming a meaning in your inner space. Look in to see that space where the sounds are becoming meanings, where you are hearing the sounds. See how it is happening. See how the sounds are heard inside your head, how meanings are made for those sounds. Close your eyes and see how you are making meanings for the sounds that are entering your ears. Slowly, very slowly relax. Open your eyes. The first process that we all just experienced is the first step towards experiencing the ultimate bliss. Throughout today, you'll be learning many such powerful techniques. You can do this actually anytime. As you're sitting, start to see that place upon which sounds are being created into meanings. You will see the source of sound. You will master the power of sound. Do take a moment and share how this process was for you as you were looking into the source of your sound. Slowly, very slowly, please relax yourself. Let's now enter into the power manifestation. I think this participants, suppose how was the experience for all of you? How was the process? Where all of you were seeking the source of where the sounds are being created, where the sound is manifested. As very beautifully Swamiji says, when you seek the first person, when you seek the source of every single thing in you, you'll understand that you are the one who's manifesting everything in your life. And you have to change whatever it is. For example, now I'm making a sound, right? For example, I'm talking. It is a sound coming up from my mouth. It is a sound getting transmitted from my vocal cords. But I can also decide to be quiet, or I can also decide to speak in Sanskrit by chanting the mantra. So I can decide to speak in Tamil, which is completely different sound, phonetics altogether. So understand, at the end of the day, you are the source who's making the sound, right? You are the one who's talking. So the sound is coming from your voice. Therefore, you have the ability to change how you want it to be. Same way, when you seek the source of where the sound is getting, if you seek the source from where in me the sound is getting created, you'll simply be able to see that you are the one who's manifesting all these sounds in your life. Therefore, you also have the ability to create the right sound for you to experience bliss. So for all participants understanding, this meditation process all of you just did, where Patanjali says very beautifully to seek the source of the sound, where the sound is created. When you look inside and see and find out the source of sound, he says you can immediately experience bliss. Because you have the power to change, make the right sound for yourself. So with that, let's now enter into the power manifestation. Actually, today for all the participants, all of you will be manifesting a very interesting power, which is the power called the Durashruti, which means distance hearing. So let's now listen what Paramashiva says about this power in the source scriptures. Paramashiva says, Jnanancha pratimam trikala vishayam bhavet durashruti duradrishtihi svechaya khagatam prajet. The yogi gets the power to know, to be all-knowing, to know everything, and to know the happenings of all the three times, the past, present, and future. He is able to hear things happening at a distance and able to see things happening at a distance. And by his very will, he can fly in the air itself. Today, you are all going to be experiencing the power of being able to hear something that is going to be at a distance from where you are, which is not going to be happening in the same place that you are in. Yes. So let's enter and understand this very beautiful power is demonstrated by Sanjaya in the Mahabharata, who was a charioteer of a king. So all of you know the basics of the Mahabharata, right? Basically, it was a fight between the two cousin brothers, between the Pandavas and the Kauravas. And the blind king Dhritarashtra was sitting in the palace and could not hold his sons.
So therefore, this Mahabharata war happened. So understand, the blind king Dhritarashtra's charioteer Sanjay got initiated from Rishi Vedavyasa onto the science of distance hearing, remote hearing. So that is why the Mahabharata war, which was happening at thousands of kilometers away from the palace, was able to describe and tell who do the conscious when. What Duryodhana was saying to his teacher, what Duryodhana was speaking to his teacher, what Duryodhana was saying to himself, what Arjuna speaking to Arjuna, that detail he was able to listen, he was able to hear and tell the Dhritarashtra, this is how is happening. That is how all of us are experiencing the Bhagavad Gita. Thanks to Sanjaya, has was able to see, decode every single thing as it happened. Because as was able to see the king, that is how the Bhagavad Gita even existed for all of us to sit and study and enjoy it in our life. So let's now enter into the manifestation. So for all the participants, we are going to be making some sound. Okay? Any random sound. Through the third eye, all of you are going to be listening to the sound and asking Swamiji to reveal you. What sound is it? Like, for example, I may be whistling, or I may be snapping my fingers, or I may be stamping, or I may be clapping, or I can do anything. Through the third eye, you're going to be asking Swamiji to actually listen to that thing. You're going to be hearing that sound. You're going to be listening to that sound and posting exactly what you're able to hear. Is everyone ready for a manifestation? Malisika, Majang, you. Okay, let's now start the manifestation. Okay. So now I have started to make a sound.
So now we'll be muting ourselves and creating, listening to a particular sound. And you will be connecting to Swamiji and scanning to see within your inner space what that sound is. Remember to chant the Mahavakya as you are doing this.
So now I request all of you to please close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
And we will start making this sound now. Now, I request all the participants to post in the chat.
Exactly post whatever Swamiji has revealed to you. What did you listen? What did you hear? Exactly the post in the chat section. Because all participants, that's fine. Whatever Swamiji is showing to you in the chat section.
Rosita, you saw Swamiji showed you pouring water. Okay. Jiang Mingyu, what did Swamiji show you, ma? Malsika, Devan Harasaya, Gabriel, Jeremiah, what did Swamiji show each one of you? Yes, Swamiji showed you a green crystal. Okay, interesting.
How about for you, ma? Malsika? What does Swamiji show for you? Okay. So let's verify the answers for all the participants. So the exact sound which we were creating is snap. We were snapping our fingers. So how many of you were able to see some snap, something to do with hands? I can understand, Rosita, why you're able to see a water, because we have a water bottle right in front of us. We just filled it with water. Yeah. Okay, that's really nice. Okay, let's now manifest one more round of this. Okay. See, only when we start manifesting, getting comfortable with the manifestation, you get confidence in manifesting this power. So let's now manifest one more round. So now again, we are going to be creating one sound for all the participants. Through the third eye, I just asked Swamiji to reveal you what sound is it. You'll see actually Swamiji will make you hear the sound. Just be in the space of unclutching, okay? So request all of you now to close your eyes. Start chanting the Mahavakya. Now I'm going to be muting myself. I'm going to be making a sound. Ask Swamiji to reveal you what sound is being created for all of you. Slowly relax yourself. Because all participants now to pose exactly the sun Swamiji made all of you listen. Exact sun Swamiji, you post in the chat section. Yes. Manishaya, Nityanandamaya, the Paramasham program, we just started the sessions. Okay, Ma Rosita Swamiji showed. Okay. Makarni, Ma Jiangming, you. What did Swamiji show each of you? Listen, what does Swamiji showed you? It's exactly the post in chat section. This is actually a new power for all the participants. Well, it's fine. As the more and more you manifest, the more and more confidence you start building. So because all of you to go and start posting whatever, anything Swamiji showed you, post it here. Post it in that section. Okay. That's okay. So let me now verify the answers for all participants. So the exact sound which we are creating for all of you is the humming sound. So we were like humming. Yes. So that was the sound we're creating. The beautiful meditation we did yesterday. Yes. Yes, that's nice. That's very wonderful. I request all participants. Actually, throughout the whole day, we'll be manifesting various levels of this power. Just stay tuned. As the more and more you practice, the more you manifest, the more and more confidence starts building in you. So do not worry. Don't just feel like, oh my God, only 2 rounds we manifested. In the first round also I couldn't get it. What to do? Well, do not worry. The Swamiji who is flowing through you. So this is Swamiji is flowing through you. You're not manifesting the power. It is Swamiji who's manifesting the power through you. So just enjoy that beautiful space you're having with him. So with this, let's now enter the next session. So for all participants, as today all of you will be listening directly from Swamiji on the various techniques revealed by Patanjali in the Patanjali Yoga Sutras on how to manifest bliss, how to awaken the bliss layer in all of us. So let us now listen to detailed truths revealed by Swamiji from the Patanjali Yoga Sutras on how to manifest bliss in our life. Just stay tuned as we'll be listening to deeper truths from Swamiji himself directly.
I'll just give a simple understanding about how the mind works and how exactly the Upanishad is going to help us. Let me once more explain the word Upanishad. Just sitting. Maybe if I have to give the commentary for that word, sitting with the enlightened being. That's all is the Upanishad. Let's first understand how our mind works. With a simple drawing. Your mind is nothing but making your future into past. Understand? What you call as life is nothing but swallowing your future and making it into past. Am I right? It is just every moment constantly you swallow the future and make it into past. The future becoming past is what you call your mind or whatever you know as life. Nothing else. Just a time shaft. The past. Becoming, or the future becoming past. Future is entering into past. The space where this future and past meets, that is what we call present moment. Future is constantly entering into past, becoming past is what we call your mind. Where the past and the future meets is the present moment, this moment. Past, for explanation's sake, I am just redrawing once more time. The future is just disappearing into the past. Like this is the way it is going, it's moving. Understand every step you need to understand completely. Only then you will be able to go with it. A little bit of introduction about the mind is good. This is like a user's manual, owner's manual for mind. Not even users, owner's manual. Usually many people don't use, that is different. But if you own, better to have. See, even though you have a car, when the moment you sit and put the seat belt, there is a big the information about airbag, and it says for further details see the owner's manual. How many of us have referred the owner's manual about the airbag? At least with airbag it is okay, even if you don't refer, because it is going to be useful only when you have the accidents. But if you don't have the owner's manual for mind, you will create accidents. You will create accidents and you will not even know that you are going through accidents every day. So better to have owner's manual for mind. This is the present moment where the future is disappearing into past. This moment maybe we can call as a present. Your mind is nothing but jumping from past to future and past to future. Am I right? Thought is nothing but jumping from past to future or future to past. You can't think in the present moment. Try to create a single thought in present moment, you can't. The moment you come back to present moment, thoughts will disappear. Thinking is happening means you are jumping from past to future or future to past. Means here to here, here to here, here to here. This is what we call thought. Am I right? For example, if you are jumping 100 times from past to future, future to past, you have 100 thoughts per second. Per second, how many times you are jumping from past to future, future to past, that many number of thoughts you have. Are you able to grasp? See, for other things, you will do all sorts of things without even bothering, and even if your logic says it is not good. Many people come and tell me that smoking is bad, I know, but I am not able to drop, what to do? I have to give honey. Usually I energize and give the honey for de-addiction. Anyhow, even if you know it is not good, your logic says you will do when it comes to pleasure. But when it comes to any meditation or spiritual things, even a small thing, you will have too many logical questions, and you think because of that, because you are asking all logical questions for spirituality, you are very intelligent. Or you have the pride. I don't believe in superstitious things. And you don't understand how many thousands of nonsensical superstitious things you have. First idea, your body is the first superstition you are carrying. The more number of time you are jumping between past and the present and past and the future, more number of thoughts. For example, 100 TPS means you are completely away from the present moment. What is happening in the present, nobody bothers. Even if I am standing and talking here, you just pick up one thought and compare with what all you heard in your past lectures, discourses, classes, what you read. You will be now sitting and having a big comparison notes and you miss all other statements. And that is the problem. See, I am not saying whatever you heard is wrong or something, but now sitting and analyzing is wrong. Because you are going to miss my next statement. If you are sitting here, and the problem with the so-called spiritual seekers is well read. Well read. And completely confused. Thoroughly confused, well read. And you can't do anything to help them, because any statement I make, now this fellow will be sitting and having 10 dictionary and 10 references. In that book it says like that, in that book it says like that. This guy will be doing two things. Either referring all these things, and if all those books also says the same thing, or if he finds some relationship, he will say, oh, what he is saying is right. Or if he does not find right quotation or matching, this is not right. I think he doesn't know completely. He is too young. After all, he is young. Leave it. That's the problem. See, whether you say yes or no, by comparing notes, you are not going to grasp. If you do something else and jump and reduce the jumping to 60, you come down little more to the present moment. And if you reduce it to 40, sometime, very rarely, the powerful techniques or the blessings of an enlightened guru can bring it down to 20, even 20 TPS. See, this is just an example I am giving. It's not that you are now in 100 TPS, you are maybe in 1000 or 2000. I don't think you will be in 100. Maybe it may be even million, I don't know. One person is zero TPS. Aha. Sometimes even silence, people wake up. Wake up call happens. Oh, she is beyond that source also. Okay. See, rarely by the presence of the master you come down to some initiation or some process can bring it down even to 20 TPS. When you come to the present moment, step by step, step by step, step by step, when you come, suddenly you will have the intelligence of seeing the future and the past clearly. Understand? From this place, can you see the past or the future clearly? No. You can't even see the past or the future clearly. When you come down, you may be able to see a little better. See, from here, you can see only like this much, maybe that also. From here, little more your vision will improve. From here, 60 TPS, you may improve little more. From 40, little more. You may be able to see. When your TPS reduces, you will have the intelligence to see the past and future. One important thing. Now it feels like I am giving you a big promise. If you come to the present moment, you can see your future. So naturally it looks like a big promise or too good to be true. Let us analyze one important thing. Sometime when you are in a party, suddenly you will think that some person is going to come in next few minutes, and you will see that person is there. And sometime when telephone rings, suddenly you remember somebody whom you did not remember for 2 years, and when you pick up the phone, that person is online. When a doorbell rings, suddenly you remember a relative who has not come to your home for 5 years, or whom you have not forgotten for 5 years. When you open the door, that guy is standing there. How many of you had this kind of experience at least once or twice in your life? Wow. Understand? If it happens, but when it happens, what do you do usually in the mind? A coincidence. Am I right? If it happens in one person's life once, it can be called as coincidence. Am I right? Practically now 98% of you say that you had this experience. When 98% of you had the experience, how can this be called as coincidence? You can't brush this aside in the name of coincidence. Am I right? If 98% of the people are experiencing, how can that be called by the word coincidence? No. Then you need to change the meaning of the word coincidence. Coincidence means what? Rarely, in some 1 or 2 person's life, which happens, may not. But now, the evidence says 98% of the people. In 98%'s life, 98% of the people, in 98% of the people are experiencing means, how can that be called as coincidence? There is something more than coincidence in this thing. We can't brush this aside just in the name of coincidence. This is what we call intuition. Means, when that doorbell was ringing, or when that cell phone was ringing, maybe sudden jerk or some reason, your TPS dropped. When the TPS drops, it can drop even by force sometime. When TPS dropped, you are able to see the future, next 5 minutes of the future, clearly. You had the glimpse of time shaft. This is the time shaft. The future disappearing into the past. When the TPS dropped, it can drop at any moment by sudden, when something suddenly happens, when your mind is not capable enough of processing that information, suddenly the TPS drops. When the TPS drops, you saw the future. Just you had the glimpse of the future. Next 5 minutes, what is going to happen? I think you are able to connect with what I am saying. That is the reason You are able to see or think who is going to come or what is going to happen. See, suddenly a doorbell ringing, or the cell phone ringing, or even if you are really relaxed and happy, sometime in some parties when you don't have your direct relatives, your in-laws, you may be completely relaxed. Maybe suddenly the TPS has come down. That is the reason you had the glimpse of next 5 minutes of your future. If your TPS falls accidentally itself, you have the glimpse of your future. If it can be brought down consciously, then understand the value, understand the experiences, understand the clarity which can be added into yourself. If it drops even accidentally, you will have the glimpse of the future. Now the next few statements which I am going to make are very mystical. Understand? Now whatever I spoke looks very logical, and they are logical. The next few statements are going to be very mystical. Enlightened person is a person who is established in the present moment, whose energy is in zero TPS. He is neither lost in the future nor lost in the past. Understand? The first statement which I am making, enlightened person is a person who is established in the present. If you can bring down your TPS and establish yourself in the present, you are enlightened. One more thing, future, past, present, all these three put together only is called as eternal. Am I right? Eternal means nitya. Eternal. You can touch the eternity only in the present moment.
Beautifully, we cognize the deeper truths, right? Understanding about the science of de-addicting ourselves directly from Swamiji. We can de-addict ourselves from anything, including the delusion. Beautifully, as we are listening to the greater revelations on Patanjali, by Swamiji, how Swamiji has revealed these greater truths. Beautifully, the very first sutra starts, Atha Yoganushasanam. Now, let us enter into yoga. What does Swamiji say? When Patanjali starts with Atha Yoganushasanam, it is not to say that now we are going to start. It's not a general statement. It is now, in the present moment, yoga starts. That is what Swamiji is revealing. What did each of you get from this session? I request all of you to post in the chat. What did you cognize, you understand? What did you get from this session from Swamiji directly? Ma Rosita, Manishaya, what is it that you got from this session from Swamiji? I request all of you to post. So let us now do a small exercise. As a part of the cognitions that we received during this session, let us do one small exercise. See, Patanjali says yoga starts in the present moment. Yoga starts in the present moment. That is the most deepest and powerful truth. When Patanjali says Atha Yoga Anushasanam, he's saying, now come to the present moment and yoga has started for you. The minute you are in the present moment, yoga has started for you. That is what beautifully Patanjali is revealing about this greater science of yoga. He says this science of Patanjali Yoga Sutras is the foolproof way to get enlightened. How you can get it as a science of how you can achieve whatever you want to in life as a pure science. So let's enter into a short process that we are going to be doing now. I request all of you to get a pen and a paper. Open a notepad on your device. You can either get a pen and paper or open a notepad on your device for typing down. Now, take a few minutes to write whatever thoughts are coming to your mind. As if you have a transcribing software connected to your mind, just pen down exactly what you are thinking. Pen it down verbatim. Don't try to purposely think of something or steer your thoughts in a certain direction. No. As you just sit down, anything that's coming up, I'm not able to think of anything. Write that down. It's hot. What is this process for? I'm in program. Someone is calling me. Why will people call me exactly during this time? All the thoughts that are coming up. Write it down. Transcribing software. Do this for a few minutes.
I request all of you to go ahead and post what does Swamiji have? What are you, what's arising in your inner space, pinned on detail. As if like you are in transcribing software. But whatever thoughts are coming in your mind, exactly posting it, writing it in the paper. Or you can also type it down.
the minute you start being aware of your thoughts, you will start to control your life. See, right now what we did, we took a few minutes to center ourselves into awareness. Because many times we are not even aware of the thoughts that are going on in us. This is just a small technique to center our awareness. Swamiji says the minute you are aware, you start to control your life. You become the lord of your own life. Now contemplate on this truth and pen down all the situations in which you took back control of your life by becoming aware. Just minutes for this. Look into your life and see where all awareness in your life gave you control over your life. At a moment where it was a complete survival situation related to your job. You had a choice, you were getting fired from one job and you had a choice to take another job. Two job opportunities in front of you. One would give you immediate results and the other one you were not so sure about. It was a survival situation for you. At that moment, you brought awareness and looked at it. And you were able to see how you took control of your life. No, this is what is right for me and this is what I'm going to do, despite whatever may be seeming to be the most right option in this moment. Like this, look into your life and see all the moments that you took control back of your own life, just by bringing simple awareness. Pen down in detail these situations. See, contemplate on the truth. Understand the truth more deeply of how awareness is what gives you control of your life. Contemplate on that truth. Bring awareness to it. You'll see the incidents wherever you took control of your life, where you decided you're not going to allow the default reality to happen, but you are going to manifest your reality. You'll see always it's because awareness has come there. A simple thing it can be that you are having some financial crisis and you happen to listen to Swamiji's teachings, Swamiji's truths on wealth consciousness. At that moment, because you're aware into the situation, into that financial aspect of you, you're able to control, manifest a different future than what you thought may have happened. They may pen those down.
See, understand all the participants. When you are controlling your life, the first and fundamental thing starts happening in yourself. You start becoming aware of every single situation happening around you. Like for example, if you're going through a financial crisis, right, and you're controlling your life based on it, aware you become when you're spending each and every single penny. How aware you become when deciding every single decisions for your life. You'll think with an angle, is it going to affect me more? Is it going to affect my financial problem? Is it anyway going to be helpful in that? how aware you become, how every single step in your life you control it. You always do with lots of awareness. Since same thing, depend on all the situations which you took control of your life, which you feel like, yes, I have taken over. At the end of the day, you're going to experience lots of completion, a lots of awareness within yourself. When you control your life with through awareness, each and every single aspect in your, not just in particular aspect alone, but in every aspect, you'll see conflicts will not start arising in you. Just smooth completion flow. See, conflicts happen when you are not responsible for it. Conflicts start manifesting when you are not aware of what you're being responsible for. When you just bring awareness to that, you will see every single areas how you can be responsible for that manifestation in your life.
See, when you start becoming aware, start controlling your life. Not just that, you are able to control your own death itself. When you start to contemplate on being completely aware, you will start to control even your death. This is the ultimate truth. Contemplate on this and write down now, how would your life change if you could control your death? You wrote down the situations where you control your life. But what would it be for you if you could control even your death? How would it be for you? How would it change? See, death is not just a one-time incident which happens. Death is every time you go to sleep and wake up. Every blink of an eye is death. Every time you lose in your life, it is death. If you could control death, how would it change the quality of the life? Your mental setup towards life, your enthusiasm towards life. Write that down now.
Just intensely contemplate on this truth what Swamiji is saying. When you become back, when you complete, you will see when you become aware in every single aspect in your life, that you start controlling it. That will see that is something with one unconsciousness, not being aware of it. That's it. But when you're aware every single moment, you'll actually be able to control your death. That's the power of Icha Mrityu, as Swamiji says, where you're just aware of every single moment in your life. When you just know everything's in your control, where death is in your control. So understand, when you become aware of every single thing happening, death listens to you. You control over death, not death controlling over you. So just, I request all participants, just contemplate on this for a few moments on how to bring awareness in our day-to-day life. How to bring the conscious awareness so that we can start controlling that self in life. Slowly relax yourself. I request all participants now to go ahead and post. How was the contemplation for all of you? How was it? What did you understand? Any questions? Any doubts? So, with that beautiful contemplation, see, understand that because all participants, as as you're continuing to attend the further session, just contemplate on the slow what Swamiji is saying. So, with this, we'll be now moving ahead to the palm manifestation session. As today, all the participants, all of you will be manifesting the power of Dura Shruti, where having the ability to listen to sounds which is far off distances, remotely be able to manifest and listen to the sounds. So we are going to be creating some sound. Okay, we are going to be muting ourselves and creating some sound. Through the third eye, all of you are going to be asking Swamiji to reveal what sound is being created. Actually, you'll hear the sound in your ears. So just internally connect on one space with Swamiji will definitely reveal what sound is being created by us. So because all of you now, let's get into the manifestation. Because all of you to close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji in a space. Connect to Swamiji and chant the Mahavakya. Will now be create sound for you. Intensely start chanting the Mahavakya.
Slowly, very slowly relax and open your eyes. You can all go ahead and post in the chat what Swamiji showed you. What did Swamiji show you? Malisika, Jeremiah, Manisha, Ma Rosita. What was the sound where all of you are able to hear? Post in the chat section. Okay, you saw Om and Namaha. Okay. How about for you, Mom, Marusita? Swamiji showed me a glass and you over your mouth with your hand. Okay, covering your mouth with the hand. Okay. How about for the rest of the participants? Anything else? Devil Harisaya, Malsika. Okay. So is this that very fine? Okay, I heard kind of a water falling. Okay. That's nice, Makari. So the exact sound which all the participants here was clap. I was clapping my hands. Okay, that's fine. At least Ma Rosita, you saw hand. That is very interesting. You actually saw hand because she was particularly clapping her hands. So that's a very beautiful station. Yes, so that now we'll be entering into the next session, understanding deeper about illusion and delusion, directly from Swamiji himself. Let us listen to these thoughts.
except these two. Sometimes some light from the superconscious slips. Superconscious penetrates the unconscious. Then it has got some meaning. When you touch the glimpse of your higher being, when you get the glimpse of your higher being, in the dream, sometimes it penetrates the dream and expresses itself in your being. If it does not, there is nothing wrong. You don't have to worry about it. And if you want to dream, you will create dream and see. That is not real vision thing. The frequency of I is much less than the frequency of thoughts. The frequency of thoughts is more. That is why thoughts are just taking you away. You can't do anything. You are just guided. You can't do anything. The moment you try to stand on your legs, you try to understand, I am not going to fall from the cliff. You wake up. You wake up. Then it means the waking body is entering into the subtle body. Even that is not good. Subtle body should be given its own place and space. Waking body should not interfere into the subtle body. Because you wanted so many things to be done in the waking body. Too much of desire to get attached to the waking body. It disturbs the subtle body. It comes into the space of subtle body. All the three, if they are given enough of your attention, you will never have problem and confusion between each other. When something is lacking, each one jumps on the other and tries to take his attention or space. Naturally, then you are in trouble. But according to me, it is not a healthy way of living. That time should be allotted for the dream and for the subconscious and unconscious process. It should not have any unnecessary interference from the physical layer. The more you try to utilize that two space, the more you will only feel sickness. You may like because you are having utility. It becomes a useful time. But surely harnessing those energies unconsciously will not help. When you are having a dream, it should not be a continuation of your waking state. He says that I solve my problems there. It should not happen there. It should be some sort of a relief for your regular mental setup. It should be a vacation for you. It should not be a continuous work. It should be a weekend for you. It should not be a weekday for you. That's more healthy. Try to just, whenever you feel satisfied, because you did something in the dream and it helped you, try to stop, try to hate that. Tell your mind, no, take rest at that time. You don't have to work. Just have a good vacation. Then automatically you will see the attitude will change. If you encourage, the same thing will continue. There is every chance you will be just possessed by the job which you do, which is not good actually. You need some vacation. You need something to change. And the mechanism, automatically, there is a natural mechanism inside you which wants to give you a change in the rest. So you must have that change and rest. Otherwise there is a chance of becoming mad. Sorry, but it is the truth. Because you will be possessed by a single idea, there is a chance of becoming mad. And if you are possessed by a higher ideal, there is a chance of becoming enlightened. But at least these ordinary ideas will not give you enlightenment.
Somebody calls you on telephone at night, asks you a question. You answer the question, and you don't remember anything about it next morning. You happen to see that person in the morning. That person says, hey, I called you last night, asked you this question. So you said, I don't remember, what did I say? That person tells you the answer was correct.
It means you answered in half mind. You answered as automatic system. Many times, the question answer becomes automatic system, especially when you are a doctor. You know you are...
No, but the question is really, Is it the real world meeting with the dream world?
Yes. It can be said that there is an automatic mechanism between that area. So that automatic mechanism takes over. You see, driving, when you start learning, you learn so many rules. Then after a few days, you see it becomes an automatic mechanism.
But you are still awake when you are driving.
No. There is no need to be awake too much. There is no need to be awake too much. Little off you can have, and only you see cop's car, you can come totally. But till that time you can manage. So that is the way you manage that.
I have this problem of sleeping at night, and only one thing which disturbs me is I get this dream, various kinds of dreams. Where in my dream I get stuck, just like maybe I have difficulty in putting the key in the lock, or I have a problem in reading a question and not able to get an answer, and that wakes me up and just I cannot go back to sleep.
Again, the waking body entering. That is what I say. The waking body entering into the dream body. That whole day working it blacks it. You try to work throughout the day. You try to use even the dream time for utility's sake, which should not be.
Why is it sometimes when you're sleeping, you get this feeling that you want to wake up, but you can't? It's like some kind of weight.
Pressing.
Yeah.
Yes.
See, you left the subtle body, but you are not fully entered into the waking body. Then you get that feeling. Disconnection has happened and connection has not happened. You are disconnected from waking body. You are disconnected from subtle body. And you are entering into the physical body and trying to possess the whole physical body. That you are in the transit period. That is the time you try to possess the physical body quickly. Because you are always afraid of leaving physical body. In physical body you enjoy more. So you are always afraid. You try to possess it quickly. When you try to possess it quickly, the pressure. It will be just for 1 or 2 chanas. Again you will see, you are alright. Yes.
That happens to me only in the daytime when I sleep. It doesn't happen at night.
Because it only in that time you suffer the transit period. In the night time the transit happens very quickly, it means.
If you force yourself to sleep for 3 to 4 hours a day, over a period of time you lose your sleep?
No. There is a clear proof. Now the psychologists are proving. Any normal human being can sleep just for 2 hours a day and keep his physical and mental health properly and in a beautiful way. They are proving. In the ashram we worked on it. When I speak about the third body, I will tell about this and I will give you a technique also. If you want, you can work with it. A foolproof, solid technique.
What happens when I read somewhere that people have out-of-body experiences and then they shake and they're back in the world again and they travel out of their body during dreams?
Again, if they are able to remember it with the 4 color, they are traveled. Otherwise they think they are traveled.
Some people say that when you're going to, just before you go to sleep, whatever you listen to, like perhaps a tape recorder or you read a book.
That will be the first thought when you come back. Actually, it's like an airport. From Oklahoma, if you take off from the airport, you can land only in the airport. Only from the airports you can take off. In the same airport only you will land. The runway. Your last thought is a runway. From where you are taken off.
I guess my question was more towards, is there such a thing that you learn or not, I wouldn't say learn, let me take that back. Memorize something better when you listen to it in your state?
At that time.
Yeah, when you're slipping from your...
Yes, actually. When you slip into unconscious, if you put some idea into you, that goes on inside you, you pick up, that starts working in you. That's true.
So it would actually be a good idea to listen to something you're teaching at that time?
Yes. You can listen my teachings when you sleep, but don't sleep when you listen my teachings. When you go for sleeping, listen my teachings, nothing wrong. But when you listen my teachings, don't sleep. Yes.
Swamiji, one thing that we think this is real here and not a dream
because we keep making new discoveries, like we discover a new star, or we go out with a telescope and look further and make a new discovery.
You think in the dream state you don't do all these things?
Yes, I realize that, because in a dream, for example, I dream about someone who's 10 years old, and I don't know. I know that they were born and raised in that dream, so I assume it, and so it takes out all time then. So
no, in the dream also you do all these type of things.
Yeah.
You don't remember.
Then how do we differentiate if we're
Actually, these both are one and the same. That is what I am telling. Now, we are so much attached with this world, we are not ready to believe it. We bring enough of arguments. One of the important arguments, all of you missed, but let me give that argument and the answer. The argument is, Swamiji, every day I come back, I am sane. But every day when I dream, I am not sane. You understand? That is the argument to prove this is reality and that is dream. Again, not.
There's a weird feeling of whom you identify yourselves in the dream with.
One thing, be very clear. The idea of time itself is from projection from your mind. In the dream state, if you see from the waking state, you dreamt only 8 hours. If you see in the dream state, you may be dreaming even 10 years. 10 years of dreams you will finish it. 10-year lifespan you will live it in 10 hours. See, only 10 hours you have dreamt. You also know that only 10 hours you slept. But in the dream, you have taken bath, you have done your exams, you have gone for a job. 10 years of work is over. In the 10 years, you fall into dream and come out inside dream. Understand? Inside dream, you dream and come out. Just like you have 3 states now, you have 3 states in the dream also. Very clearly Tantra explains. The 3 kinds of dreams, there are 3 states of dreams. In the dream, waking dream, dream, deep sleep dream. Understand? Dream with verbalization and visualization is waking dream. Dream only with visualization is dream. Dream only with verbalization is deep sleep dream. Now I think half of the group is confused. Let me finish the answer. Then you will be able to understand. So each layer has got 3 layers. Each layer has got 3 layers. 3. Waking state 3 layers, dream state 3 layers, and deep sleep state 3 layers. In each 3 layers, the with eye, without eye, with thought, without thought crisscrosses. Now you are not confused. Actually, if you see 9 into 3. No. What is this? 37. 27 are the layers of your being. There are so many layers after layers. Because we don't remember, we have made all the 3 dreams as one dream, that's all. As a one dream. Now you understand this much. If you wake up from the moment you die, you realize, 70 years dream I dreamt, but I slept only 70 days. That is why we always say, Devatas, 1 year for us is 1 day for Devatas. Because the frequency of thoughts is much less there. More the frequency of thoughts, more the time flows. Understand? If the frequency of thought is more, even if when you come out, you understand only few hours, But when you are there, you feel as if so many years are going. For example, if you are sitting with a person who eats your head, naturally, you feel even 5 minutes is like a 5 year. Because the frequency of thought is more, you are uncomfortable, disturbed, you are in hell. I always tell the people, hell means eternity, eternity means hell. Hell is always eternal. Because you do not, you even if it is few minutes, you feel it is eternal. It's not moving. But if the frequency of thought is very less, relaxed, you will see, even if the 20 years are there, 10 years are there, you do not know how time flies. Yes.
Let's see, in this world or this dream, you can go to the other dream, come back and continue and go back and come back. But if I go in the other dream, there is no continuation. I don't even remember where I started before.
No, you continue. Now you don't remember. But when you die and before taking the body, you see the whole scale. You see the whole scale. How many janmas you took and what all you did and what you want to do next. In the dream you say, I don't remember about the waking state. You don't remember about the waking state in the dream. Same thing you say now. You don't remember about the higher state. No. If you wake up, when you are out of the body, you remember that state. Yes.
Am I dreaming this dream, or is this dream dreaming me?
Nice question. Is this dreaming me, or I am dreaming? When your awareness, if it is more intense than the frequency of thoughts, you are dreaming. If the frequency of thoughts is more intense than your the dream is dreaming you. For some, you have to only start smoking, then smoking will smoke you. You have to start drinking, then drinking will drink you. If you can control drinking, you are drinking. If you can't, then drinking is drinking you. If the thoughts are in more frequency than your eye consciousness, if your eye consciousness is in high frequency, you can stop thoughts. If your eye consciousness is in high frequency, if you can stop thoughts, you are dreaming. You are thinking. Otherwise, thinking is thinking you. When you are worrying, why do you say, I don't want to worry Swamiji, but worrying is happening? Because the frequency of thoughts is more than frequency of your being. You, instead of settling, you are quickly flying. You are again and again and again flying. Actually, every moment you touch the time shaft and come back. Present, future. Present, future. Present, future. But going to the present and coming out, if it is reduces, just future, then the thought frequency becomes too much.
Swamiji, you know how she was saying that she stops her dreams and puts it on pause and then comes back and starts them? Is that the causal body or the physical body?
It means at that moment the frequency of I becomes very solid. She can stop. Now, if the frequency of I becomes solid, if it becomes solid, you can stop the whole dreaming. You can understand and you can stop even the whole life.
And then continue again?
As you want. That is what I said morning. You can change the future. When the solid shaft of I penetrates the present moment and penetrates the dream shaft, you can stop. Actually, if you just analyze logically and understand these three states, that itself will liberate you from the very big sufferings. There's a sloka, which is truth. Just a logical understanding, vivarana, avastatraya vivarana, is more than enough to bring you out of 80% of your sufferings. That is why I am giving so much of emphasis to analyze and understand. Just understand, that will help you.
Swamiji, sometimes babies in the sleep cry or smile. Is that they are dreaming?
Yes.
Where their state of pleasure comes from?
They are bringing, what is this? When you come, you
from the past life?
Yes, a little bit of mental setup you bring. Then you develop here. Just hard disk you bring. Then you develop. I had everything.
What about people who don't believe in that reincarnation? A lot of people don't believe in that.
You may not believe, but it is truth. You can't say anything about it.
So when you die in terms of this physical body, I take it you become part of the one. When you die.
You become part of the one. Unless you become enlightened, you will never become part of the one.
How does this stay separate? How does it stay separate?
How does?
Without this physical body.
How does? You stay. You can't stay. That is why in 3 chana you take a new body. In 3 chana you take a new body.
And what determines that? Your karma?
Yes. Your desires and karma determines. In the NSP I speak about this death. What happens? The transition and all those things. Yes. Expressions. Words are inadequate for experience. Now itself you do not know how much of Sanskrit words I am trying to break and bring it into English, and there are so many words are not equivalent. I have no word for this Turiya Samadhi. Samadhi word I have no English equivalent word. What to do?
When you say that dreams and reality are one and the same, I understand how visions play into that, but what about your black and white dreams? Where does that fall in?
If you see from ultimately everything is just nothing. If you are in this, then you can have a classification. From dream state, if you compare, is a little higher state. So in dream state, if you compare, that is little higher state. That's all. Ultimately, nothing is true. That's what I was telling you yesterday. When you analyze this, you will understand 2 things. First thing, you will have tremendous energy, because tremendous energy is locked in the dream body. If you meditate and bring that energy out, you will have tremendous energy to make your dreams into reality. And you will have Shakti to make your dreams into reality. And then you will have Buddhi to understand reality is your dream. Both will start happening. Yes.
Just one last question, the one I asked earlier about hypnotizing people.
When you see, if your frequency of I is lower than somebody else's I frequency, the man whose I frequency is more, he can suppress your I frequency.
But how do you hypnotize a whole group? I mean, it could be 60 people. We see that on TV all the time.
The guy's I can be, his frequency can be a little higher. You see, all of your frequency, if it is 200, just 220 is enough to hypnotize not 10, 15 or 60 or 70. The whole. Let me just tell you a small story. 2 friends, they were going for a picnic in the forest. Both are walking and enjoying the forest. Suddenly they see a lion. One guy tries to run. The other guy shouts, "Hey, do you think you can run faster than lion?" He says, "No, I don't have to overrun the lion, but if I run overrun you, that's enough." I don't have to run faster than lion. If I just run just a little faster than you, that is more than enough. So, you don't have to be enlightened to hypnotize. Just the frequency, little more is enough. You can hypnotize. The main thing, never get hypnotized by a person who is other than enlightened. Because enlightened man will never hypnotize you. Any time, if you get hypnotized by another person, he pours his thoughts also in your being. His thoughts also will affect you. Never get hypnotized. Never let the hypnotism happen to you. One important thing, with the enlightened man, a different kind of things happen. When you are hypnotized and if you come out of hypnotism, you will always feel sick, low energy and less intelligent. If you come out of the enlightened master's presence, people ask me, how do we know that your energy darshan is not hypnotism? I tell them, this is a scale. If you come out of hypnotism, you will always feel sick, as if you are sucked, and less intelligent. But when you come out of the energy darshan, how do you feel? Energetic, alive, and more intelligent. That shows very clearly it is not hypnotism, it is de-hypnotism.
What's happening to us when we go through an anesthesia for surgery or...
The frequency of the I is suppressed by the frequency of thoughts. Frequency of thoughts is increased and I is suppressed. Don't think you will not have thoughts, you will have thoughts.
Yeah.
But you will not have the feeling that I am having thoughts. That's all.
So the pain is associated with I?
Yes. Pain and the bliss is associated with the I.
Yeah, in fact they say that you remember everything when you're in anesthesia.
You see, for example, how the pain and bliss is associated with the I. One old man went to the next village. Slowly he is walking and coming back. Suddenly he sees his house is in fire. And he shouts, "Oh, my house is on fire, my house is on fire. I'm gone. The son, one of his son was with him. "Father, why are you shouting? Don't you remember just yesterday we sold the house?" Immediately he says, "Oh God, yes, right. I have no problem, yes." And next son says, "No, we have not yet taken the money." Immediately he thinks, "Yes, we have not yet taken the money. Oh, my house is on fire, my house is on fire, my house is on fire." He shouts. The fourth son says, "No, Father, today morning the money is deposited in the bank, don't worry." Again he says, "Oh, I am free. I have no problem." In 10 minutes, incident is saved, person is saved, situation is same, the pain and bliss just comes and goes. See, same scene, same person, same information, but in 10 minutes, 2 times he felt joy and 2 times he felt the pain because of the eye connection. It is not the house, I. That does the whole thing. You understand this one story?
Swamiji?
Yes.
There's no smoking sessions where they hypnotize the person so that he can stop smoking.
You see, again, if you are hypnotized and stop smoking, surely it will disturbance for your consciousness. If you are de-hypnotized and stop smoking, you will grow out of it. Never get hypnotized and stop smoking. Now you know that they have done a research. They insert an electrode, your anger will be totally stopped. And afterwards, they found out, they did 100 surgery as a test. They found out the intelligence rate also has come down tremendously. They stopped doing the electrode insertion. So same way, if you get hypnotized and drop smoking, you lose the intelligence.
And there is another question. Some people...
Intelligence is too much valuable for smoking.
There's a few people who hypnotize and they said they can take you back into your previous life also.
Again, the problem is, you will be taking these ideas also. You have to be careful about it. Yes.
So my question relates to that. I think it's a question of the end. Is there a purpose to life, and what is the purpose of life if there is anything other than searching for God?
Again, you yourself said it's sand. Question of the hand. One thing I can say, why do you take body? I can say, you take body to reach the state of bliss without the help of the body and mind. Purpose of life is to attain Nityananda. That's all. Attain eternal bliss, Nityananda. Over.
Would it be wrong for me to understand it as that we are expressions and we need to take this expression to another state?
You are expression of certain experience. You are supposed to catch the experience solidly so that the expressions disappear. That's nice.
So the only way you can get Nityananda is to have a
This body.
Oh.
This body, because this body is the crossroad. This is the right exit. No other exit leads to enlightenment. Exit with body, with human body is the only exit, takes you to the enlightenment.
Is it so how they say in Gita that at the time of death, whatever you are thinking is what you become in your next life?
In the time of deep, before falling asleep, whatever you think, that only decides the whole dream. Same way, whatever thought was strong at the time of leaving the body, that will decide the next span of life.
And is it like how they say, in 84,000 lives after
No,
you become one time you
No, there is nothing like that. No cycle. It is when you become enlightened, you become one, otherwise still you run around.
Please repeat that statement that you said about the expression and experience. I swear, I lost something.
We are all the expression of certain experience. But we are too much caught with the expression. If you can slowly drop from the expression and catch the experience and one with that, to become one with the experience, forgetting the expression is what is the ultimate goal.
You're running around in circles there.
So, if you look at children who are under 3 years, as you're saying, if they are already connected, are they enlightened?
They have the blueprint of enlightenment. Their body and mind has got a chance to retain it, or a choice to lose it. The blueprint is there. Blueprint means potential. The experience, glimpse is there. They can retain it if they are intelligent, if they don't go to school.
Can parents do something, or can society do something to help those that when they're babies?
That is what is the revolutionary society once upon a time existed, run by the rishis, did. So I am trying, maybe I don't know how much I will be successful, but I am trying. But at least in 1 or 2 cases I can say the initial signals are showing bright. And whatever I am trying now, initial signals are showing bright. But too much of manpower is necessary. It's not a small story, you understand. If I am successful in creating so much of manpower, there is a chance. I have an idea. The parents themselves will become teachers. That is the Gurukulam idea. The parents will be teachers, and each child will have one teacher. But working out the logistics is a big thing. Yes.
What is enlightenment?
Aha! After listening full Ramayana, what is the relationship between Sita and Rama? At least now you asked. Becoming one with the energy which moves the whole existence is what enlightenment. I know for sure you are not understood. I have also not understood. Forget about it. You can't express it more than this by words. That's all.
Just a quick question. Is there no such thing as coincidence then?
No. Only cause and effect. When you do not know the link between cause and effect, when it is too high or too low from your understanding, you call it as coincidence or miracle. When it is too high, you call it miracle. When it is too low, you call it coincidence. No miracle, no coincidence.
Nityanandana. Nityanandana, he 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 Nityanandana.
That was a very, very powerful and beautiful session that we just understood directly from Swamiji himself. I request all the participants, all those of you who are here, go ahead and share. How is it for you? Understanding about the reality of delusion and illusion. Yes.
I request all participants to go ahead and post your understanding on this beautiful topic Swamiji spoke, the delusion versus the reality. Illusion versus the reality. What did all of you understand as delusion? Because all of you to go ahead and post in the chat section. Yes, Marosita. Yes, Manisha, I request you two to post here. What did you understand as delusion? And what do you cognize as the reality?
Reality versus illusion, right? How do you differentiate between it? That's Swamiji revealed. What each of you cognized, understood as you were listening to Swamiji? We're learning the deeper secrets of yoga today, about the greater science of yoga that Swamiji has revealed. So what is the cognition takeaway in this session? See, beautifully Swamiji revealed about, does the mind exist? Does the reality exist when a person gets enlightened? What do you think is your answer for it? Does the reality exist? What we call as an illusion, does it remain after a person enlightened? Okay. Manishi have posted, I could relate to the 3 dream state of waking, dream, and the 27 layers within ourselves. Okay. What about the others? What do you miss from this session from Swamiji? Okay, it does not remain after enlightenment is my understanding. Okay. My Rosita, what do you think? After the person gets enlightened, does the reality exist or not? Jeremiah, what about you? What do you think? After enlightenment, does this reality exist or not?
No.
No idea?
No idea. No.
Okay. Some people say that after a person gets enlightened, this reality does not remain at all for anybody. Some people say after a person gets enlightened, for him the reality disappears. But for everybody else, the reality continues to remain. Between these two, which one do you think is right? When a person gets enlightened, the reality itself disappears. It does a illusion. Or when a person gets enlightened, for him alone, the reality disappears. For the others, it remains.
Well, Jeremiah should choose one answer, not yes and no. Just choose one answer.
Yes, okay, Ma Gabriel. Swamiji says, the reality remains for a person after he gets enlightened. But the reality that an enlightened person sees is not the same reality as an unenlightened person sees. The reality itself doesn't disappear. The way the reality occurs to them is what changes.
See, to give an example, how us and Swamiji, how we are seeing the situation is different, right? How we perceive the reality in front of us is different. But how Swamiji perceives the reality is different. But does not mean he does not know the way how you perceive it. An enlightened being does know how you perceive the reality. But because for him, he has gone beyond the reality. So the way he sees reality is completely different. Like for example, when you come to Swamiji, right? Swamiji knows your past, present, and your future, everything he knows about you. But whereas when you go to Swamiji, you be like, Swamiji, I just come here to solve my problems. That's it. But Swamiji knows everything. Your possibilities, your problems, your ups and downs, everything he knows. So understand the reality which we perceive is different. Meaning how Swamiji perceives the reality is different from the way we perceive the reality, but does not mean reality is not there.
See, one example Swamiji gives is of a wall. The way you see a wall and the way I see a wall is actually very different. It's not the same. But beyond that, a person who's enlightened, it's not that the wall does not exist. The wall does not exist the way you perceive the wall to exist. That is what is the reality. Like, there's this funny story which I have heard before of a preacher is talking about the great truths from the Vedanta, saying the whole world is just an illusion. This is just a Maya, it's an illusion, and it's darkness, nothing of this is real. So one man in the crowd, he gets up, he picks up a stone, throws it at the man and said, "It hurt, right? Then how can you say it's an illusion?" Now, Swamiji says it's not that this reality does not exist. That is a fantasy way of living, just as a philosophical way of living. The reality exists, but it does not exist the way you think it to exist. What you call as reality, that does not exist. So now it's time for us to move into a beautiful process to understand where is it that we are caught in this illusion. Where is it that we are caught in this illusion? So how many of you are ready for this process?
This process will actually make us understand what is the reality. That's it. Making us aware of the reality. The most of the time we live in our present. Swamiji always says that we always live in the past or we always live in the future. But the reality meaning being in the present moment. So everyone understanding this process of what all of you are going to do will help understand whether am I living in reality or not. Am I seeing the reality as it is or not? Okay? So ready for it?
Just before that, one thing to cognize, to think about, okay? Once a man asked the enlightened master, "How is the journey to enlightenment? What changes, what remains?" The man says, "Before I became enlightened, a mountain was a mountain, a river was a river, a plant was a plant. When I was in the journey towards getting enlightened, a mountain was not a mountain, a river was not a river, and a plant was not a plant. After I got enlightened, a river continued to be a river, a mountain became a mountain, and a plant remained a plant." Neither before enlightenment our realities were same or different. Even during enlightenment, it was not same or different. After enlightenment, it was neither same nor different. Then what is it? That is for us to contemplate, Swamiji says. Even before enlightenment, our realities were neither same nor different. During enlightenment, also neither our realities are same nor different. And after enlightenment also, our realities are neither same nor different. So take 5 minutes now to pen down reasons why you are not doing yoga in the Brahma Muhurta time. Why are we not doing yoga in the early morning time? What is the delusion that we are giving ourselves? The illusion we are telling ourselves why we can't do yoga in Brahma Muhurta.
Okay, foremost question. How many participants are doing yoga every single day? Well, at least during the daytime, it's fine. Not doing yoga. How about for you, Ma? Rosita, okay. I see Ma Rosita in the process.
Okay, Aya is doing everyday yoga. Okay. Manishaya. Okay, Ma Gabriel, everyday. Okay. From 6. Okay, that is actually a good time. Aya, no issues. Yes, Jeremy, Aya, very much.
It'll actually even help you manifest a lot more powers if you do the yoga. Okay, the last time you missed Brahma Yoga, Are all of you doing the exercise? Writing down reasons that you missed yoga. It may be one day you missed it, 2 days you missed it, or you never did it after knowing also. What is the reasons? The real reason behind which you missed it? Or it can be like one day you slept too late, like 1 more hour for yoga. I think we just sleep for me 1 more hour. Maybe at 5 o'clock I'll get up and sleep. Yeah, you sleep, you wake up at 7 o'clock. Oh my god, yoga is over. Yoga time is over. How many of you experience this? You just sleep like exactly 1 hour before yoga, you sleep like, oh my god, 1 more hour for yoga to start. Okay, I know I need to be integrated, but I need sleep also. It's like, okay, let me try my best 4 o'clock. If not 5 o'clock, I'll give it a try. You sleep, wake up at 7 o'clock, then you realize, oh my god, yoga's over completely, bad to go now, and you start your daily routine. So, Rosita, what is the reason, the 10 reasons why you didn't do yoga early in the morning at 5 a.m.? Any 10 reasons why you're not happening, you're not getting up at that time. So it may be like, no, it's too early in the morning for me, or I have work at that time, or it may be something like, I have a lot more things. Okay, one more cognition. During Swamiji's satsang was, you were running my business in your dreams and waking up tired for yoga. Okay. What are some reasons? Yes, okay. What is the reason until now that you missed? You don't remember this? Because you were sleepy, because you didn't really think that you should get up, or you didn't want to do yoga in the first place. It's too early. Or why I missed it, I just didn't get up. I just didn't do it. I was awake at that time, but I just didn't remember to do it. What could it, any reasons? Okay, what will happen if I miss one day? My body needs love and sleep. Okay, today the reason is different. What's today's reason? Okay, so each day this is a different reason. Okay, haven't missed since I started. That's amazing. Ma Gabriel, that's really nice. Too early, as I usually sleep late, not able to wake up at 5 a.m. Some reasons we have, whatever the reasons may be. Cuteness. Okay, today you realize that you're missing out. Actually, the Brahma Muhurta time, it's a very, very powerful time. Actually, anything you talk, anything you hear, anything you do in that time, it becomes a very part. Because Swamiji says at that time, what is called as the Chit Jata Granthi, meaning the knot which ties your consciousness and your body together. Knot, right? There's somewhere where your consciousness is attached to your body. That knot comes to the surface during the Brahma Muhurta. Because at that time, how are you? You get up, you have a cold shower and come, how will you be? You'll be like, am I awake? Am I asleep? What is going on? That period of time is the time where your dream state and waking state are merging. Your subconscious, unconscious, and your conscious states are merging time. So because of that, that Chit Jata Granthi, that knot, comes to the surface. So any words you speak, especially any words you speak, any thought currents you cherish during that time, it will become a part of that knot. Swamiji says the knot is sound. That is why it's actually very powerful to chant the Mahavakya during that time, because at that time, then the Mahavakya will become the sound that ties your consciousness with your which will tie your consciousness to your body, to the physical jata, the body. So because of that, that's why Swamiji emphasizes on the Brahma Muhurta time. Swamiji says at that time, you're like a banana and needle shots will just go inside. How easily a needle goes into a banana, right? Any cognitions will just go into you at that time. So at that time, if you push your body into doing yoga, that higher consciousness which you tap into during yoga will just be able to sink into you. You'll see, if you do the morning yoga, you will be so much more active during the day. You will have a quantum transformation in the energy levels during the day just by doing a simple. Actually, Swamiji says, even if you don't want to do 1 hour or 3 hours, you can even do 10 minutes of yoga. In one place, Swamiji even goes up to the extent of saying 1 minute yoga is enough. But doing it every single day at that time is the most important thing. Yes, okay.
So actually this Brahma Muhurta time is really important. Like Swamiji says, at this point of time, your whole body, your whole being is so alive. Any cognition fused at this point of time will directly manifest as reality, and your biomemory, understand, your muscle memory records these thought currents. And throughout the whole day, you run your day based on that cognition only. So that's what during the Brahma Muhurta, the way Swamiji has designed the yoga, each of the pranayamas to a level of what visualizations you should be having in your mind, to the repetition, what sound you should be having in your throat center, every single thing Swamiji has detailedly has structured. So at the end, you're going to experience Paramashivoham. Just by at the end, just by doing one asana, you experience Paramashivoham. Because the way Swamiji structured every single thing, the whole Nityanda yoga, so beautifully, especially we do the yoga during the Brahma Muhurta time, you'll see the purpose with Swamiji created this yoga, that same experience, you'll actually feel that is an experience for you.
Actually, in traditional families, the kids will wake up in that time to study. Many kids will actually, when kids want to go for college or anything, if you actually notice, I've seen some statistics about this also. Kids from traditional Hindu families will be studying early in the morning, Brahma Muhurta time, because at that time your mind will just grasp anything that goes in. Okay. Actually, one more thing I'll just share with you, a scientific understanding of the same thing. So you have the various brain waves, right, that happen in the mind, the delta, which happens during deep sleep, the theta, which is a kind of in between the sleep and waking. And then you have the alpha, which is when you're alert, you're awake, but you're not actively doing anything. Beta, which is when you're actively thinking, rapid processing, you have high beta. And then there's gamma, which is a very much higher state of brain. This theta state of brain is what they call it as, they use the term hypnotic state. But basically, anything happens at that time just directly goes into you. So you don't have the normal mind filter at that time of, oh, this is what I agree with, this is what I don't agree with. And this theta brainwaves is what is present in kids below the age of 7. Below the age of 7, the brainwave state that most kids are in is theta. That is why a child, you just tell anything, they immediately believe it. I know once a person, she talked to a small child and she confused the kid about her colors. So she told her blue was green and green was red in color and red was yellow and yellow was blue. So she taught the kid all the wrong colors. So the kid would go and tell the parents, no, this is not blue, this is green, when it's actually blue in color. But the kids grasp things very fast because that's why language, we learn thousands of billions of social behaviors, right, at that age. Because at that time, our brain wave is in the theta state. That theta state in a normal adult comes between the time when you're just about to fall asleep and you're just waking up. So the Brahma Muhurta, which is Jeremiah 1.5 hours before sunrise, 4 to 6. That is the time the Brahma Muhurta is. So during that time, anything you do, whatever happens within you will just become a part of you. Why, yeah? Why should we not tell you? You don't have to wake up at that time. It's early morning, yeah.
It's early in the morning, not now.
See, 4:30 to 6 o'clock. That is Brahma Muhurta time.
See, actually, don't worry. Yeah. During this time, actually, Swamiji says this is the ideal time to practice to meditate on higher powerful cognitions. Actually, I still remember when we were young, like especially when we were like 7 to 8 years old, where especially when doing a yoga temple, then Swamiji used to play the Upanishads, the Kathopanishad, the Ishavasya Upanishad, Kenopanishad. The principal of Gurukul went and asked Swamiji, saying, Swamiji, why are you playing this Upanishad at this point of time? The kids are really sleepy. And like listening to such, it's not the chanting is not interesting, but listening to this, kids again will sleep more. Then Swamiji said, no, their consciousness is being enhanced. This is the time, if you meditate on higher truths, it directly gets settled into your system and you actually realize that space, that higher truth which they're explained in the Upanishads. That same cognitions will get into the system. And so throughout the whole day, you ask them any verse, they'll be simply able to chant because at this point of time, your body grasps anything. So do not worry, Jeremiah. During this time, I suggest you just sit and listen to satsang. Listen to Swamiji's satsang and contemplate on what Swamiji actually do a lots of help for you.
Okay, so now it's time for us to do the power manifestation. Okay. Are we all ready? Again, we'll continue the power Dura Shruti. Being able to listen to something from a distance. Sit straight, connect to Swamiji. Starting the Mahavakya. Nityananda Paramashivoham. So now we'll be muting and connect to somebody. What is the exact sound which we are playing? The sound that we are listening to. Yes, I request all of you now, go ahead and post. Swamiji show you. What did you hear in your inner space? Yeah. You can tell. Did you hear like a sound? Did you hear a music? Did you hear a song, a voice? What did you feel in your inner space? Okay. Marazita, what about you? Machunyu, what did Swamiji reveal to you in your inner space? If you heard a voice, was it a male or a female, high pitch, low pitch? Snappiness, music playing with a hollow object. Okay. And Ma, the music that you heard, what type of music was it? Okay, Swamiji showed you a flute. Okay. Non-verbal, like a meditation music. Okay. Okay. Nityanandam, Aya, Jul, Aya, I see point. Nityanandam, Munisam, Jul, Aya. Thank you for joining us. We're just actually in the middle of a power manifestation session. And we are going to be seeing now what the answer is. So connected to Swamiji and seen what was the music that I was listening to while muted. And now you can listen to it too.
Sitting there back where you belong. Seasons change, but you stand on. You feed the flame, you keep life on. We can you show me the someday. But tell me, you're dead, so take it back. We can under your.
Yes, so that was the music that I had played for all of you. Actually, one thing I should say, Jeremiah, you were actually nodding your head along to the music as I was listening to it. So it's like, are you sure the music is not going through the way? Yeah, like she was asking me, are you sure? Are we muted completely? Yeah, totally. Okay, shall we do one more round of this? We'll have another music and all of you can scan and see what it is. No. Yes. Okay, we're going to have one more round of power manifestation. I request all of you to sit straight. Julia, you can also join in for this round. What you're going to do is sit straight, connect to Swamiji, chant the Mahavakya, and you'll see beautifully. See, Swamiji says, when the noise inside your inner space settles down, the noise of any place in the world, the sound happening in any place in the world will be available to you. Let's start. Connect to Swamiji and chant the Mahavakya. Yes, slowly relax. I request all of you to post. Even if you saw some words, some sentences, some lines, you can go ahead and post. What is it that we were listening to? Some words. Okay. Do we think? Okay. Marozita, Julia, what did Swamiji show you? Yeah, you should shout Swamiji has showed you, not what you're hearing currently. Okay. Breathing and Basam, okay? Julia, it's the first time I'm seeing you for the program. Where are you from and how long have you known Swamiji? Is this the first time you're joining? Okay. Maruzita, you heard a male body. Okay. Meditation music. Okay. Manisha, what about you? What did Swamiji show? Trampoline, male voice sounds like something was being performed on a stage. Okay. Anything else? Anyone wants to post some more details in what they saw? In what they heard? Oh, okay. I'll play the music now for all of you to listen to.
Hands up. Oh, when you party with us, get it ready, straighten out the blood. We the cosmic trust, we guys third eye here with us. It's all the cosmic dust can manifest what you really trust. I'm the fame, yet this bliss is the sweetest in those. You know we put something on us like before leaving for Chicago. With not much always. You come hands folded at us, you believing without the coconut glow. With not much always. We talk ourselves, we protesting this space is ours. Not much always. Can ask what you want, it's on for your tone, but let's take a look at the stars. It feels so good to live patterns free. We be all charged up, all living whispering makes the world of us. Cause we live out of the sea, hey boy, getting good. Bring your brahmacharyas. We be flying anger right in them cars. Got Kantamal and Amalingas. We run the free ride cause we don't need no gas, yeah. We be high on life, flying on prana. A little busy so we move a little faster. That's what you want, we got the cultivation. We the favorite, we cosmic inheritance. Came down to share it. Just live yourself out of the matrix. Rule number one, claim Paramashivoham, and that's it. Lights on, flame is hit us. His grace works like magic. Oh, when you party with us, get ready, straighten out the blood. Paramashivoham.
So that is the music. So male voice, all those of you who saw male voice, left, right. So something being performed on a stage also, you could say it does sound like something being performed on a stage. And
Yeah, actually, this is songs for they made for Swamiji. Yes. So if all of you want to enjoy these songs, you can definitely head to Nityananda Kirtanalaya on YouTube, and so thousands of songs of Swamiji you can go ahead and listen to.
Yes. So now with that, we'll be moving on to the next session of the day. To cognize the deeper truths from Swamiji directly, when we get into the Yoga Sutras deeper and deeper, the further cognitions that we'll be receiving from Swamiji on how does perception happen? What is the physiology of perception? How do we perceive what we do in our reality? So this is what we'll now be listening to directly from Swamiji himself. So just stay tuned for that.
नित्यानंदना हे नित्यानंदना 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 नित्यानंदना हे
स्वामी के जय।
नित्यानंदना
जगत की नित्या जय परमहंस श्री नित्येश्वरा अखिल जगत की नित्या जय परमहंस श्री नित्येश्वरा नित्य पुरेशा नित्य स्वरूपा त्रिभुवन नायका मंगलदायका अखिल जगत की नित्या जय परमहंस श्री नित्येश्वरा परमहंस श्री नित्येश्वरा
The 5 activities, your paths to euphoria. In these few sutras, Patanjali is clearly describing 5 activities of your mind can either lead you to anguish or non-anguish, suffering or joy. It can lead you to anything. I am describing every day one activity of a mind so that you can understand and use it to lead yourself to the joy. Patanjali can say again and again, I can use only one word, unimaginable intelligence. When you see the books related to modern psychiatrists and psychoanalysts and all this knowledge, Patanjali is genius. Whatever the problems modern men are facing, Patanjali has not only faced them, found solutions and experimented with the disciples and expressed it perfectly in few words. Unimaginable intelligence, the awakened energy. That is why Patanjali is always described as a awakened snake. See, when a Kundalini Shakti, the inner potential energy inside you is awakened, it will be like a snake. If a snake moves inside your system, what kind of experience you will feel? That same intense experience you will feel when a Kundalini Shakti is awakened in you. It's like only one difference. If a snake bites you, you will die. It will inject poison. If the Kundalini bites you, it will inject nectar. You will become immortal. That's the only difference. That is why the Patanjali is described as a snake with nectar. Here you can see his murti. Today I wanted the murti to be brought here so that all of you can see how he is visualized, how he is meditated upon. unimaginable intelligence, genius, energy. Every subject is so clear. When he describes right knowledge, he opens a new door. When he describes wrong knowledge, he opens a new door and makes you understand what you should not do. He says very clearly. Sometimes he teaches what you should do, sometimes he teaches what you should not do. I can say it's like a step-by-step lesson. Sometimes when I read Patanjali's works, I feel all other masters are little impractical. Even Shiva Sutra. They all talk about the great truth, but the big problem is there are no steps described. Patanjali is a great compassionate being. He feels for you. The big problem is Krishna is an incarnation. There are many zones of human problems which he never tasted in his life because he is an incarnation. He landed. Same way Shiva is always in that ecstasy, joy, high energy zone. So he doesn't know all the human problems. But Patanjali is evolved from human zone to the divine zone. So he knows all the problems. He knows all your problems. He knows all possible disturbances you will go through, all possible questions you will have, all things which you need to know. He knows thoroughly. That is why Patanjali looks more practical. The one main reason for Patanjali's popularity all over the West, I want you to know, one among the 4 Americans follow Patanjali knowingly or unknowingly. The other day I read the Times magazine. I saw one among the 4, directly or indirectly, knowingly or unknowingly, do some form of yoga which is from Patanjali. Why Patanjali is so popular, not only in USA, all over the world? Because he understands all human problems. He leads us from step by step. He doesn't assume the disciple will know this step. The big problem with the teachers, with the masters is, again and again, they are not interested in repeating the same concepts and ideas and truths. They think they take disciples for granted. Or sometimes they feel bored, tired to repeat the same thing. But Patanjali has a deep patience. He has compassion. Every step he takes you. He clears all your doubts. He removes all confusions. The amazing way he has produced this book. The first part is sadhana, first part is samadhipada. Means he initiates you into the knowledge, into the experience, into the truth. Then he explains about other things which you need to understand, sadhana. Then vibhuti. When you do that sadhanas, what all other qualities you express. Finally, he concludes with a kaivalya pada, means living enlightenment. Every step he takes you beautifully. He doesn't assume you know this. He doesn't take you for granted. He has a deep patience and deep compassion. Sometimes people feel Patanjali is repeating again and again. People come and complain to me. Don't you feel this book has too much of repetition, Swamiji? I tell them no. No. Yesterday Patanjali was explaining about viparyaya. Means wrong knowledge. Today he is talking about imagination. Vikalpa. Please understand. Superficially if you see, both looks almost same, but it is not. If you see superficially, what is there? Wrong knowledge and imagination, almost same. Why is Patanjali wasting so many sutras describing the same problem? No. There are subtle differences. We'll enter into the subject and understand the subtle differences. Not only subtle differences, how to go beyond the problem. He is describing 5 modes, 5 actions of the mind, 5 activity of the mind. One is right knowledge, another one is wrong knowledge, the third, Vikalpa, imagination or fantasy, fourth, sleep, fifth, memory. He is describing 5 activity. Yesterday we understood about right knowledge and wrong knowledge. He wants us to understand about all these 5 so that we will use this knowledge to elevate ourselves to the higher consciousness. We will use this knowledge to lead to joy, to take us to the Jivan Mukti, the living enlightenment state. The 5 activities. One important thing you need to understand. Mind is not a thing you need to fight with. If you think mind is a thing, you will fight with it. You may have to fight with it. Mind is not a thing. Mind is not a thing. It is an action. Please understand. Mind is a subtle action. It is not a thing. It is just your action. If you don't want, just stop it. That's all. Please understand this one understanding. Mind is not a thing. It is an action. If you think it is a thing, you will start fighting with it. You will start complaining, I am not able to control it. You will start using all kinds of words. No. It is not a thing. It is an action, subtle action. For example, you are walking. If you don't want to walk, what will you do? You will just sit down. You are talking. If you don't want to talk, what will you do? You will just become silent. Same way, you are minding. If you don't want the mind, what to do? Just stop, that's all. Don't do it. Mind is action. Look inside. It is an action. It is not a thing. Just like moving your hand, talking, you are thinking. It is your action. So if you don't want, if you are suffering with it, if you are struggling with it, if you want to be in a zone where there is no mind, just stop, that's all. We say, no. It is not that easy. Whenever I talk to people a simple straight truth, in a direct way, they think he is too young, he needs to go and study a little more. Then I start complicating things. Then I start using more words, more things. They are very happy. I think he knows very much. You don't know, he has knowledge. He has so much of knowledge. He may look young, but he has so much of knowledge. What to do? Anyhow, then let me complicate. If you want the straight truth, I am telling you now, mind is not a thing, it is an action. If you don't want, don't do it, that's all. You can say, how can I be? Just decide, now I don't want the mind, relax. If thoughts are coming, be very clear, you want it, that is why it is coming. The next thought, now I am feeling bored, means what? You want to think, that's why it is coming. So assume responsibility for every action, even the subtle actions which are happening inside you. When you assume responsibility for even subtle actions happening inside you, now you have the control. You know the science. Many truths are revealed. Please understand. Whenever you take responsibility for certain power or post or position, the secrets about that post or that power or that position are revealed to you. For example, if you decide to become a politician and take responsibility for certain post, certain position, when you sit in that position, you know complete mechanism. All the truths related to that position will be revealed to you. Same way, decide to sit in a position, take the responsibility that your mind is you, it is your action. When you understand it is your action, suddenly all the truths about the mind will be revealed to you. If you want, you can stop it. If you don't want, you can run it. If you want, you can think. If you don't want, you can stop. You can play with it. But people say, no, I tried all these things for 20 years. Your age is my experience. Many times people come and tell me, they are very, very proud about it. Your age is my experience. Please understand, many times we don't want simple truths. The first sutra, Patanjali explains this only. Yogaha chitta vritti nirodhaha. Yoga is cessation of the mind. Simple, straight truth. I think Patanjali also would have had the same problem. Disciples telling him, I think he needs to go and study a little more. Then he starts explaining. But even his explanation is so beautiful, wonderful, amazing. The 5 activities of the mind he is explaining to you so that you will understand and know how to stop it, how to go beyond it. He is taking you from step by step. Let's enter into today's subject. Today's sutra, Sabda Jnananupadi Vastu Sunyo Vikalpaha. Imagination as opposed to reality is the real result of mere words. This is known as Vikalpa or fantasy. Let me repeat the sutra once more. Shabda Jnananupati Vastu Sunyo Vikalpaha. Imagination as opposed to the reality, which is the result of mere words. This is known as Vikalpa or fantasy. Imagination, Vikalpa. You may not have wrong knowledge, but you will have imaginations. A small story. One guy walked into the bar, sat next to a man who was sitting with a dog at his feet. This guy asked, "Does your dog bite?" That guy said, "No." This guy bent and patted the dog, and the pet bit him. Just bitten him. This guy shouted, "You said your dog doesn't bite? Just bitten me." That guy said, "Yes, my dog doesn't bite, but this is not my dog." You may not have wrong knowledge, but you have your own imagination. Understand? Your own imagination. Many times, Vikalpa brings more suffering. Today I have a lot of stories on imagination. Imagination is my favorite subject. Because so much of suffering can be avoided if you understand imagination. If you just understand imagination. Viparyaya, even Viparyaya is not that deep. If your mind can be relaxed from constant movement in the conscious layer, you can come out of Viparyaya. But Vikalpa, even your sleep is Vikalpa. Please understand, Viparyaya can happen only in your waking state or dream state. But Vikalpa can happen even in the deep sleep state. Even if a deep sleep is a Vikalpa. Viparyaya can touch only your conscious mind and subconscious mind. Means wrong knowledge can touch you, can disturb you only in the waking state and dream state. But Vikalpa, imagination, can disturb you even in the dream, even in the deep sleep state. Sorry, not in the dream, even in the deep sleep state. It can disturb in all three states. You may think, how can Vikalpa, imagination, disturb me in the deep sleep state? Sometime when you are out of deep sleep state, you will say, it was suffocating, as if somebody was pressing me. It is not a dream. If it is dream, you can remember and tell. It will not be like a dream. It will be like a deep suffocation. That's what we call Vikalpa. Means imagination. Many times you imagine things. You imagine things. I have one more story for you about imagination. I'll read it out. It will be very nice. One guy goes to South Africa and sends a letter to his mother saying, "Dear mother, I am sending some pills which doctor gave. And if you take one, it will take years of your life." After a month, that guy comes back home. He sees beautiful young women outside his house sitting with a baby. And this guy comes back and asks, "Where is my mother?" She says, "Don't be silly, I am your mother." And those pills were marvelous. This guy says, "Oh God, I can't imagine. Only one pill. You are able to have a baby." She says, "Are you crazy? That is not a baby, that's your father, he took two." If you take Viparyaya and Vikalpa both, imagination. Many times we imagine too many things. Vikalpa can touch deeper zones than Viparyaya. Means imagination can touch the deeper zones than wrong knowledge. Wrong knowledge is more like a logic. When you have a wrong logic, it's a wrong knowledge. But the Vikalpa, imagination, is deeper than wrong knowledge. Patanjali says, imagination as opposed to reality is the result of mere words that is known as Vikalpa or fantasy. Vastu sunyo Vikalpaha. Every word of Patanjali brings me so much of joy. I can say every word, so much of clarity, so much of depth. He is saying opposed to reality, anything opposed to reality which is created merely by words. Merely by words. Many times you can see in your life, you are constantly creating many things just by words. Just by words. Simple words. You create your own theories. You spin your own moods, I can say. Your mind and body comes in contact with each other at 7 spots in your body. Both of them touch each other. 7 spots, that is what we call 7 energy centers. In yoga tradition, they call that 7 spots as 7 energy centers, and they call it as Chit Jada Grandhi, where the matter and consciousness meets each other. Matter and consciousness meets each other. Each spot gets corrupted when your imagination is added. Please understand, each spot gets corrupted when your imagination is added. The first root center, if your imagination is added, it just shows the things which is not there. It just shows the things which is not there. It just shows things in the expanded size. That is why constantly you feel the other person is cheating you. Other person not giving you your proper share. Other person is depriving you. In any relationship, you always feel the other is not fulfilling you. Please understand. It is your fantasy. When imagination is added to your root center, you start expecting the things which can never happen. Which can never happen, or which never happened, which will never happen. You start imagining things. You start projecting things. You start creating things. And when you see it is not happening through the other person, you start blaming the other person. You start cursing the other person. Imagination added to your greed is fantasy. Imagination added to your fear is, we can say, the main reason for all the phobias. When imagination is added to your fear, it becomes phobia. Constantly you are feeling frightened. Constantly you are feeling frightened. I have heard one more story. You have one more story. A man walks out of a bar and sees a bum panhandling on the corner. The bum says, "Mister, do you have $1 you could spare me?" The man thinks about the question for a bit and asks the bum, "If I give you $1, are you going to use it to buy liquor?" He says, "No." The man asks, "If I give you $1, are you going to use it for gambling?" The bum says, "No." The man says to the bum, "Do you mind coming home with me so I can show my wife what happens to someone who does not drink or gamble?" He has his own fear with the wife. Now he wants the proof. Please understand, if the fantasy is added to your greed, he has expectation from her. If the fantasy is added to fear, he is completely frightened by her. But she is the same person. The other person is same. If your imagination is added to your greed, you see her as much beyond what she is through fantasy. If your imagination is added to fear, the same way you see her much beyond what she is through fear. Whether it's imagination or fear, you see what is not. You see what is not. You start seeing things. You experience things which is not there. One more story for you. Every day this guy comes back home after fully drunk. Wife wanted to frighten this guy, so she decides to give him a shock. Every day this guy walks through a cemetery, late night. She decides to go and sit there with all the makeup and frighten him. She covers herself with a black shawl and she creates smoke. The whole scene is ready. When he comes, fully drunk, she just jumps in front of him and creates a big sound. He very coolly turns and says, don't you know me? I'm married to your sister. When your imagination is added to fear, again you see what is not there. Even small things feels like a torture. Please understand, if your imagination is added to greed, even simple things feel like a heaven. Many people come and tell me their experiences about their vacation and all those things. I am not able to connect at all with the idea of vacation. You may think I am from the other planet. No, when people come and tell me, I'm going for vacation, Swamiji, or I went for vacation, can you see the photographs? We went here, we went there. This is our vacation, this is our vacation photograph and all those things. I can't imagine. They have all those vacation photographs on the refrigerator. Wherever I go in the houses, the refrigerator, on the cupboards. They forget even that smile was post smile. Whenever they see that photographs, they think, oh, those days when we went for vacation, it was such a joy, so much of ecstasy. I can't connect with the idea of vacation at all. What is vacation? You are going to carry the same mind, same wife, same thing. If you are sitting and worrying in the house, it is called homework. If you are sitting and worrying in the office, it is called business. If you are sitting and worrying in somewhere where you don't know, that's called vacation. I can't connect with that idea of vacation at all. Many times people try to tell me, why don't you take vacation, Swami? I tell them, what will I do? Even if I go there, I'll gather few people and start talking about something. Then let me sit here itself, at least people will be more comfortable in the hall. Instead of sitting somewhere where people will not have comforts, where I will not have microphone. When your imagination is added to greed, things are looking more greener. Things are looking more joyful. Even small action, even one simple rose, you say, oh, she loves me. I love her. Still I am not able to understand at all these words, all these giving one card, giving one rose. I don't know how the love is conveyed through that, or love is felt through that. I can't relate with that idea. People say, no, you are too insensitive, Swami. But what to do? When imagination is added to your greed, everything looks sweet. Everything looks fantastic. You feel the other person is angel. But when one shift happens in the energy center, that same imagination raises 2 inches above to Swadhisthana, to the fear. The other person looks like a devil. The reality is the other is neither devil nor angel. He's a man. She's a woman. That's all. When we see the other person as angel or devil, we are suffering with Vikalpa, imagination. We are suffering with Vikalpa. Anything other than reality, if you see, you are suffering with Vikalpa. You are suffering with Vikalpa. One more story about Vikalpa. I hate this modern art, he says to his wife. What a piece of crap that is. Wife says, no, that is a Picasso. This guy says, what about this one with all crazy lines? She says, that is Kandinsky. This guy says, oh, okay, how about this one? Where this guy's got a pencil neck, his nose is upside down, his eyes are on the same side of his head. She says, that is a mirror. He was continuously criticizing everything. He doesn't know it is a mirror. Please understand, the big problem is when you are caught in the greed or fear, not only you will suffer with the other person, you will suffer with you also. When this guy was criticizing all the modern arts one by one, he did not even have awareness to see it is a mirror. He was criticizing. Same way, when you are caught with greed, if you are fantasizing about everything, you will not have awareness to see your own reality. You will fantasize about you also and suffer. Fantasizing about you and suffering is the worst suffering. You will never face the reality. Please understand. If you are fantasizing about somebody and suffering, that person will teach you the lesson. You will understand. You will wake up. You have to wake up. You have to wake up. You can't continue to dream. You can't continue to fantasize because fulfilling your fantasy is a big headache, responsibility for the other person. Nobody will be able to do that job. They will take vacation. You will realize your fantasy is your fantasy. But if your fantasy is about you and torture yourself, you will never be able to come out of it. That is what almost all the people who misunderstood yoga starts doing.
Nityanandam, to all participants? Yes. We'd like to complete with you for the little interruption all of you had in the program. We'll be resuming back to sessions right now. Yes. So request all of you to post your understanding, whereas very beautifully Swamiji spoke on the physiology in our body. Yes. I see so many participants logged in. Ma Jessica, Ma Gabriel, Ma Sarala, Devin Harrisaya, Ma Karini. I see so many of you logged in. Here, so many of you that have joined us, Jeremiah. Or if you take a moment to post your cognitions, your understandings about this science that we just learned, about the cognition that we just received from Swami. Your mind is not a thing. Yes, mind is an action. That's what Swamiji says, right? Mind is not a thing. Mind is an action. Like how walking is an action. Yes, we apologize to all the participants for the technical error. Are all of you able to hear us now? Telling them. Okay, yes, thank you. So, Manish have posted 5 actions of the mind are right knowledge, wrong knowledge, imagination, sleep, and memories. Yes, Swamiji revealed such beautiful revelations upon this understanding of how the mind works. How the mind is just an action. I found this very powerful when Swamiji first revealed. We always think of mind as an entity living within us, something so powerful, something that's actually there inside of us. What we don't realize actually is that the mind is an action, it's a processor. It is just that we have put it on autopilot and we forgot that we are the one put it on autopilot. And it runs our life, runs our life, runs our life, and we are like, why is the mind running my life? Yes, and yeah, you've posted imagination, greed for a fantasy affect the Mooladhara. Imagination and fear affect the Swadhisthana. Yes, actually Swamiji says, greed and fear itself are not wrong. The greed and fear added with the imagination and fantasy, that is what creates the biggest mistake. Our fear itself, Swamiji says, like a phobia. It's like you, even when you're scrolling on your computer screen, you see a snake. And no logical basis for that fear. It is a fantasy or an imagination of fear. That is what is the fear, which is the real mistake which we do. Any other understandings, cognitions that we see from this session? A short internalization exercise. See, Swamiji said very beautifully of how
the layers of reality exist. This is something I find very fascinating. The whole perception for two being any happened this first time. The same way for us, any happening in the higher dimensions is perceived as time. And for how Swamiji revealed, all the sensory input we have is through the five senses converted into electrical signals, right? And send it to the brain. Then comes the perception, the theory that then that means you can be living in any environment. Like, how many of you have watched the movie Matrix? How many of you watched the movie The Matrix? Raise your hand. Okay, I see Manisha, Kima, Rosita, Julia. See, this movie, what do? They take human beings and they just give an electrical signal input, right? And that is how they live their whole life. Even logically, if you look at it, right now also, all we are perceiving is some electrical sensory input. All things we perceive as real, as so real in our reality, is just electrical input that can be simulated by anything. Our idea of electricity itself is an electrical input. Our idea of the brain itself is an electrical input. Are we all understanding this? And that is why when we say Maya, this reality is an illusion. That is what it means. It is not the way we are perceiving it to be. You can look at this from many angles. For example, take this. Okay? You have an object. Let's say you have an object. Now you go into that object. Okay? So let's say you have an object. This is just a regular thing you wear. This is actually the Kalabhairava Raksha, the protection band from the Kalabhairava temple in Varanasi. So let's say this object is that. Okay, now I'm perceiving it to be a very solid object. All of you also can see it. It's a very object. Now let's say I zoom in. Okay, I'm going to start the reality. What will I reach? I'll reach individual threads that have been woven together. Now my first perception of this as a solid band is wrong. It is actually multiple individual threads that are woven together. Now those threads also, if I zoom in more and more and more, I'm going to reach thin filaments that have been gathered together to make a thread. I zoom into those filaments. I'm going to reach molecules, the elements out of which this is made. This is cotton. So the elements out of which cotton is made. Now my first perception of it being a solid band is long ago proved wrong. My perception of it being threads is proved wrong. My perception of it being filaments is proved wrong. Now I'm thinking of it as a bunch of elements, molecules put together. I go into those molecules, I'm going to find atoms. I go into those atoms, I'm going to find quarks. I'm going to find the subatomic particles, the electrons, neutrons, protons. I go inside a proton, I'm going to find quarks. Now ultimately when I reach that level, there's no more even matter left. It is pure space. 99.999999999% of all matter is pure space. Now, where is my perception of this being a solid band? That is why Swamiji says that what you perceive is not the reality. The way you perceive the reality is not the actual reality. Are we all understanding this? Are we all cognizing this whole physiology of perception? Now for this, we're going to do a small exercise where we're all going to be cognizing. See, whatever quality of consciousness we look at reality from, that is how it will occur to us. If we look at it from the reality, so real, so happening, so alive. From the dream state, there's just a vague remembrance of this reality. From the deep sleep state, this reality itself doesn't exist. From the Turiya state, the reality exists but we perceive. From the different states of consciousness, the way we perceive reality itself changes, but it is not the absolute reality. So now we're going to do a small exercise where you're going to this truth of the physiology of perception. How, based on your state of consciousness, the perception itself changes. Okay? Just go into a space of unclenching, contemplate truth, and whatever ideas, whatever cognitions, clicks are coming up, you will be posting that. So we'll be doing this for minutes. Sit right, I request all of you. Go into a space of deep unclenching. Means whatever thoughts are arising, are sustaining, and are destroying. You be unclenched from it. You are not doing any of the actions, you just with go into the absolute space of witnessing. Just contemplate intensely, seek. That itself, a lot of powerful cognition will arise in you. As you get the powerful cognition, do post in the chat section. So because all participants just contemplate on the truth which all of us listen right now. Just contemplate. Talk to yourself. You are your own friend, so talk to yourself on this beautiful cognition Swamiji has given. Later, this reality actually exists beyond the perception. Okay, all of you can relax now. And all of you can post. You are understanding your cognitions, which all of you are contemplating right now. Whatever your cognitions, your understandings that you got from this, I request all of you to go ahead and post it. I request all of you to post. Ma Rosita, Manishaya, Maliyun. Post whatever is your cognitions, your understandings. Yes. Yes, Nityananda. Any questions all of you are having? Then you feel free to ask. This all participants understand each states of consciousness which you are in. Okay. Swamiji says very beautifully that all of us learn that there's 4 states of consciousness. Right? There are 3 states of consciousness which we learn. The deep sleep, dreaming, and the waking. Right? And there's Hinduism says there's 5 states of consciousness. Whole permutation combination put together makes the 25 states of consciousness, which all of you will be listening to, learning about it deep in the other levels of the Paramashivoham program. So in now, Swamiji says that 4 main states of consciousness we have, out of which 3 states only we experience every single time, which is deep sleep. Second, dreaming. Third is waking state. The 4th state is the awakened state, which is 4th state, which is also called as Turiya, the awakened state. So the answer is which state you are in. Your perception changes. For example, if you are in dreaming, if you are in waking state, you know what you see in front of you is the reality, right? It is the reality. That's the perception of the waking state. If you remember your dream, will you consider your dream is the reality? No. You know the dream is the dream. So your perception changes, right? But if you're in your dreaming body, what you see in your dream, you see this light, this reality for you. But what you see as reality in the waking state, it's different. You may think it's your dreaming body. So understand each state of consciousness which you fall into, your perception of the reality changes. How many of you are understanding this? In deep sleep state, forget about it. We don't even think anything. It's just a deep sleep state. At least a dreaming state and waking state, some interaction of the mind happens. When deep sleep, nothing exists, just pure sleep. The mind is dead, body is dead. But even in that state, our perception of the reality changes. How many of you are catching this one? Any questions or if you're having? Because all participants, that's when you can. Okay, all clear. Makarini posted. Okay, that's good.
Ma Karini, I request you to post your understanding, ma. What did you understand from this beautiful topic Swamiji has given? The physiology of perception. That's enough. Like all the participants, you can go ahead and share. Any doubts, you want to share your understanding, go ahead and share. So with this, let's now enter into the. So see, this is only for making each and every one of us understand to perceive that what we are living right now is we have to live in the reality. And the ultimate bliss, by understanding all these things, by understanding you are in reality, you experience bliss only. That is what Swamiji is going to be initiating for all of us into today. Experiencing the eternal bliss in your life. So by understanding the reality, you'll actually grasp, yes, my natural state, my ideal reality is the bliss state. But here and there, the dreaming body, the deep sleep body, the waking state are just a side of it. They are just different states, that's it. But my original nature, my original state is the state of bliss. So with that understanding, let's now enter into power manifestation. So we are going to be continuing to manifest the power of Dura Shruti. Have ability to listen to music, sound which is being played far off distances. So I request all participants to come on. Those of you are not in cameras, please cameras as we now entering the power manifestation. So now all the participants, we are going to be muted and we are going to be playing a music. Through the third eye, all of you are going to be finding out. All of you are going to be asking Swamiji, what is the music which was being played for all? The type of music it was. Is it the flute music? It's a calming music? It's a meditation music? Or is it like a active? Is it a male voice or a female voice? Is it song or is it dancing? Whatever it is. Is it song on Swamiji? Okay. So I request all of you now, let's close your eyes. So now we'll be starting to play the music. Just connect to Swamiji, chant the Mahavakya, and ask Swamiji to show you. Start chanting the Mahavakya now. Ask Swamiji to reveal you the music which is being played. Yes. Slowly, very slowly, because all of you relax, and all of you can go ahead and start posting whatever Swamiji has revealed to you. What sound were we listening to? Okay, like a suspense kind of thing. If you heard any feelings, emotions, anything else in your inner space, go ahead and put it. Swamiji temple. Okay. Male Asian singer singing devotional music connected to Shiva. Okay, okay. Pavadiyama, Machunyu, Maliyun, female Muslim woman singing calming song. Okay. Pavadiyama, Lissika, Makani. Okay, a song about devotion. Okay, let's listen to the song now. What is the song for you? It is a group. Okay. There's no doubt. The everything at his feet. Feel free, let it be. Watch him come while you listen to me. Nityananda, Guru Nityananda, Nityananda, that's right, Paramahamsa Nityananda. Om Namo Nityanandaya, Namo Namo Nityanandaya, Om Namo Nityanandaya, Om Namo Nityanandaya, Namo Namo Nityanandaya, Om Namo Nityanandaya, Namo Shivaya, Om Satyananda Shiva Mahadeva, Manishaya, that was really wonderful. Amazing, amazing, amazing manifestation for you, Aya. Yes. Yes. That's really nice to hear. We are able to go to the type of the musician who's singing the song also, the two from which region also they are from. That's really wonderful. Okay, so now we'll be entering into the next powerful session where we're going to be understanding deeper on what Patanjali says. What does Patanjali say about Tyaga? That is what we're going to be understanding now in this session. So, what do you understand by the word Tyaga? First, I'd like to hear from all of you. What is Tyaga in English? Sacrifice. What is it that you associate it with? You cognize when I say that word. Difficult. Okay.
Generally, we associate tyaga with giving up something, right? With sacrificing, with giving up in life. Something towards us, close to us. We have to give that up. That is tyaga. Swamiji says tyaga is a superpower. Tyaga is not giving up something you have. Tyaga is giving up that which you don't have. How is this? Let us understand deeply. Okay, Agnya of intelligence, burning truth. Okay, that's a very beautiful understanding of tyaga. See, it tells a very beautiful story to understand about tyaga. There was an enlightened master who used to sit under a banyan tree. After a long time he did tapas, he became enlightened. After enlightenment, he started blessing thousands of people and love, grace, that he achieved so much of punya, so much of merit because of his virtuous deeds. So what happens is all the gods, those of them who strive their whole life to keep that punya, they come to him and they ask, what is it that you did? I will give you, no problem. You just tell me, what is it that you want that we have to give you? Then they said, see, you have done so much of punya, we have to give you something. But I don't want anything. I lost the mind which enjoys the suffering long ago. The mind which enjoys whatever comes in life, that I have lost long ago. I have nothing to ask you. So the gods say you have to ask. You cannot go be without getting something for the amount of punya that you have done. So then you have to ask for something. So he just smiled and said, okay, if you guys want to force me to have something, give me one boon. Let all the auspicious things me without me even being aware of it. Let auspiciousness happen around you, around me, even without me realizing it. That is what Swamiji says. Beautifully, as the Vedas say, only through tyaga is immortality attained. Swamiji says, even after enlightenment, we should be established in tyaga. That is which showers virtues constantly. It is not just outer world renunciation. Swamiji says outer world renunciation is a poor substitute for tyaga. Tyaga is discrimination, not having a thick head. Renouncing your mind, which is a big headache, a big weight on you. About understanding this, you said tyaga is difficult. Tyaga is not about giving up something you have. Tyaga is about giving up the idea of difficulty itself. Giving up the mind which tells us something is like this, something is like that. That is Swamiji very beautifully says like what exactly is renunciation? Swamiji says, renouncing without having the idea of renouncing is renunciation. Understand that? Tyaga means giving up, right? You're giving up without even having the idea that you're giving up is tyaga. So there's nothing difficult over here. As long as you do not have to thought, oh, I'm giving up, it is tyaga. So you see, we just contemplate this one truth. I still remember once I was reading this powerful book, which just it means so much. As one just like renouncing without having the idea of renouncing is tyaga. So you see, what you term is very difficult is actually really easy. Just the cognition. Not that. That's it. Tyaga is done. As simple as that. But we only think, oh my God, I have to give up my charity. I have to give up. Oh my God, it's such a difficult task. But it's actually so simple. Are we all understanding this? The way the mind works. What is real tyaga? Tyaga is healing everything in life. Beautifully, Mirabai says, right? Janam janam ki punji pai jag mein sabhi khogayo. I achieved the wealth of lifetimes and lifetimes by losing everything in the world. Because not giving up something, it is about expansion. One way I always like to cognize Tyaga, which Swamiji has said. Tyaga is not you giving up something. You are giving up your old identity to embrace a much larger identity. It is like you go, there's a $10 as an investment. You will get $1,000 in return. That's how we work it with investments. Take this example. If I give $10 within 1 month, I'm going to get $1,000. Can I say I have done Tyaga of that $10? Yes, I have given it up. But only because I'm receiving 1,000. Real Tyaga is that. As Ramana Maharishi sings, as Marikavasar sings, I gave myself to you and got you in return. Who's more intelligent in this bargain? I gave you and I got you in return, he tells Paramashiva. I gave my complete identity. You. Nityanandam, to all participants, we'd like to complete with you for the interruption. Is everyone able to hear us and see us clearly? Do post a yes in the chat. Okay, yes. Thank you so much, Rosita. Yes. Now there is a small process, a small technique, just to practice Tyaga, just to practice sacrifice of all the incompletions we have within us. Sit for 5 minutes. Just renounce. Renounce all the thoughts, all the ideas that are coming up within you. Just for 5 minutes, sit and unclench. Sit and give the ultimate renunciation. As the Upanishads say, na karmana na prajaya dhane na tyage naike. Neither by your actions, neither by your children, your progeny, neither by your wealth can immortality be achieved. Only by that can immortality be achieved. Tyaga is giving up the mind. It's giving up what you don't have, your patterns, your incompletions, your attachments. Sit for a few minutes. This renunciation, this discrimination. What is me? What is not me? Slowly, very slowly relax. This will be a very powerful way to make Kundalini. How was it for all of you? Did you all enjoy the experience? It actually will bring so much of peace and completion inside of you. Yes. As we are kind of cognize on this beautiful truth, as we continue to contemplate on this, let's now enter into the power manifestation. So, all the participants, you're going to be playing your music through the third eye. See, just ask Swamiji to reveal to you. Sometimes when you connect in Swamiji, Swamiji make you listen to that music. Or Swamiji will show you the visuals or the words. Just continue to manifest. Enjoy the beautiful space you're having with Swamiji as you're manifesting the power. So request all of you now to close your eyes. In that beautiful space, start chanting the Mahavakya intensely. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Now, we'll be playing the music for you to listen to. Just connect to Swamiji. See, when the inner chatter dies down, the cosmic sound will be available to you. Slowly, very slowly. Please open your eyes. As Swamiji showed for all of you, post it in the chat section. Nityanandam, Mata Maria. Nityanandam, thank you for joining us. Ma Joy, Pleasant. Yes, Nityanandam. Whatever music, whatever creations Swamiji showed you, go ahead and post it in the chat. Okay. You heard nothing. Okay. Ma Rosita, what did Swamiji show you? Malasika. Mata Maria, there might even be some kind of, idea, some feeling you would have gotten. Not necessarily you would have. Sometimes it can come as a deep feeling inside of you. Or even words, even a word in front of you, a scene or an image in front of you. Anything like that Swamiji showed also, you can post it. Yes, I request all participants, Makarini, Jeremy Aya, Devin Harris, I request all of you to post what was Swamiji showing. Okay, be a vessel is all I heard in my mind. Okay. Okay, singing. There is the last one that you okay, you were able to hear something similar to the last one. Okay. Light and upbeat music. Okay. Manisha, what about you? I saw nature, male voice, Caucasian person, religious music again. Okay. So I'm going to now play the music for all of you to listen to. Okay. Was it audible for all the participants? Yes? Okay. Maros, okay. Not very clear. It's actually a very high-pitched music. It is like a dandiya music actually. Yeah. And women singing, right? Yes, it's a very high-pitched religious music, definitely. And it's in a woman's voice. That was the music that was played for all of you. So if you saw a woman, that's amazing religious music, yes. Rosita, you posted light music. Yes. It is a very upbeat music. Light, I would not say, but upbeat, definitely yes. Yes. So now? Yes, okay. So now we'll be entering into the next session, the next powerful cognitions directly from Swamiji himself, where we're going to be understanding deeper on time. What does Patanjali they have to say about time and space, about this time, which we all perceive in the world? What is it really? How does it exist? This time is what I'm going to be cognizing now. Yes. So, as all participants, so understand fundamentally, like throughout the whole year, all the participants, all of you learning different truths given by Patanjali on different topics such as on time, on bliss, so on sound, various different topics all of us covered. See, all this is for all of us to understand. Your very nature is bliss. Time, actually, we always, most of the time, we associate ourselves with time. We feel the amount of productivity is given is based on how much amount of time you're spending on it, right? Time. Time is the most discussed topic also. And we've actually one of the most bounded thing in our life. We feel that we are bound by time. Like you cannot get time. If time goes, that's it. It's gone. But understand this. You can actually go beyond time, but time can listen to you. Instead of feeling that you are bound by time, time can listen to you. It can go the way you want it to be. So actually, this is going to be a very important topic for all of us to understand time. As most of the time we decide our life on time. Yes, Swamiji says that planning is not, it's not the chronological planning is wrong. It is fine to make us organized. But having an idea that time bounces, that we are bounded by time, time is my life, time is ruling me. That is the state which you are all understand the original state which all of you are in, meaning the nature state, which is the bliss layer. If you are in the state, time does not bind you. Swamiji is always like 24/7 is always active, right? How? He is not bound by time. He is beyond time. He is always eternally in the bliss. That same thing all of you are going to be initiated to be. Where you all of you are not bound by time. Yes, even though time is there, it is only there to make us productive. It is only there to organize us, but does not mean we are bounded by it.
How many of you are understanding this? And it is all participants support. Any questions, any doubts you have, do feel free to post in the chat section. So, in this next session, which all of you are going to hear Swamiji himself directly, all of you are going to be understanding a very fundamental truth revealed by Swamiji and how to go beyond time, where you're not bounded by time, but you can use time to organize yourself. Not get bounded by it, but to organize yourself completely. And getting us to, and also Swami is going to be explaining very detailedly how just continue to be in the bliss layer, continue to be in the blissful state, how not letting time to affect you, how not getting bounded by time and continuing to be in the nature state, your bliss state, and continue the daily activity. Detailedly, Swami is going to be expanding on this. So, all the participants, so today is actually a very important, a very amazing, interesting day. All of us need to understand and cognize as in this trend. Swamiji is going to be awakening that bliss layer in you, which is eternal. Okay. Okay, Magita is asking you would like to know why it feels uncomfortable to go a job. Seema, that's because fundamentally we have a cognition that we are ruled by time. Time is bound by us, right? We feel, oh my god, time. It's 8 o'clock. Oh my god, I have to go for work. I have to go. It's 12 o'clock. I need to go cook food. 4 o'clock. Okay, I need to go back. We feel that our whole day is run by time. Actually, Swamiji says we our life to our time. We say that our life itself is nothing but how much time we have. So because of that, now in the modern day, how much time they say how much time is equivalent to how much money you make. How much money you make becomes your life. That is why you fundamentally feel uncomfortable when it comes to time. Because we have reduced something so vast as our life into a very linear thing called time. The other thing Swamiji says is, a lot of our day-to-day patterns is based on time, meaning depression, early depression. This is actually not because of some external factor like stressful work. You will see, even on a weekend, early in the morning, you will feel depressed. Because that timing you have assigned to depression in your day. Same way, when we work this 8 to 4 job, 9 to 5 job as they say, we have associated that time with a certain feeling we have towards the job. We have life to that, right? Swamiji says we work for 30 days a month for get that one payday. Only for that one payday, we work 30 days a month. That is why that fundamental discomfort is because that is not meant who we are. It's not meant to be us. Our life is not equal to our time. But because it's equal to money, we equal our life to time. And that is where we make a fundamental disconnect from ourselves. I hope it's answering you, Ma. If you have any further doubt, if it's not answering, you can also post that. So, understand, Ma, Magita, this next session is especially for you, Ma. Especially for you where you're going to be understanding how to on time. We feel the most of the time, we feel that time really defines who we are. But understand, you are not defined by time. You are not bound by time. Your nature is bliss. But we forget that. Because we see time is moving continuously, we forget to live in a bliss moment every single time. We forget to be in the present moment. We all feel, oh my god, time is going. It's 8 o'clock already, I need to go. 12 o'clock, okay, I need to do the next activity. Yes, time is a good way to organize yourself. To not get bound by time. Even while working, continuing to be in the bliss state. That is what Swamiji means by going beyond time. We feel so uncomfortable to work more because we always feel there's not much enough time for me. But actually, Swamiji says all of us have enough time in our life. It is just that we are missing the moment. testing that space. If we just catch that bliss point now, we just catch the bliss space which you are in, you will see time will be going, but you'll feel fulfilled also. Like Swamiji, time continues, but he's not bound by time. In a short period of time, Swamiji delivers so much thing. Why? Because he's not bound by time. His quality is the bliss layer which is there in him. So he enjoys that part. He's always in that space. That is why in a short period of time, he is able to do a lot. Are you understanding, Ma? That same technique Swamiji is going to be teaching us in this revelation, in this next session.
And Ma Maria, is it bad to plan for the future or wait to do something like pay a car or a home? About planning for the future, Swamiji says there's actually two aspects to it. One is called chronological planning. Okay, I'm going to do this, I'm going to get up, I'm going to go here, I'm going to go there, I'm going to do this today. There's something else called psychological worrying, Swamiji says. Swamiji tells this with a small story. A man and his elderly mother were going in a car to the next town, and on the way, there was supposed to be there's actually a bridge which needs to be crossed. So as they're coming few miles near towards the bridge, the mother starts worrying. She says, that's such an old bridge. I don't think a car will cross it. Let's try finding some other way. The bridge is so old, the car will not cross. And the boy says, it's okay. When we're going there, as we reach there, we will see what we can. But she is worrying so much, and by the time they're nearing, she's almost in a panic. No, if we go with the car on the bridge will fall, we will all drown, we will not have any more life, and we have to go this. She's in a full-blown panic mode. They reach the bridge. The old bridge has been destroyed and a new bridge has been built there. This is what Swamiji says is the difference between chronological planning and psychological worrying. Okay, if this part doesn't work, we will go into the other part. Psychological worrying is what the mother was doing. No, if this doesn't happen, that will happen. If that doesn't happen, this will happen. We always plan something based on a hypothesis, built on a hypothesis, built on a hypothesis. That is what Swamiji says we should not do. Ma Tamaria, is that answering your question? Anybody has any other questions? Yes. Yes, Ma. It will be such a huge completion for you. Because when we unnecessarily worry about what we can't change, that is why we watch the news. Because then we start worrying about something we can't do anything about. We can't do anything about a fire accident that happened in halfway across the world. But what happens? We start worrying about it. We start saying this people is good, this people is bad, all these kinds of things. So yes, it will be very, very powerful for you.
So I request all participants, this is going to be a really important topic for all of us to understand. Do take notes, as Swamiji is going to be revealing profound on how to conquer time, how to go beyond time, but plan with time. Organize yourself with time, but not bound by it. So we'll be listening to this deeper truth as soon as possible. We'll be listening to this truth. So because all of you just allow Swamiji's presence, just allow Swamiji to flow. Even certain ideologies you're not able to understand, it's okay. Listen to it. That truth will directly goes and settles your system, and you actually start experiencing it in your life.
Where is time? There is no such thing as time exists. Sun rises and falls, moon rises and falls, body rises and falls. That's all. Where is time? What is the definition of a day? It is not existential reality. A day is not a day as you think. It is the definition you created, which the whole world has accepted non-controversially. See, any definition accepted non-controversially by the world does not become existential reality. It's a taught fact. If all of us sit together and pass certain resolution, let there not be any tsunami anymore on the planet Earth, you think it is going to become existential reality? At the most, it can become a country law. That's all. Or at the most, it can become a law in all the places where the human beings are living. But not more than that. Time is the root cause of all sufferings. I tell you, realize this one truth and decide not to bend for anything. Actually, when I realized, oh God, there is no time, then why should I be running around, running behind this society which is based on time? I just declared my freedom. Courage, even to let go. The body came to me only when I realized there is no such thing as time. Understand? Unless you get into the space of courage to let go even the time, even the body. Please understand, death is not a big punishment or suffering for human beings. The biggest suffering is many of the things which you thought as your resources dying, disappearing while you are alive. When you have the guts to face that suffering, you are liberated. That guts happened in me when I realized there is no such thing as time. I just realized, oh God, there is no such thing as time. It's a man-made myth. Time is a man-made myth. Wow, you don't need to go to mission office. Actually, if you declare time is a myth, you don't need to come to mission office. I will not ask you to come. I will send food to your room. It is just an integrated decision. Not only that, you will not be bothered whether food will come to my room or not. Because when I declared time is a myth, I did not expect anybody to send food for me. I just stepped out of the society, stepped out of my own body. What society? My own body. I said, relax. Now, sun rises and falls, moon rises and falls, universe moves, bodies rise and fall. Over. What a foolish myth we created, bound ourselves. Time is the ultimate lie taught to human civilization. We should get back to bell-based routine in our schools, so that nowhere a watch, clock, alarm, timepiece, anything is displayed or allowed to be used. Kids should forget about time. All they should know is sun has arisen, I am in the human body, let me get up. Sun has set, I am in the human body, let me lie down. That's all. Body should flow with the tamas, which is stored in biomemory, rajas, which is stored in biomemory, sattva, which is stored in biomemory. Life is for living. Reality is for living. It is not for destroying. Liberating yourself from one of the greatest myths called time is the ultimate liberation. Patanjali says, Sarvata, Sarvam, Sarvata, from all and beyond. Let me translate this word, Sarvam and Sarvata. Sarva Vishayam, all and everything, Sarvata, in all ways. Let me exactly reveal the sacred secret. Being an external to all the happenings of your internal is what I mean by being liberated from time. Please understand. Being external to all the happenings of your internal. Being external to all the happenings of your internal means whatever you consider as the internal happening. The concept of time, stress created by time, strengths of your body and mind, weaknesses of your body and mind, the ideas you carry about your consciousness, including the experience you have about consciousness. All internal, when it is experienced as external, you are beyond time. Meditate on this one sacred secret. Live it. Live. Live this sutra. Live this one sacred secret. Whatever you think as internal should become external to you. Living in such an observation, all internal, is external for you. The more and more internal things become external for you, the more you are grown spiritually. Understand? Inside, if there are 100 things, for somebody 20 things may become external. Means initially your body will become external for you. Yes, this is not me. Then your prana, air circulation will become external for you. This is not me. Then mental thoughts will become external for you. This is not me. But initially all these will be internal for you. Then emotions. Oh, this is not me. You may put a question. No, Swamiji. Whenever we come back to this waking state, this world is same. I have same car, same house, same wife. It's not changing. But in the dream state, whenever I enter into the dream state, I have different car, different house, and different wife, you see. Different wife. And dream state things are different. How can you say this and that are one and the same? You may ask. Please be very clear. The question may look logical, but it is not logical. You should understand one subtle truth. For example, sometimes you live 10 years of life in one night dream. Am I right? 10 years of life is lived in one night dream. In one night dream, you take birth, grow, and finish your education, do so many things. It means in the 10 years, have you not slept? Inside the dream, you fall asleep and come back to same dream and play the game, and fall asleep, come back to same dream and play the game. Understand, it's a very subtle but truth. If you give your attention, you can understand the truth. The very understanding of this truth will totally transform your inner space. See, in the one night, in just one night dreams, you live one full life, sometime 10 years or 20 years, even 30 years. In that 30 years, you have many times fallen into unconsciousness, sleep. Then you come back to the same dream and play with the dream, again fall asleep, come back to the same dream, play into the dream, again fall asleep. Be very clear, how you live 30 years in one night dream, same way you are living your 70 years in a one life dream. Life is a longest dream. Dream is short form of life. Small life is dream. Long dream is life. Let it be very clear. The very concept of time itself is illusion. That is why in one night, 10 hours of, in 10 hours dreams, you live 30 years of life. 30 years of life is lived in one 10-hour dream, one night dream. How is it possible? Because the time concept itself is created by your mind. The concept of time itself is an illusion. It is completely illusion. That is why Ramana Maharshi says beautifully, whatever you see, as long as the scene, seer and the action seeing, if the three are there, be very clear, you are in illusion. Time is the thief who steals the physical health, mental health, and spiritual well-being from us. Physical health, of course, all of you know, more you get aged, you will be getting aged and all the disease, all the difficulties, all the problems. So you know the physical level. Physical level I don't say much, and you know mental level, how the time steals our peace, how the time makes us stressful, how the concept of time leads us to stress. Few concepts I'll present first, then we'll analyze. First thing, there are two things called chronological time and psychological time. Chronological time, you know, based on your clock, it just moves, you know, the quantity of second, minute, or hour, or a day, everything you know, chronological, based on your watch, based on your clock. Another one is psychological. In India, we say time is measured by the word shana. Shana does not mean second. It means the gap between one thought and the other thought. The gap between one thought and the other thought. If you can understand this one concept, you can just be liberated from stress. You can simply enter into the stress-free life, because all our stress is just internalizing the chronological time without understanding. For inner world, there is a different concept of time. Actually, for outer world, there is a different concept of time. For inner world, there is a different concept of time. When we try to internalize the outer world time, we create stress in our being. Stress is nothing but internalizing the outer world time. Let us see a little deeper how we can escape from it. Actually, when I first presented this theory to a group of corporate people in India, I told them, without any technique, without any meditation or yoga or any stress management techniques, you can liberate yourself from stress. They were shocked. They said, it looks too good to be true, Swamiji. They said that this is the word they used, too good to be true. But after undergoing the program, they said, sure, yes, simply it happens. Because you don't need to do anything. If the problem is just mental blockage, almost all our stress is nothing but just a mental blockage. Misunderstanding or trying to internalize which can't be internalized. Misunderstanding between the chronological time and psychological time. Chronological time is your routine, you know, by seeing the watch, you know the time. What time you are supposed to get up and what time you are supposed to walk and what time you are supposed to come to the office and what time you are supposed to do this. You have a routine, fixed routine. Psychological time, that is what we are supposed to now analyze. There is a gap between one thought and the other thought. Shana is measured as a gap between one thought and the other thought. For example, if you are sitting with your friend who is very close to you, with whom you feel very comfortable, you will be sitting hours together and you will not even understand the time is passing. Suddenly you will realize and say, oh, so many hours passed. Suddenly you wake up and you say, so many hours have passed. I don't know how. And if you are sitting with somebody who is boring, dull, dead, for every 10 minutes you see the watch. Because the time never moves. More the number of thoughts, more you feel time is not moving. Less the number of thoughts, you feel more relaxed, more stress-free. Your mind, your being, again and again remembers about the time, again and again the thought about the time comes to you. If the number of thoughts is more, I'll put it in the other way. More you think about the time, more you are stressed. The more you are stressed, less your efficiency. Less your efficiency, you will not be able to finish the goal, the target. And again, little more stress. Little more stress, little less efficiency. Again, you will miss the target. The moment you miss the target, little more stress. We are traveling in a vicious circle, reducing our intelligence, skills and capacity just because we are again and again and again remembering the time, even if you don't want. People come and tell me, I understand Swamiji, I know for no reason I bother. I know I have enough time to finish my target. And I know I can finish it. But again and again, I start worrying about it. I just get stressed out. One more thing. Getting stressed out not only affects your mind, it touches your body also. Don't think that getting stressed out is just a mental problem. It's straight away connected to your body. For example, sit in your office and just start thinking or worrying about the problems. Don't do any work. Just if you get stressed out, for half an hour, you will have a shoulder pain. Straight away, immediately you have a shoulder pain. How many of you have experienced? You get stressed out. You don't have to do any work. Just sit and worry. Or think about your target, or the time which you are supposed to finish. You will have a shoulder pain. Straight away, your stress is related to your health. So getting stressed does not mean only physically you are disturbed, only mentally you are disturbed. It's a disease, even the physical level. People come and tell me, Swamiji, I know that I should not bother, I know the wrong things, but again and again I get stressed out. I don't know why. Why you get stressed out again and again? Because again and again you are reminded about time. The concept of time again and again comes to you. The more number of thoughts, more time you will be remembered and you will be reminded about the time. The less number of thoughts, if you can bring down the number of thoughts, you will neither know days passing nor know the life moving. There is a beautiful philosophy which was practiced in India in the ancient time, of course. Now much is lost. Reversing the aging process. They call it Kayakalpa. It's called Kayakalpa. Reversing the aging process means according to them, according to their philosophy, they say the more the years pass, you should become more healthy because your body and mind is now trained how to live in the world. Now you are mature. See, according to usual logic, in anything you are trained, you are supposed to become master of that art. If you are trained to driving, you are supposed to master that art and you are supposed to drive without any effort. Whom you call as a perfect driver? A man who drives without any effort. It's a right driver, as a perfect driver. You trust him and you say he has learned the driving. Same way, the more the years pass, you master the art of living in this world. Your body and mind is ready to live in this world. So they say, the more the years pass, you are supposed to reverse the aging process. You are not supposed to fall sick. Because now you know the techniques to live in the world. You are not supposed to have stress. Because now you know the techniques to live in this world. You know the logic. of this world. The more you grow old, more you are supposed to become intelligent, healthy, and spontaneous. What has happened? Where we missed this point? It's just because the more number of thoughts, again and again you are reminded about the chronological time. If you can change just three things with understanding, a simple understanding, perception about your body. We always think the more time moves, our body gets old and diseased. It is not supposed to be. It is not necessary that you should fall sick by getting old. It is your concept. It is your perceptions. And when I say it is a perception, we may question immediately. Swamiji, what do you mean? When we get old, we feel the tiredness. Do you think it's our imagination? Do you think it's our idea? I tell you, you do not know the power of your mind. I myself met a person, and if any of you have been to Tibet, you know there's a place called Potala, where these lamas live, Tibetan lamas. They live there. I went to that area. Somebody told me that in that area, people live a long time. For a long years they live. So I went to that village. I saw an old, elderly man doing agriculture job. I went near and asked him. And he was wearing a Buddhist dress. I asked him, Swamiji, I heard that you all live here for a long time. Can you say a few words about that? Can you give me some of your experiences? How you manage? He just started laughing. He told me, what? You think I'm an old man? I'm a middle-aged guy. Go to people who are old. I'm just 136. And he is 136. There's a medical record very clearly. He's 136 and he's working in the land doing agriculture. And he says there are people who are 180 and 200, 250. Of course, just like you all, I was not ready to believe. Then they showed me a research report. Some of our scientists from Wisconsin University has gone there and stayed, worked with them to test and see what is happening in their body, how they are living for a long time and all those things. According to the scientists, body is same. There is no difference. Just like your body, just like our body, their body is also functioning with the same logic. Same logic, same thing. Then they say there is something else, some other reason beyond body. It is not that because of DNA or anything, because they did all possible research. I asked them, what is the reason? Say something, how you live. Till the end, none of them are able to say any reason. They said, what is there? We don't know any reason. All we know is, basically, by nature, human beings are supposed to live for 300 years. They have a strong belief, faith, that human beings are supposed to live for 300 years. And they took me to their graveyards, tombstone. In that I saw almost everybody, 260, 250, something like that. If somebody has died in 200 years, they died unnatural death. He died, unfortunately, when he was 200 years old. And they believe the human body is supposed to live for 300 years. And the other day I was reading a book, beautiful book. Again, now scientists are coming up with a theory called our body rejuvenates and replaces itself. Again and again, our body rejuvenates and replaces itself. Every part of our body is replaced by its own nature. And they say for 300 years, our body can continuously replace itself. Body can replace itself continuously for 300 years. So our perception about our body should change. The idea you must feel tired by getting aged, you must fall sick by getting aged is basically wrong concept. One more thing, your mind has got so much of power, whatever you believe, it will make it as a reality. It has got a tremendous power. Anything you believe, you got the capacity to make it as a reality. That is why people who are continuously seeing the horror movies, they see ghosts. Usually normal people don't see the ghosts. Just continuously see horror movies for 10 days. Not more than 10 days, just 10 days decide. Every night see a horror movie. 11th day you will see a ghost. Or the screen which is moving in your house will look like a ghost. Your mind has got a capacity to make anything into reality if you want. If you are continuously thinking about something, it will be given as a reality. The first basic idea of your perception of time is wrong. Your idea, the more you grow, you are supposed to fall sick, is wrong in the physical level. Next, psychological level. Again and again being reminded about time. Again and again remembering about the time and the stress again disturbs your whole being. See, the more number of thoughts, again and again you remember that you are having only less time. You are having only less time and time is running. Time is not, you are not able to do anything. The more the TPS, you feel that life is, you are under the stress. That is why we say hell is always eternal. Why we say hell is always eternal? Because when you feel that you are under stress, you feel you are in hell. If you look into your life, there is a beautiful Zen saying. It's a wonderful saying. If you want to delay anything, do it in a hurried way. Do it hurriedly. If you want to delay anything, do as fast as possible. When you do as fast as possible, you will not do mistakes, you will just do blunders. So naturally, the whole thing has to be redone. When you live with such a stress, you can be sure you will not have the satisfaction that you lived your life. When we don't have a satisfaction that we lived our life, whatever product you deliver, I tell you, the quality of your mind will simply express on the quality of the products which you deliver. Whatever you may do, you may say that you achieved the goal in the outer world because of stress. But I can be sure, if you can avoid that idea of stress, you will achieve 10 times more. Because the energy unleashing will be more through your body mind when you are not internalizing the chronological time, the concept, the chronological time. If it is not internalized, you will be able to unleash your potential energy in much more better way. Again, coming to the point of the chronological time, internalizing the chronological time. The more you internalize it, the more you make yourself weak, because the concept of time, by nature, it is negative, especially in the West. The more the time moves, you are moving towards the negative aspects of your life. The other day I was seeing an elderly lady. She came to one of our programs. Next day morning, she is supposed to be there in the program for 6 o'clock. She came late. And I asked her, what happened? Why are you late? She said that she has to do all the makeup, all that, washing the hair and dye meat or all the things. I asked, in this age, why do you want to do all these things? Why don't you relax from all these things? You know these are not good for health, and the chemicals which you are applying on your body is not going to keep you healthy. Why do you use? She told me one shocking word. She said, Swamiji, here we have to compete with youngsters. We have to look young. We can't afford to look old. We have to compete with youngsters. So in this society, the more the time passes, you are going to face the negative aspects of the life. So when again and again you remember time, unconsciously you infuse dullness into your being. The very remembrance of the time pulls down your energy. Mentally, the very remembrance of the time is enough to pull you down from your energy. And the stress level is just hiked up just by the remembrance of the time. And you remember about the time more because you are continuously either bothered about the past or worrying about the future. You are just pulled and pushed. Never we live in the present. When we come to the present, automatically the concept of time disappears. When you come to the present, number of thoughts reduces and you do not even know how your life passes, how the time moves and how your life rolls. You remember about the time again and again because your mind is pulled and pushed between the past and the future. In every level, in every state of your being, you are either thinking about the past or about the future. The psychological time, without living in the present moment, just being pulled and pushed by this time, just steals your peace and bliss. When I say time the ultimate thief, I mean continuously bothering about the past and the future without living in the present moment. The moment you come down to the present moment, a tremendous potential energy, high potential energy will be released in your whole being. You will be rejuvenated with a new being, with a new energy. That's a beautiful concept in Zen Buddhism. In Zen, again and again they say, whatever is energy. You are inside energy. You are inhaling and exhaling energy. Of course, in the Rishi culture also, they say again and again, whatever is energy. Ishavasyam idam sarvam. Whatever exists is energy. But in our life, the more the time passes, the more the day passes, we only become less energetic. Here, one side, all the great mystics, they claim the more you get old, you are supposed to become more energetic. That is why in the East, we always worship the elderly people. We turn towards them for guidance, advice, and for everything. Youth is not worship. Only old, the elderly people are worshipped there. We turn towards to them. We turn and we look from them. We hear from them. When Rishi culture again and again says, whatever exists is energy. Why are we not able to experience it? Where we are missing? Where is the missing link? The missing link is you are caught with the past and the future, which is not existence, which is not reality, which is only imaginary level. Whether it is your past or the future, it's only imaginary level. What you perceive as the past or the future is not the reality. You are not perceiving the reality. Whatever you remember about as your past, whatever you remember as your past, is only your remembrance. Please be very clear, it is not your past. It was not your past. We always remember, my childhood days are golden days. My college days are heaven. When I was in India, it was such a wonderful thing. But be honest, when you really lived that time, when you lived, was it great? No. When you lived, it was not. Now your mind again and again projects or reminds you it was great. Whatever you remember about your past is only your remembrance, your perception, not the reality. And the same way, whatever you remember about the future, all your worries, all your insecurity problem, all your fears, everything is only going to be your perception. It's not going to be a real future. I've seen people continuously worrying. See, in the beginning, if you have some reason to worry, you worry. After some time, you worry the master. You master the art of worrying. You don't need some reason. You don't need some special reason. You can just create some reason. And after that some time, even if you don't find any reason, you simply start worrying. You are just habituated for that. You are just living with worries. Nothing else. It is just a mental habit. Actually, I did a small research with a group of people. I collected some 50 people, told them to write whatever worries they have about their next 6 months. About the next 6 months, whatever fears, insecurity problem, worries you have, please pen it down. Actually, even according to psychologists, you can't visualize more than 6 months of your life. You may try. You may try to make a calendar for 1 year. You may try to visualize about after 4 or 5 years and all. They say the data which you have, with that you can process only next 6 months of your life. And now they say it is coming down because the changes are happening so much of changes in all the level, socially, politically, economically, in all the levels, so much of changes are happening. They say that is even coming down. 6 months is the time maximum you can visualize about the future. So I told them, whatever fears and insecurities you have, please pen it down. They penned it. And then, after 6 months, again we all met. And I collected those papers when they penned it down. After 6 months, all of us again met. I distributed that paper and asked them to pick how many of your worries have become reality. How many of your worries have become reality? You will be shocked to see the result. Hardly 3%. Actually only 3%. If there are 100 worries written by each person, only 3% is the maximum. I am telling about the maximum. Only 3%. Then if you can you imagine how much of mental energy is getting wasted? How much of your visualization capacity is getting wasted? How much of your power to create is getting wasted? The more you worry, the less you create. The more you are stressed, the less you are expressing. All your concept about future is only your concept. It is not going to be your future. Please be very clear. Feel relieved. You are not going to have the future which you are thinking. If at all God blesses you to have the future which you are thinking, you will be damaging yourself more than what you think. You will be damaging yourself very badly. You can be relieved. You will not have the future of what you are visualizing. Whatever you visualize, even if you visualize your future with all possible goodness, your visualization capacity itself is not enough to visualize all the dimensions of your future. So whether it is your perceptions about past or your ideas about the future, it is just your ideas. It is not the reality of what is. The reality is only the present moment, or the moments which you are having in your hand. The moment you relax into the present moment, the moment you relax into this moment, simply you will see your body and mind will have a new energy. I tell you, just for a few minutes, do this as an exercise. Just for a few minutes, close your doors and sit relaxed way and say, I accept my life as it is. My life, my comforts, my relationships, my body, my mind, I accept everything as it is now. Let me accept myself and the whole thing as it is now and come to the present moment. The moment you take a clear sankalpa, sankalpa means a conscious decision. The moment you take a conscious decision, very clearly come down to this present moment and start relaxing, you will be surprised, you can say you will be shocked to see the energy which happens to your being. Actually, only then you touch your inner being. Only then you touch your inner being, the source of your energy. As long as you are bothering about the future or thinking about the past, you will be away from the source of energy. The source of energy is always the present moment. When you come to the present moment, only then you are rejuvenated, you are fresh, you are alive, you start living. Physically, the concept of time makes you old, sick, uneasy. Mentally, the concept of time gives you stress, load, and boredom. That's one more problem. Boredom is one of the important problems because of the concept of time. There is one beautiful Zen story. One great Zen master, he had some stomach problem. So doctors have advised him, his physicians have advised him not to eat anything and just to have the same type of herbal food, the food with a little bit of herbs, same type of food every day. So for more than 10 years he used to have same type of food. One day the devotee who cooks, the disciple who cooks for him, she came and told him, Master, are you not bored? I am bored cooking the same food every day for you. Are you not bored eating the same food? And he said in a beautiful way, he said, same food. I am not eating the same food every day. How can I eat the same food every day? Every day the food is different. Every day it is new. It is not old. It can't be old. How can I eat the same food every day? Once I eat, I finished. Next day naturally it is different food, new food. When you have a concept of time, again and again you think, oh, same office, same house, same routine, same wife, and same life. You feel that life is same. The concept of boredom is also again because of the concept of time, concept of kshana. When you are caught with the past, you feel the past is getting repeated. When you are caught in the samskaras of the past, you feel the same samskara is getting repeated. You are repeating the past again and again. It is just your conscious choice to liberate yourself from the past and the future, the present. The psychological time, or the concept of psychological time, again gives you stress and it takes away your peace and reduces your efficiency. Above all, gives the idea of boredom. It is same. The idea of boredom happens to you because of this concept of psychological time. Understand the concept of time, both the ways, physically and mentally, disturbs you. If you can, have a little bit of conscious choice. And if you can, open yourself to a new way of thinking. If you can, analyze and understand to the new way of thinking, perceiving the time means understand the more you grow old, you will be mastering the techniques of living with this body and in this world. You will be mastering the techniques of living in this body and living in this world. So naturally, you don't have to think, visualize, believe. By getting old, you have to fall sick. First, break that concept. Next, try to live in the present moment instead of being pulled and pushed by the past and future. These two can solve the problems of time, the physical and mental level. These two is more than enough to help you in the spiritual level. And moreover, all our problems are only physical and mental. None of our problems is spiritual. So once these two are solved, naturally you will have the spiritual growth or the spiritual well-being, spiritual understanding.
So we all work under project lines and deadlines and terrible time pressure. So when you said don't have time to how are you going to manage?
All right. When you have time consciousness, are you able to manage? So same thing is going to happen. See, two things. When you are having time consciousness, two things will happen. Either you will be able to manage or you will not be able to manage. Either you will be able to manage one group who will be able to manage. Can't you manage the same thing without having time consciousness? When you can manage with time consciousness means the stress. You can verily manage without stress. You can do much better way. Because when you don't have stress, all your energy is expressed in creativity. As a creativity, you can always have new ways, new methods. And I tell you, the person who is stressed cannot create new methods and ways. He will only be working like the train or a programmed way of working. You will not be even looking this side and that side. Just scan your life and look back. In your own house, you will not be using many rooms. From the office, you will straight go to the house, sit in the same sofa, sit in the same hall, sit in the same chair, eat, straight away go to bedroom, next day morning come down and straight away come to the garage and come here. If you scan your life, you wouldn't have used many of the rooms for months together. You live just like a programmed way. Just a programmed way. You can see your life. Even your vacations are very clearly programmed. If you are sitting in the house and thinking, it's homework. If you are sitting in the office and thinking, worrying, it's a office work. If you are sitting in the beach and worrying, it's a vacation, that's all. Only the place is changed. Otherwise the worrying is the same. Mental setup is the same. If you can manage with stress, you can verily manage without stress. First thing. Next group, who are not able to manage their target. When you can't manage, so naturally, are you going to manage with stress? Why are you having stress? Whether you manage or not. This is the only two things. But the stress is no way going to help you. We always have an idea. By stress, I may shift from the non-manageable group to manageable group. Please be very clear, you can't jump from this group to that group by stress. You can jump from this group to that group only by creativity and unleashing your potential energy. You understand? Are you able to understand what I say? There are two groups. One is who are able to manage with stress, who are not able to manage with stress. So you will be in someone group. If you are in the group that I am able to manage, then why should you have stress? Drop it. And naturally, when you drop, you will be able to do more. If you are in the group of that I am not able to manage, again, why should you have a stress? Anyhow, you are not able to manage. Relax. And this only one desire, maybe by stress, through stress, I may jump from this group to that group. And I tell you very clearly, it can never happen. You can jump from that inefficient group to efficient group only by creating or expressing your energy, not by stress. Whether the jumping or managing is going to happen only by clarity and creativity. One more thing, we always think this stress management and all is only theory, Swamiji. I tried a lot. I read a lot of books. I tried a lot and I worked a lot. I don't think it is working. 2 days we remember all these concepts. They are so nice. The third day disappears. Third day our life is back the same way, the same routine, same lifestyle. See, you say again and again it is failing because your understanding is not deep enough. I've seen somebody came and told me, Swamiji, in last 1 year alone, 11 times I stopped smoking. Means what? 11 times he started again. Means that this decision is not strong. The understanding is not deep enough. So actually, if you can understand with a little bit of analyzing, if you can penetrate your being, and just, it's after all your mind. Decide consciously. Let it be very clear to yourself. Hereby I am deciding I am going to live the way in which I want. I am going to express my energy the way in which I want. Simply to be very clear. Just by stress, you can never jump from inefficient group to efficient group. By stress, you may jump from this group to that group. You may jump from efficient group to inefficient group. That can happen. And one more thing. Again and again you are trained. You are taught to remember about the time, to remember about the pressure, and just see your own life. The moment you think about the people who give you pressure, what happens to your energy? Drained. Just see in your experience. The moment you remember their faces, the moment you remember their words, the moment you remember the stress, do you feel energetic? No. Then how can you think, how can you say you can be successful based on the stress? You can be successful only when you unleash your potential energy. And I tell you, if you can come down to present moment, reducing the worries means reducing number of thoughts, reducing the, I can say, frequency of your thinking, it can simply unleash the potential energy. You will see a different dimension of your being. Only thing, you need a little bit of courage to experiment what I say. Try for next 11 days. Decide, I will not bother about the past and the future. I will not let my mind again and again to think of the past. And I tell you one more thing. When you remember your past, you remember only about your failures. All you will remember, all the print which is there in you is nothing but your failures. It's like you measure the strength of your life based on the weak link of the chain. You think your whole life is a long chain. You measure the strength of your life only based on the weak link. But you are not a weak link. You are not just a weak link. You generalize your capacity, your efficiency, your ability based on the biggest incident or the weak link of your life. You can't generalize based on that. At least you should be little courteous. You should be little loving towards yourself, you can do the average. But you never do the averaging. You always measure yourself based on the weakest link. See, anybody will have valley and peak. You should, if you have to measure yourself, you should go for average, not for the valley. But your mental setup is such, our mental setup is such, we always measure ourselves. We always remember our past, only the valley incidences. Only with the valley we measure ourselves, not with the average. You don't even have to go to the peak. At least you can measure yourself with the average. Come to the average. But we never do that. Remembrance of the past itself only will make you again and again dull. It will only drain your energy. So, neither the remembrance of the past nor the worrying about the future is going to transform you. Come down to present and insist on concentrating your energy. That is why the Gita says beautifully, you have authority to work. Don't bother about results. Krishna does not mean don't take your salary. Have your salary. But he says continuously, don't visualize about it. If you are continuously visualizing about the fruit, about the result, you will not be even able to walk. If you are continuously bothering about the goal, you will be paralyzed. You will not be even able to walk in the path. Continuous bothering about the goal will not give you enough energy to walk in the path. Simply walk in the path, you will reach the goal. When you choose the right road and if you are driving, naturally you are going to reach the goal. A nice story. One guy sat in a ferry boat, wanted to cross the river. And once the boatman started rowing, the guy started walking up and down inside the boat. The boatman said, "Why don't you be seated? Please be seated. Otherwise I can't row the boat." He said, "No, I have no time to sit. I have to go urgently. That's why I'm walking to and fro." All your walking, all your stress is walking inside the boat, which can never help you, at the most can disturb you. At the most can hinder the growth. All your walking, look into it very clearly. Just be a little more intelligent. Everything I can say, when I say everything, I mean capital letter. We always think, no, not everything, Swamiji. You say, what you say is truth. I can say what you say is truth 60%, but 40% it's reality. I tell you, all our perceptions, be very clear, all our perceptions, as long as we work based on the data from past and the worries about the future, about ourselves, it is totally wrong. Because your idea about yourself based on the past itself is wrong. You always measure yourself based on the weakest link, the valley. But you are not valley, you have peaks also. And at least come to the average. You never measure yourself. You never respect yourself even based on the average. All your idea about past is only about your valleys. So when the data is wrong, when the processing is wrong, how can the result be right? Naturally it has to be wrong. Yes.
So how do you unlearn the past? This is a classic problem.
Just for 11 days, make a conscious decision. A simple conscious decision can change. You are intelligent enough. You don't need a separate technique. See, only for the kids we have to give techniques. You are intelligent enough. Just decide very clearly. For next 11 days, I will try to live in the present moment. And surely in 11 days, you will not lose your life. Our mind will say, no. In 11 days, I will do this project, that project. I think after this project, I will take up this technique. After that, I will do this. Just decide for next 11 days, again and again, whenever I remember, I'll drop bothering about the past, drop bothering about the future. I'll drop the faces which creates stress in me. I'll drop the words which creates stress in me. I'm accepting myself completely as I am. I'm going to work. Whatever comes out, let me face. Just for 11 days. I can be sure the only side of it will be your efficiency and you will achieve your goal and the bliss, nothing else. And when I say these words, I take the responsibility of these words because I worked with thousands of people. I worked not even thousands, I can say lakhs, because in last 2 years, I have met 2.5 lakh people individually. 2.5 lakh people individually, and we have 2,000 trained healers who are studying meditation to 400 centers in 20 countries. And every day our healers are touching 10,000 people. With the experience of all these people, this is indirectly. Directly I have touched at least 2.5 lakh people from all walks of life, all kinds of people, educated, students, corporates, all circle. I say from my experience, simply the conscious decision to live in the present moment can transform your understanding and life.